Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter awakens the ancient dragon lord? Part 2. Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories, also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Harry turned and started a mumbled chant in a mixture of Latin and ancient Greek. Slowly a gold light appeared in front of him and started to trace out letters in front of him. It spelt out the name Tamara Strenger, and a number appeared under her with an arrow pointing out to the northeast. What is that? What does it mean? The Baron asked. It's telling me the location of the person on the first line. The number under that is a measurement of how far she is away, and the arrow under that is the direction she is in. Based on the number and direction, she's probably at or near Oxenfurt, Harry said to the man. The Baron looked in shock. Oxenfurt? How the hell did she get all the way over there? The Baron asked in shock. I'll make sure to ask her once I get there, Harry said as he prepared himself to leave. Wait, before you go. Please take this with you to give to Tamara. Tell her I am sorry and that I wish more than anything for her and her mother to come home. The Baron said to him as he handed him a doll. I'll make sure to pass it along, Harry said easily. And thank you for doing this, sorcerer. You were right about what you said earlier. It was wrong of me to try and force the Witcher's help. I just saw it as the only hope of finding my family once more. The Baron said in a rare moment of humbleness. It's fine, I suppose. I may not approve of the method, but I can understand doing all you can to try and help a loved one, Harry replied. With that, he hopped on his own horse and galloped away before the man could say anything further. As soon as he entered the tree line of the forest, he destroyed his horse and turned it back to earth before apparating to Oxenfurt. As soon as he came out of the apparition, he looked around and saw he was across the river and looking at one of the bridges that led into the city. He looked around to make sure no one had seen him arrive before walking across the bridge towards the city gates. He silently cast Notice Me Not charms on himself as he neared the gate. The guards didn't spare him a glance as he walked through. He cast a simple Point Me charm and watched as an arrow appeared in front of him pointing towards a direction in the city. That pretty much confirmed that the daughter was here. He made his way near the docks of the city. He noticed a large warship docked further down the harbor that had the royal symbol of Radovid on it. Harry frowned as he thought about the annoying king being so close. He could basically reach out and kill him if he wanted. He held himself back though, of course. If he killed Radovid in a magical manner, it could possibly make him a martyr and make it harder to deal with the man's former subjects. He would have to think of some other way to kill the man. Harry stopped moving as the arrow finally homed in one particular house. He narrowed his eyes as he dropped the Point Me spell as well as the ones keeping him hidden. He walked up to the house and knocked on it sharply. It only took a few moments for a man to open the door. Harry had to stop himself from twitching as he looked at the man in a witch hunter's garb. May I help you? The man asked as he raised his nose and looked down at Harry. I am here to see Tamara Strenger. Please tell her I would like a moment of her time, Harry said easily. The man's eyes narrowed at Harry. And what business do you have with her? Familial business that shouldn't be put off. Please go get her now, Harry said back with a glare at the man. The man looked like he wanted to say something but decided to back down instead. Very well, the man said as he moved to the side to allow Harry passage into the home. Harry stepped in and looked around the small room that had a staircase to the left. I will go and get her, you may wait here, the man said firmly. Harry nodded and pulled up a chair at the table. As the man walked up the stairs, a cat jumped on the table and stared at Harry. Harry rose an eyebrow at the feline and stared right back at it. Who are you then? Harry turned to the voice and saw a young woman also come in what looked like slightly modified witch hunter cloth armor. She had black hair that was cut short in a way he didn't often see in this day and age. I am Hadrian. Your father has sent me to find you, Harry said as he pulled out the doll the man gave him to give to her. Tamara frowned immediately at his words as she took the doll and glared at it. There was silence for a moment before throwing it back at him. He caught it smoothly and put it back in his jacket. I have no plans to go back to that man. Ever. She said back firmly with a clear venom in her voice. Harry nodded at that. Gerald had told him about how the man was abusive to his family, and he more than anyone knew what that was like. As is your right, Harry said easily, causing the woman to freeze and look at him strangely. Are you not supposed to be taking me back? She asked. Harry shrugged. I am sure your father would have preferred that, but I only promised to find you. I said nothing of bring you back with me. Harry told her. She smirked at that before it disappeared from her face. Is he also having you look for my mother, or has he finally decided to leave her be? She asked. I am going to go find her after this. But as I said, I have no intention of forcing her to do anything. There is no need to find her. I know exactly where she is. She's in Crookbag Bog, being held against her will by the witches that reside therein. Tamara said angrily. Tamara, the man behind her, said in warning. Witches, you say? What kind of witches, and why would they be keeping your mother hostage? Harry asked. It was then that Tamara went into an explanation of how her mother and her had left Crow's Perch and moved west. She talked about a creature that came from the bog and snatched her mother. She then explained how the creature was one said to work for the witches in the bog. That doesn't make any sense. Why would these supposed witches need your mother in the first place? Also, the creature you describe sounds like a fiend. It's a rare magic user that can control monsters, especially one such as that. These witches do not sound like sorceresses. I suspect they are some sort of cursed or corrupted beings. Harry mused out loud. You seem to have quite the knowledge on the arcane. The man hinted as he gave a suspicious glare towards Harry. Harry raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and all the candles in the house extinguished and the natural light from the outside dimmed considerably, causing dark shadows in the home. He then snapped his fingers again and the light returned. Tamara backed up suddenly, and the man reached for a sword that he only realized then that he was not wearing. Are you done? Harry asked in a bored tone. You're a sorcerer, Tamara exclaimed. I am aware, Harry said back evenly. You have some nerve to come to Oxenfurt, demon, the man exclaimed. Harry simply rose an eyebrow. Nerve? You're quite mistaken. It required no bravery to come here at all. One can only be brave in the face of fear and danger. I neither fear Oxenfurt nor am I in any danger by being here. You could summon every soldier and witch hunter in the city, and they still wouldn't be able to lay a scratch on me. Harry bragged as he looked at them in amusement. They both didn't seem to know how to respond to that. Tamara tried looking in horror. Harry stood, which caused them to take another step back rapidly. Well, I think I am done here. I will inform your father of the decision you have made. I suppose I should also go save your mother now as well, Harry said as he approached the door. Stay away from my mother, Tamara said, finally regaining her voice. As soon as I save her from these witches, then I probably shall. Thank you for your hospitality, Harry said as he stepped out of the home and shut the door behind him. He cast more charms for hiding in plain sight on himself before operating as close to Crookbag Bog as he could. He looked around and could immediately feel a darkness in the air. He walked into the bog and started towards the direction of the twisted magic that he could feel. It didn't take too long for him to notice a strange path with candies surrounding it leading deeper into the bog. He followed it for half an hour until he came upon a small little village. It was strange because there only seemed to be children within it. He looked curiously, and the children mirrored the look as they saw him approach. He stopped as he stood in front of the group. Hello. Is there any other adults present here? Harry asked carefully. Gran's asleep right now. She's the one who takes care of us, one of the little girls said to him. Harry nodded. Can you go and wake her? I need to speak to her about something very important, Harry told the child. The child nodded and moved to one of the houses in this small village. The rest of the children started whispering amongst themselves. Harry took a moment to look at the biggest building where he felt all the dark magic leaking from. It was so twisted and corrupted, and he was sure it wasn't even human. It was close though, which seemed to support the thought that it was from cursed or corrupted creature or creatures. He could deal with that even at this level of power. Who are you? Harry turned and saw an older grumpy-looking woman that was glaring at him. Despite her glare, Harry could tell she felt fear from his presence. "I am Hadrian. Your husband has sent me to find you and your daughter." "I already found your daughter, so all that was left was you," Harry told her. The woman eased when hearing about her daughter but tensed again. "I can't go back. I must stay here." "It's fine. I understand. Can you please introduce me to you, overseers?" Harry asked her kindly with a soft smile to try and put her at ease. "They won't want to talk to you," she said back. "I don't care. It's all right, I can introduce myself. Why don't you take all the children into the home? I don't want them to get in any trouble. I will speak to you when I am finished with the discussion." Harry told the woman. "I can't. They'll do not worry. As I said, I will take care of all of this. Trust me," Harry said, giving her a pointed look. Eventually she decided to back down and started ushering the children inside the home while Harry turned and walked towards the entrance of the large building. It was locked with magic, but Harry dismantled the magic on it with a quick burst of celestial magic. Cursed magic wasn't the same as demonic, but it was close enough that celestial magic was still highly effective against it. He opened the door and immediately cast a charm to stop the horrid smell coming from inside the home. He walked in slowly and immediately approached the painting of the 3 naked women on the wall surrounded by lit candles. "Well, what do we have here? A little sorcerer has come to visit you sisters. Should we bother asking what you want, or should we dispose of the pretenses and get right to the girl?" "What girl?" Harry asked curiously. "Why, the girl you are looking for, dearest. The ashen-haired swallow with that delicious elder wound flowing through her." "Ah, an enemy of Cyrilla then. That makes you an enemy of myself as well. I won't bother with the talking then. Would you prefer to die in that picture frame, or would you like to come out and actually face me?" Harry immediately asked. "Oh, how adorable. He thinks he can fiend fire." As soon as the words left his mouth, dark flames blazed to life all around him and started consuming the house. He walked out smoothly as he heard the terrifying screams coming from behind him. Fiendfire was powerful, but it also could feed on most magics and break them down. The ones protecting the witches in that picture were no exception, unfortunately for them. He exited the building and turned so he could watch it burn. It took a few more moments before something came running out of the building covered in the flame. It had a somewhat humanoid figure, but it clearly was not human or anything close. It must have been one of the witches. He watched her continue to run around until the fire on her finally consumed her completely. Nothing else came out of the home itself. Harry watched as dragon made of fire destroyed the house. Harry concentrated heavily to make sure the cursed flame did not spread further than the house. The fire pushed and raged as it was restrained, but Harry held it firmly. After the house was completely destroyed, he extinguished the flame. He did so just in time as his concentration broke when he witnessed something large enter the courtyard. Harry turned his head and saw a large fiend charging at him. He twitched his hand, and as soon as the large monstrosity got within 25 feet of him, it started to lift in the air. By the time it got to him, it was already close to 15 feet in the air, just hanging above his head and roaring in clear confusion as it struggled. Harry conjured several spears from the ground and launched it straight into the creature's undercarriage. They went straight through, causing it to squeal in pain. He dropped it as he watched the wound leak out of it in large quantities. It twitched for a few moments before falling still. "Is it over?" He looked aside and saw Anna approaching him very slowly. She couldn't seem to stop looking between the beast corpse that was now in the middle of the village or the spot of where the building the witches had resided in used to be. "It is. The witches are dead, and so is their beast," Harry replied as he turned towards her fully and looked behind her as the children started to come out of the home. "These children will need a new home," Harry observed. Anna nodded. "I'll take them with me," she said, resolved in her choice. "How nice. Will you be returning to your husband?" Harry asked. "I don't know. I may try and find my daughter instead," she said to him. "She is currently in Oxenfurt." Harry said. He then turned and started to wave his hands in an intricate motion, causing a large carriage to seemingly form from thin air behind him that was being pulled by 2 large white horses. "There, tell the horses where you want to go, and if I have heard of it, then they will know how to get there." The carriage will last several days before falling apart. Make sure you arrive wherever you are going by then. Here. Harry finished as he summoned a large bag of coin and handed it to her. There. Now you should be all right. Stay safe, Anna Strenger. Harry told her. Wait, why are you doing all this? Is it just because my husband asked? She questioned. Harry shook his head. No. Although he has been looking for you. He sent me to find you, though I never promised to bring you back with me. I plan to go back and inform him what has happened here. Harry told her. If my husband did not ask or promise you something, then why go through the trouble? She asked. Harry shrugged. I had the ability to help and it cost me nothing, so why not? It was nothing for me to help. Hadrian replied. In truth, he just needed to do something while Geralt got to Novigrad. I thank you, young man. I will never forget this. She told him deeply. Harry nodded to her before disappearing before her very eyes and returning to Crow's Perch to give the news to the Baron. He probably would not be happy. Harry was at a small inn just outside Novigrad, and was admittedly getting a little annoyed with Geralt. It had been a little more than a week since he had left Geralt, and the man should have been here by now. If he had been walking, then it would have been understandable, but the Witcher was on horseback and would not likely dally on his way here. He had already vowed that if Geralt wasn't here in the next 24 hours, he would go out and look for the man himself. Oi! A voice said from behind him. Harry turned slowly from his seat on one of the benches where he had been having a cool drink to pass the time. There were several rough-looking men staring at him with greed in their eyes. What? Harry asked coldly. He honestly hoped these bums would try something, just so he would have something to do to pass the time. Fancy clothes you go there. You some kind of lording? The man questioned. Something like that. Well, it's awfully dangerous to be out here all alone, my lord. Luckily, me and my gents are willing to keep you safe. All we ask is for a little coin in return. Sounds like a fair deal, doesn't it? I'm not interested, Harry said back easily enough. At this, the man smiled at him cruelly. Now, no need to dismiss my offer so quickly. There are lots of dangers out there, you know. Trust me on this, the man said as he walked closer and drew a dagger that he held carelessly but with a practiced ease. Are you too fucking stupid to not understand the word no? Do I look scared of you and the rest of your little bandit posse? Turn around and walk the hell off. It'll be the only chance you get to get out of here alive. Harry told him. He could see various other patrons getting up and leaving while some seemed to be interested on what was about to happen. The innkeeper seemed to be staying away and had fear in his eyes. He likely had run-ins with these men before and knew to stay away. Cocky little shit, aren't you? And right after we had given you such a generous offer. Well, maybe we'll break some of your bones, and then take your gold for the trouble you've caused us. The man said. Harry stood with no words after that. He didn't even plan to use magic for this. While it was clear these men had fought before, the way they stood and moved showed they were brawlers at best. While no witcher, Harry was skilled enough in hand-to-hand, and his enhanced speed and strength made him quite the opponent. The man rushed him and tried to jab at him with his blade. Harry twisted his body and let the blade move right past him. He grabbed the man's arm before he could retract it and ripped the blade out of his grasp. He then moved him with a lightning speed and slammed his knee right into the man's groin. There was a high-pitched squeal from the man as he fell to his knees and then down to the floor. His men looked shocked, and Harry used that to his advantage. He got close in to the next one and slammed his foot into the man's diaphragm, causing the air to get knocked right out of him. He fell forward and Harry caught him. He then turned around and flipped the man over his shoulder, directly into one of his other attackers. There was only one more, and at this point, he wasn't looking so confident. Harry was having none of it. He raised his arms as if he was about to box the man, and in one step, he was already within his guard. He jabbed his fist forward and slammed it right into the man's face. He watched as the shockwave hit his face and he fell back and onto the floor unmoving. Harry took a deep breath and straightened himself out before taking out a small sack of coins and tossing it to the innkeeper. For the drinks and the trouble, Harry told him as he walked out. The man just nodded slowly as he watched him leave. As he left the inn, he started walking back to Novigrad in deep thought. Perhaps he should continue without Geralt for now. He had already sent his birds out to gather information. He could find mention of Dandelion but no info on where he currently was. There was a dwarf who might know something but he didn't know him, only Geralt. He would most likely speak to him rather than Harry. Harry sighed in annoyance but decided to sit under a tree near enough to the city and hoped that today would be the day. He started dozing lightly and began to ignore his surroundings as he waited. He wasn't sure how long he was there, but he was jerked awake when he felt something hit the side of his leg. He opened his eyes and looked up. Standing next to him was the tall, gray-haired companion he had been waiting for. Harry frowned. "You're late. Had some trouble at the border. Only those with some specific papers could get by," he explained. Harry frowned in annoyance. "Could have been avoided if you had just manned up and come with me." Harry grumbled. Geralt just looked at him. "Calm down. We're still making better time than if I had done this investigation by myself. I'd still be in Veland dealing with the Baron. Speaking of, did you find his wife and daughter?" Geralt asked as they started to walk towards the gates of Novigrad. "Of course I did. His daughter was at Oxenfurt and his wife was being held by some evil witches in a swamp. Killed the witches and freed their prisoners," Harry told him. "And by witches? I mean cursed beings using dark magic to harm others to supplement their own power." "I see. Sounds like it was probably better that you handled it," Geralt said as they walked under the gates into the entrance of the city. "They had a fiend with them. You could have had fun cutting that up." "A fiend, huh? Yeah, it was definitely better that you dealt with it, then. You sound lazy." "Humph." Geralt grunted as they entered a courtyard and saw what looked like a public execution. One of the people was clearly already dead, considering their body was only a charred corpse. There was, however, a woman about to be burnt at the stake. Harry didn't need to be told what was going on here. A witch burning. His face darkened as he saw the cheering crowd and the face of terror on the woman. "Why don't you go on ahead for a moment? I'll catch up with you momentarily," Harry told him. "I don't mind, but try and remember that we're trying to keep a low profile," Geralt reminded him. Harry nodded before disappearing from the man's view. Geralt blinked before shaking his head and, continuing on. Harry glided through the crowd undetected as he had a basic disillusionment charm as well as a notice-me-not charm to make sure no one would bother him. He reached the platform and climbed up onto it smoothly. No one had noticed him still, which meant there were no other magic users here or artifacts to break his illusions. "This which will be cleansed in the eternal fire," Priest yelled as he held a torch next to the pile of wood that the woman was on top of. He turned and lowered the torch towards the pile. Harry waved his hand smoothly in front of his form. Simultaneously, an explosive gust of wind crossed the stage and completely wiped the fire out before it could even touch the pile. The priest frowned and then turned towards one of the guards and told him to bring another torch and more oil. A guard ran up with another set and gave the equipment to the priest. At this point, the crowd stopped jeering and started murmuring amongst themselves. The priest took the oil lamp and was about to pour a coat of it to soak the tip of the torch. Harry waved his hand again and another gust of wind came through from a different direction. This one blew the priest right off the stage and onto the courtyard floor. He threw the oil lamp up into the air as he fell back and it dropped on top of him, spilling all over. As this was happening, the torch that had blown out early and was smoking relit and rolled slowly off the stage as well. The crowd's eyes widened in shock as they watched the torch slowly roll off and landed directly on top of the priest covered in oil. The priest immediately started screaming in terror as he burst into flames. He jumped in a panic and started running through the crowd, causing it to disperse as everyone tried to run from him in terror. Harry smirked as he walked up towards the woman tied up. He took the disillusionment charm off his form and widened it in a circle around him until it encompassed both him and the woman. The woman looked down at him. "Who are you?" she asked in fright. "Hadrian Black, King of the Avalonian Empire." "Who are you?" "I Felicia Cora. Wonderful to meet you, Felicia. I am going to help you get down and then help you get out of the city. Is that all right with you?" he asked as if he hadn't just caused a massive panic in the middle of a populated courtyard. A panic which was still happening around them. "Yes, please. I'll do anything," she yelled down to him. Harry held out his hand. The ropes around her dropped and he started levitating her down before she could fall. As soon as he tried to drop her on the ground, she almost collapsed again, causing him to reach out and grab her. He looked her over and saw her body was badly beaten. She must have been weak from the torture. Sorry about that. I forgot that you probably wouldn't be able to stand unassisted. Most of your wounds are scabbed over to some extent. You're probably in a good enough shape to apparate. Hold on tight. This is going to be disconcerting for you. Harry told her as he reached under her and lifted her in a bridal carry. The woman yelped at the unexpected movement, but Harry ignored it. He frowned for a moment. If he wanted to get her help and also come back, he couldn't take her all the way back to Avalon, it was too far. He could make it to Ardcowley though. Its facilities weren't as good, but it was better than most other places, so she should be fine. Hold on tight and don't move too much, otherwise you might leave something behind. Harry told her. She just looked at him confused. What are you? With a soft crack, they disappeared from the courtyard, and split second later they were in a building where people were moving about in healer clothes, attending to people who were in various states of some distress. Several healers looked towards him, and he could see a few of their eyes widening. King Hadrian, no time for chatting. This woman needs medical attention right now. I am leaving her in your care. I shall be paying for any medical expenses she accrues while here. I would be most upset if anything happened while she is under your care. Am I understood? He asked with a slight glare. After a moment of a lot of bowing and reassurances, he handed her to them. Thank you, King Hadrian. Felicia told him sincerely as she was taken away. Of course, Harry said with a nod and smile to her. A moment later and he was back at Novigrad without anyone the wiser. Harry immediately threw up a tracking charm to locate Geralt and started walking through the city. Took him maybe an hour before he found his companion. It seemed he had found a familiar face as well. Well, what do we have here? Harry asked rhetorically as he approached. The redhead next to him tensed and turned towards him, but Geralt was still at ease as he did so, clearly recognizing his voice. Harry, that didn't take too long. Of course it didn't. Who do you think you're talking to? And all that noise I heard earlier? You didn't cause any issues for us, did you? We're not about to be run out of the city, are we? Geralt, please. You're insulting me. I accomplished my goal with none being the wiser. And, as a bonus, I also got to set an annoying priest on fire. That's a double win in my book. Humph. Anyway, this is Geralt said, gesturing to his companion. Triss Merigold, yes I know. We've met. Harry said. Both Geralt and Triss frowned at that. You have? We have? Harry nodded. Oh yes. It was several years ago. I believe you were climbing Caer Morhen to meet Cirilla for the first time. Harry said to her. Geralt looked even more confused while Triss looked shocked. That was you? Indeed. Lovely to see you again, Triss. You look like you haven't aged a day. Harry joked, considering sorcerers could change their appearance and look pretty much any way they wanted. Ah yes. It is good to see you again as well. What have you been up to? She asked, clearly unsure of what to say. I've been good. I formed a kingdom and am currently the ruler of the biggest northern kingdom left. What about you? I hear you have been helping magic users across the border. Though I wasn't aware you were in Novigrad. Harry said back. Why did you meet Triss on her way to Caer Morhen? Geralt asked. Oh, she was in the middle of a snowstorm and it was getting bad, so I gave her a bit of a rest point. Harry said easily. Geralt frowned for a moment but said nothing else. Where are you two going? Harry asked. We just finished up some business at a granary. Triss is about to go home. I still have some business to do for our quest. Geralt said. Harry nodded. Well then, we best be off then. We're already behind. Harry said. Geralt and Triss said goodbye. Harry bid her goodbye as well before they separated. Well, that was awkward. Harry stated as they walked away. What? I mean, come on. Let's not pretend you didn't have an intimate relationship with her and that she's still not hung up on you. Plus, you definitely still feel something for her. I can tell. Harry told him. You're right. I do still care for Triss, but you love Yennefer. Harry said in understanding. Geralt nodded. Yes. Triss will always mean something, but Yennefer will always be my love. Geralt said. Harry nodded. They continued walking until they came up to a house with several thugs outside of it clearly trying to break in. This the place? Harry asked. Yep. You want to take this one? Fine. Geralt moved forward and approached the vagrants. Harry stopped paying attention to what was being said, and it soon didn't matter as Geralt started beating the vagrants unconscious with his fist. In a few moments they were down. That didn't take long. Harry said as he approached and subtly waved his hand over the downed bodies. What are you doing? Erasing their memories and telling them to skip town when they wake up. Harry said as he finished and stepped over the bodies. Geralt moved to the door and Harry unlocked it with a simple spell as they stepped in. Whose house is this? Harry asked. Dandelion's. Geralt started doing his investigation and Harry let him as he moved over to the owl that was sitting on a perch in the house. Harry stood in front of it and looked at it blankly for a moment. Alright, you fucking tossers. You get ready for a... Geralt? Harry turned and saw a dwarf enter the house that caused Harry to raise an eyebrow. Zoltan. Geralt said in greeting as he turned around. Geralt, you old rascal. Ha ha ha. What are you doing here? Zoltan asked as they greeted each other. They soon were talking and discussing with each other like old friends. Harry let them catch up for a moment and talk until Geralt pointed to him. This is Harry. Nice to meet you. Harry said politely. So, you're helping Geralt look for his little sparrow, are you? Indeed I am. May I ask you a question? Harry asked. Okay. Why do you have a pet sorcerer? Harry asked. Excuse me? The owl is a transformed sorcerer. Why do you have it here? I have no idea what you're talking. He was cut off as Harry unlocked the chain that was wrapped around the owl's leg. Almost immediately the owl started growing extremely quickly and glowing. A moment later and a ruffled woman appeared. She was attractive to be sure, wearing what was probably a once beautiful, if not provocative, dress. Now it was a little torn and had dirt on it in various places. There was also the rather conspicuous blindfold covering her eyes. Philippa Eilhart, great. What are you doing here? I could ask you the same thing, King Hadrian, she said, calling him out. Harry rose an eyebrow. He wasn't exactly hiding his identity, but he was surprised she recognized him, especially since she was blind. Philippa, I am 3 seconds away from putting you back into that owl body of yours permanently, especially since you know information that I would definitely prefer you didn't know, Harry said, referencing the fact that she clearly heard the entire conversation about what he and Geralt were doing. Humph. I am simply keeping out of the eyes of Radovid until I am ready to deal with him, she said darkly. Harry stared at her hard for a moment. Geralt, why don't you and Zoltan go figure out our next steps? Me and Philippa need to have a talk, Harry told him. All right, Geralt said as he and his dwarf friend exited the house. As soon as they did so, Harry cast several wards on the room to prevent entry as well as escape. Philippa frowned. Harry summoned 2 chairs for them both to sit down on. Si, fine. They both sat across from each other in silence as Harry glared at the woman. Philippa, as far as he was concerned, was one of the most dangerous sorceresses currently alive. While not the most powerful in the lodge, she was definitely the most ruthless of her sister sorceresses. Not only that, but her political background made her even more dangerous. Why are you pretending to be an owl for a dwarf? Harry started. You're a smart man, your grace. I'm sure you know why. You're hiding from Radovid. You picked Novigrad because they're holding off the Redanian forces so Radovid can't get in and know you're here. So more specifically, why Zoltan? It's complicated. Uncomplicate it so I have a reason to not use you as target practice, please. You're even more aggressive than I have heard. Shiala has a bigger mouth than I thought, Harry said back. Philippa tilted her head but didn't deny it. She didn't need to. 1, Harry wouldn't have been fooled, and 2, Harry was clearly looking for a reason to get rid of her, and lying would have been a perfect one. Anyway, I'll confess that my reasons for being in such a situation are not my own. I figured that with the magic suppression chain around your ankle. So, you came to Novigrad, but something happened that caused you to get captured. Not by the witch hunters though, since they would have loved to hand you over to Radovid. It also wouldn't explain why you were trapped as an owl. So you were tricked? Am I getting closer? I have a feeling there's no answer I can give that would make you believe otherwise to what you have already concluded on your own, so I will admit you to being correct in your guess. Philippa admitted begrudgingly. Explain further, please. Harry commanded, slipping into his monarch voice. Philippa was a fellow magic user, but also one that was an advisor and de facto ruler of rival kingdom. He would be more than within his right to deal with her as he sees fit. As you may know, Radovid took my eyes. I had a former colleague in Novigrad who I thought could help me regain my eyesight by regrowing the tissues on precious stone. Something that would be hard to do without eyes because of the efficiency required. Though I must say, it may have restored your eyesight, but unless you had some surprising breakthroughs in biomagical engineering, I can't imagine it would be comfortable. Harry pointed out, I can live with pain. I cannot live without my eyes. Philippa said in annoyance. I see. Harry thought on that for a moment. He could help her. Regrowing tissues was a rather rare thing magic-wise and was a semi-recent discovery in this world. In his world, there was a potion that could regrow tissue perfectly suited to the host in a painless process. As long as the wound was not inflicted through a magic spell or something similar, then it should not be a problem. Of course, did he even want to help Philippa? It may put her in his debt, but he wasn't sure if he believed she would honor that. She was a woman who did whatever she thought was in her best interest. So where do we go from here? I am unsure. I don't know what to do with you. You know too much about what is happening already for my comfort. What's worse, with your former position, I have no reason to place any trust in you. In all honesty, the best thing to do would be to kill you right now, regardless how I feel about your current condition. Harry finished. An understandable conclusion. Very well. Based on your impressive reputation and known magical repertoire, I doubt I could take you on at my best, let alone in my current condition. So what can I do to show that I will not be a threat? You tell me. A magical vow, perhaps? Continue. Let's negotiate. Negotiate, huh? You're quite the wordsmith from what I know. You're also known to be able to use loopholes to get around contracts. Harry pointed out. So what do you suggest besides killing me? I suppose I can carve some runes into you that will make sure you're not a threat. Harry said with a shrug. And what kind of runes would you be putting on me? I suppose I could just put a basic kill rune on you. It'll allow me to kill you from anywhere at any time should you betray me in any way. Harry replied nonchalantly. You want me to agree to allowing you to put a rune that'll kill me at any moment on my body? Want is a strong word. I really want to not have to worry about you knowing things you shouldn't. You wanted to have a way to assure me I wouldn't need to worry about that while also keeping you alive. This is what I call a compromise. It's a hostile negotiation. Maybe, but the way that the Lodge has been interacting with me and my empire is troublesome. Honestly, the whole playing both sides thing you guys do causes me to not have a lot of trust in most of you. You seem to know a lot about the Lodge.
Ibet Ido.
Harry said without saying anything further. So, if I want to walk out of this room, I need to agree to this? Seems like it. And if I do this, how long before you take the rune off? Philippa asked. I suppose as soon as what you know becomes obsolete. I don't know anything. You know Geralt is here, he is looking for Dandelion, and since you have been here for a certain amount of time, even in your owl form, I bet you could even figure out why. You're intelligent after all. The girl. See? You are smart. I take it you are interested in her then? Not in the same way as others, but yes. However, I would not like that to be public knowledge among the commons or your other
Contact.
Harry said. So, I have to wait until you find her? Indeed. Very well. Philippa said finally. Great. You can go. Harry said as he dropped the makeshift wards around the building. Wait, I don't understand. Don't you need to put the rune on? Oh, I already did. What? I am really good with runes as well as natural manipulation of magic in my immediate vicinity. I can imprint runes with pure magic onto any surface within a 7-foot radius of me. Harry said. Then where did you put the rune? Your lower back. It's the least accessible part of your body. Also, it won't show up unless I wish it to or it's activating. Overall, you should just hope not to see it at all. Harry told her. Fine, may I go, Your Grace? You may. Harry watched her leave silently. He was sure that she had some sort of safe house and was planning to stay in town. It was either that or make a run for the border. She could always set up a portal as well. Just to be safe, he silently instructed his little birds to keep an eye on her after this meeting. Harry sat and looked around the apartment. He was curious if Gerald found Dandelion yet. He hadn't seen the man with his spies the entire time he had scouted the city. He had decided to wait until Gerald had come to track the man down. Mainly because Dandelion didn't know him, so even if he did find the man and questioned him about Ciri, he wouldn't say anything. Gerald was necessary to find anything. If he came back today without anything, then he would throw out some tracking charms. As long as he wasn't hidden behind heavy wards, that is. Harry waited several hours until it was nighttime, in which both Zoltan and Gerald arrived. Well, look who's back. You find anything? Yes. Ciri was here. She came to Dandelion searching for something from one of the local gang bosses. They tried to steal it and both have gone missing. Did you find out where Dandelion was? Harry asked. I have some leads, but I am still looking. Then why don't we sleep here for the night, and tomorrow I'll throw out some tracking charms. Why didn't you do that today? Wasn't sure if it would be needed at first. Then there was the whole Philippa incident. And what did you do with Eilhart? Did you kill her? No, I put a failsafe on her to make sure she keeps quiet on our little investigation. Harry told her. Must have been some failsafe. Even I know how slippery she is, which means you must view her as an extremely deadly risk. I put an extremely deadly failsafe on her. Now let's sleep for a couple of hours to recharge our batteries and then go find your friend and hopefully Ciri. Harry said. HMPH. Fine. Zoltan was kind enough to make up a couple of spare cots for them. He softened his up a little with magic, which Gerald scoffed at him for. He told the old man to shut up and lay down on the bed. He closed his eyes and waited for the sleep to take him. He could handle less sleep than the average person, but he was no witcher. Therefore, when he opened his eyes again, Gerald was standing over him and waking him looking perfectly rested. Harry blinked the remaining sleep out of his and stood. Well, I am so glad we are all up and totally well rested after waking from 4 hours of sleep, Harry said as he cast a charm to see the time. It was just past midnight. Best time for investigation is the middle of the night when most are asleep. Gerald pointed out. You are right, of course. Let's get to it, Harry said as he cast a cleaning charm on both of them before walking down the stairs and out the door. Harry raised his hands and cast the tracking charm. A golden arrow appeared over it and started spinning for a moment before settling in a direction. He's southwest of our position. Let's head out, Harry said. Gerald nodded and they headed through the city. Harry watched the different faces pass by. It seemed like there were a lot of like people on the streets. Also, a lot of prostitutes. Some eyeballed them, but after taking another look at Gerald, who was clearly armored up and carrying a couple of swords, at least they left them alone. Eventually, the spell took them to the walls of the city. Harry frowned. He's not in the city. We need to make our way over to the nearest.
Gata?
Harry said. Gerald nodded and they moved down another path towards the nearest gate. When they got to the gates, the guards didn't even look twice at them. They looked both drunk and tired. They crossed a bridge and Harry watched the small floating arrow in hand start shifting, which meant they were closing in. He looked up and saw a guarded building that they were approaching. He tilted his hand and watched the arrow shift to continue pointing at the building. He cancelled the spell and nudged Gerald before gesturing towards the building. The man looked over and nodded. How do you want to do this? I doubt they'll willingly let us in considering it's guarded. They seem much more alert than the rest of the guards we have seen tonight. We either kill our way through or you let me sneak in by myself. Fine, I'll let you in by yourself. How long do you think it would take? 10 minutes or less. If you're not back in 30 minutes, then I'll make my way in. Perfect. See you soon, Harry said as he made his was to the side of the building away from the main entrance to avoid being seen. He cast silencing spells on himself as well as a disillusionment charm. He used a sticking charm to help him scale the walls. Once on top of the wall, he looked down at the courtyard and saw it was rather guarded on the inside as well. The guards seemed to be doing some basic patrolling. Harry waited a moment before hopping down and making his way across the courtyard. He waited for a moment before all the guards were out of sight before opening the door into the main building. The insides were rather small but still had a few people that looked to be playing Gwent in a corner together. He waited for a moment before making his way past. He found some stairs and made his way down into the basement. There were several doors, so he cast his tracking charm once more and walked by the doors until the tracking charm pointed at a door. He cancelled it and cast a simple unlocking charm on the door before opening it. He saw a man in a purple outfit sleeping on a cot on the side of the room. He closed the door and re-locked it behind him. He walked over and woke the man he could now identify was indeed Dandelion. He shook the man slightly and watched as his eyes started opening slowly. "Wake please. Ugh, my head. I think I have a headache. Oh, my bad. Should we postpone this escape until you feel better?" Harry asked sarcastically. "Escape what?" Dandelion said as he cleared his eyes and looked at him in confusion. "Who are you, Harry?" "I'm a sorcerer currently partnered with your friend Gerald to help you escape," Harry told him. Dandelion's eyes lit up. "Gerald? You came with Gerald? I knew he would come help me, knew sooner or later he would come here about well anyway. Can we go? Of course, I am going to teleport us. It will be disconcerting. Please hold on carefully to me at all times," Harry said. Dandelion eagerly grabbed onto him, and in a moment, they were no longer in the holding cell but outside the wall and next to Gerald. "That was fast," Gerald commented as he looked over his friend. "Gerald!" Dandelion exclaimed as Harry dropped his charms. Harry frowned and slapped the back of the man's head. "Are you stupid? We're still right next to the prison and it's the middle of the night. Stay quiet," Harry hissed. "Oh right. Sorry," Dandelion said quietly in embarrassment. "It's good to see you, Dandelion. Are you hurt?" Gerald asked.
"I'm okay.
"It's not like I'm related to magic users or anything, so they didn't treat me too bad. Though Menge did question me a bit." "Who is Menge?" Harry asked. "The leader of the witch hunters in Novigrad. I ran into him when we first split off from each other for the first time." "He a problem?" Harry asked. "He might be. We did just break out one of his prisoners. I doubt it will be too long before he finds that out and issues a search party," Gerald pointed out. "Okay, then let's just skip town," Harry suggested. "Oh, I live here. I would prefer to not do that," Dandelion said. Harry rolled his eyes. "Urg, fine. I'll kill Menge and his witch hunters. You go with Gerald and start talking. I'll meet you at his place. Sound good?" "Well, you can't just walk in and kill him," Dandelion said skeptically. "Yeah, I can. I'll be back soon." "Fine. See you soon." Nothing to high profile, he didn't want to burn down the whole city on accident. He supposed he could just mow down all the people inside. That sounded smart. It also would be pretty cathartic for him. He hated these guys. "Alright, let's do this." With that, he dropped down silently from the roof and landed in the courtyard of the outpost. "Hey, who the hell are you?" Harry looked and saw two men approaching him fully armed. He waved once with a smile. "Hello, gentlemen. I am a powerful sorcerer and I am here to kill everyone in this outpost," Harry said with a creepy amount of cheer. Their eyes widened then frowned before pulling out their swords. "Don't move, you're coming with us." Nope. Harry twitched and they suddenly turned to each other before suddenly slamming into each other violently. They then suddenly had their swords banished into their own bodies, killing them. That was easy. He then walked over to the main building and cast an explosive charm at the wall. He then watched the wall explode into a million pieces and everything on the other side get thrown backwards violently. There were panicked yells and screams of pain as Harry walked through the gigantic hole casually as he looked at the random people panicking inside. "Evening, gents. I thought I would just let myself in. Hope you don't mind," Harry said. It took only a moment before several men charged at him. A severe cutting charm later and 4 heads rolled off their respective bodies and fell to the floor. "That wasn't hard. Don't you have some magic chains you're supposed to be trying to wrap around me? You're a fool if you think you can just walk in here and leave alive, witch." Harry looked up lazily at a bald man wearing similar armor to the rest of the men but more formal and upper-class looking.
Menge I presume?
"Indeed. Get a good look at me. It'll be the last face you will ever see."
Menge repeated.
"I doubt it," Harry said back. Harry didn't waste any time as he levitated several bodies off the ground and threw them at Menge. He watched the man panic and try to dodge the flying bodies. He dodged the first one, but the next three slammed into him and threw him into the wall. It was all the distraction he needed to cast another exploding charm at the downed man. He watched as Menge's eyes widened as he saw the red bolt approaching him quickly. He had no time to get up or move, and the bolt collided directly into his chest, causing the upper part of his body to explode everywhere, leaving nothing left but a pair of legs. Well, that was easy. How do you people even catch any magic users that have moderate power or above? Harry asked himself as he walked through the base and occasionally threw some spells to drop random hunters that approached him. It only took a few more exploding charms before the outpost started to collapse around him. He then quickly exited the building. He watched as the building slowly collapsed in on itself and then settled. Well, that didn't take too long, Harry said. Harry looked up for the first time and realized for the first time that sky had actual light in it, now showing it was morning. Geez, I must have really taken my time with all this destruction. I suppose I should head back to Gerald. Well, maybe I should leave something here in case they come back, Harry said. With that, Harry started casting several curses all over the place to make sure that no one would come back and rebuild it. With that, Harry operated away back to Dandelion's house. He blinked and saw Dandelion and Gerald sitting at a table and sipping some sort of drink together, looking a lot calmer and actually happy. You look happy, Harry commented. We've been waiting here for a while and have been catching up. What about you? Gerald said. Menge is dead. A lot of his witch hunters are dead. Oh, and I cursed the land to make sure they couldn't rebuild their outpost on it. Harry said. Sounds productive. Gerald said. You really killed Menge? Wow. Gerald was right, you are good. He tells me you are helping him find little Ciri. That I am. Speaking of, did you happen to have some useful information on where she might be? Harry asked. Unfortunately, Dandelion could only confirm that she was not captured and no longer in Novigrad. Gerald said. Harry groaned deeply in annoyance. Come on, Harry said. It's fine, that just leaves Skellige left. Gerald said. Only if she's there, Gerald. If she's not, then we have just wasted a whole bunch of time and lost all our leads. Please, for the love of God, let Yennefer have found something. Harry said, talking to himself at the end. It's fine. I'm confident that we will find something tangible in Skellige. Gerald said calmly. Harry eyed him for a moment before taking a deep breath and nodding. Fine, to Skellige. Actually, I was hoping you could do something here while I head there first. Gerald said. Oh? And what would that be? Harry asked. Ciri made some enemies while she was here. We were hoping you could deal with that for us. Gerald said. Killing Ciri's enemies? I could do that. How long will it take you to reach Skellige? Harry asked. About a week. Assuming the weather conditions are fair. Gerald said. Done. Make a list and I'll have everyone on it scratched off. Harry said. Not all of them need to die. I will make a note of which ones do and which ones don't. Gerald said. Humph. I'm not putting too much effort into the ones I don't have to kill. They get in line or they die. Harry said. Fair. Also, one more thing, Gerald drifted. Harry rose an eyebrow. Triss. She asked for our help while we were here with some projects. I told her if we had some time, we would for old times. Gerald said as he looked at him. Harry rolled his eyes. Mother of one of my friends, and she tried to adopt me. Looking back on it, it was quite strange. Harry said to him. I see. Well, thank you, regardless of the reasons. Gerald said. You're welcome. So, what are we drinking? Early chapter release to honor Core 0Y0 Kai, who just had a birthday recently. 1272. Harry stood looking with no small amount of boredom as he watched the train of magic users being led onto a ship destined for Cover and Povis. He had to be honest, he didn't know there was still this many magic users and creatures still in Novigrad. You certainly wouldn't know it from simply walking around the city. If he had not killed an outpost full of witch hunters earlier in the week, this would probably have been a lot harder to accomplish. Of course, there was still the Church of the Eternal Fire, though they seemed to understand that they needed to stay away. He was surprised no one had figured out that the King of Avalon was here messing around, but everyone certainly knew a powerful mage was in town. Without their attack dogs, the church was staying away. They were still doing their annoying sermons to the masses, but they hadn't done anything to antagonize him. If they had, Harry would have gone and burnt their fancy church to the ground. I want to thank you again for doing this, Hadrian. Tris sighed at his side as she looked up at him. Harry looked down at the pretty red-headed sorceresses for a moment before smiling. Of course, I was happy to help, he told her. I'm sure. So, Gerald tells me you're a friend of Ciri's? Indeed, Ciri visited my world when I was about 17. Actually, when I met her, we didn't know each other that long, maybe 6 months. Despite our rather short time together, she helped me through a very difficult part of my life and connected with me on a level that I had not experienced with anyone else. We had quite a bit in common after all. So, you decided to find a way to come to this world? Well, not exactly. There was this dimensional portal in my world that I knew of. I was kind of stagnating in my world, so I decided to jump to a different one. I memorized the way the portal was made so I could do another jump if I wished. When I went through it though, I was expecting to land on a random world. What I did not count on was this. Harry finished as he reached into his shirt and pulled out a medallion with a snarling wolf on it. A Witcher medallion? Did Ciri give it to you? Indeed, she did. Lucky for me too. It was the only thing that I had from another different dimension, so when I went through the portal, it detected the trace residue on the medallion from this dimension and brought me here. It brought me around to the time the medallion wasn't around, but it's not exactly an accurate method. I landed about 100 years ago to 150 years ago. Still, considering it was an unexpected surprise, I was grateful. Harry explained. And ever since you've been just waiting on Ciri? Well, not exactly. I am a child of prophecy in my home dimension, so I know what it's like from first-hand experience. I knew that every she turned, Ciri would have people trying to take advantage of her. Of course, I figured she could count on her family, but there's not too many she considers in that group. She would need a little extra help. So, I created a kingdom and I now have an army at my command. I figured Ciri could use a powerful ally that had no longing to manipulate her. Harry admitted. That's a lot of work to put in for someone who you only met for 6 months. Tris commented. Harry nodded in agreement. True, but I am someone who was always willing to go all in for my friends and loved ones. Because of my power, influence, and skill set, I can do more than the average person. That, and I have had plenty of time to do some planning and setting up. I was capable of doing a lot, so I did. Besides, not like I had anything else to do. Harry said to her. Well, I suppose when you put it like that. Exactly. Well, I suppose I should head to Skellige. Gerald should be there or getting close at this point. Wait, I thought you still had to deal with Horson Jr.? He has been dealt with. Once I discovered some of his extracurricular activities, I captured him. I have him stored somewhere and I am going to take him to Yennefer and Gerald. Why? I am sure that they will wish to take their own pound of flesh from him once I explain the situation to them. Harry explained to her without trying to give too much away. The truth is, when Harry had found Junior, he had been absolutely disgusted with the man. After he had finished restraining the man, he spent some time making sure the girls he had found in the man's house had a proper burial. That doesn't sound good. Makes me sound you're hiding something, so I won't also want to turn at him. You're right. Still, Ciri's parents get precedence. If there's anything left, then I'll allow her older sister to have a turn. Harry told her. Tris's cheeks colored at his words, and she turned to try and hide it. Is that what she said? Ciri, did she tell you she thought of me as an older sister? Well, of course. Did she not ever tell you? Harry asked in confusion. Well, we were always close, but she never outright and said it. It's nice to know she feels the same. Tris said the last part to herself. Harry smiled again. Well, good. All right then, I am off. I'd hate if Gerald got there earlier than anticipated and continued on without me. Harry told her. Of course. Goodbye, Your Grace. Thank you again for your assistance. Tris said with a slight bow. Harry glared at her and she chuckled in amusement. Right. Hadrian then. There you go. Goodbye, Tris. I will see you when I find the little swallow. Harry said. With that, he apparat away from the Novigrad docks. Kair trolled. Harry apparat on to the top of a hill next to the town he was supposed to meet Gerald at and looked down on it. The small coastal town seemed to bathe in a somber mood which caused Harry to pause for a moment. He hoped it was nothing serious or worse, something to do with Yennefer. He walked calmly down the side of the hill and approached the entrance to the town. He saw a lot of the people look at him with suspicion. He wasn't surprised. The people here lived a tough life, and tougher times made its people tough as well. Harry might look somewhat impressive, but he wasn't beefed or as rough-looking like the people here. That, along with his comfortable-looking clothes, probably had many thinking he was some soft child. He walked around a little before reaching out with his sense to see if he could notice Yennefer. She should be close by after all. As soon as he did so, he almost immediately noticed her presence. It wasn't hard to notice either. She was one of only 2 major magical presences nearby, and both were up at the castle. Harry then ducked behind a shack and once more operated up further on to the mountain next to the small town and onto the bridge that led into the castle. As he appeared, he saw 2 guards standing in front of the entrance who looked in surprise at him. That surprise quickly turned into suspicion. Harry approached calmly. "Greetings. I am Hadrian Black, King of the Avalonian Empire. I have come to meet with an acquaintance who should be expecting my arrival," Harry said, summoning his cold, magical presence to wrap around him to give credence to what he was saying. The 2 men looked at him and then each other with uncertainty. Clearly, they had not been expecting to deal with this today. "King Hadrian, do you have some proof of who you claim to be?" one of the guards asked. Harry rose an eyebrow. "Oh, like what? Would a crown do, or should I summon a storm of unholy fire to desecrate everything as far as the eye could see?" Harry asked. The 2 men immediately shrank as they watched black flames suddenly come to life and lazily circle around Harry. Though the heat at being so close was no doubt extreme, the dark feeling the flames inspired within them was most likely even more terrifying. "Error, of course. Apologies, King Hadrian," the other said quickly. Immediately the flames cut out and the cold, oppressive feeling emanating from Harry cut out. He gave a curt nod in response. "Good. It is fine. Now about my request, right? Who is it you are here to see? We will need to confirm they are expecting you before letting you within our castle," the man said, clearly trying to hold himself together. "That is fine. I am meeting one Yennefer of Vengerberg," Harry said. Immediately, a look of unpleasantness appeared on both of their faces. This didn't surprise him. Yennefer could be a difficult person to digest. She was certainly an acquired taste, and her bluntness sometimes separated her from others. "Very well. I will go inform her," one of them said before turning and walking into the castle. It was a good thing neither of them had said anything unpleasant. Harry rather liked Yennefer and might have thrown these men off this bridge had they said something out of line. Watching the man continue to walk towards and into the castle, Harry summoned a comfortable chair so he could sit down as he waited for the man to return. The guard that remained looked at him in surprise. "Didn't know sorcerers could do that," he stated in surprise. "Not all of them can. I am just special," Harry told him easily. They didn't say anything else as the other guard exited the castle and approached them both at a faster pace than when had left. "Apologies for the wait. You are free to enter. Lady Yennefer is in the main hall with the rest of the court," the guard said. Harry nodded before walking past them smoothly. The chair disappeared as soon as he stood up from it. As he got to the castle, he walked through a rather small courtyard before going up some stairs and entering into the main hall. It would seem that there were several that were waiting on him. He recognized Yennefer first, of course. She was the pretty brunette in a stylish black and white outfit and her characteristic necklace/choker. Next to her was an older but regal and powerful-looking man who looked rather familiar to him. There was also a woman there as well. She looked regal and might even be considered if the scowl she was sporting did not ruin the look. There were others there as well, such as the other man whom he recognized to have magic, and a few that were milling about the room doing their own thing. "King Hadrian," Yennefer greeted politely. Harry's cold exterior cracked as he gave her a playful glare. She didn't seem to pick up on the playful nature, though, as she tensed once he did so. "My friends and allies are to only call me Hadrian." Having titles be used in such casual conversation would imply I thought myself above you when I would prefer we meet as equals, Harry told her. Yennefer gave him a surprised look for a moment before giving him a small smile and nod. "Of course you honor me. It was not my intention. I was simply speaking the truth." Harry told her blandly, though this time she did seem to pick up on the humor he was using as she smiled. "Ah, I like this one," the big and older man said with a short but deep laugh. Harry turned to him. He held out his hand. The man took it with ease. "Hadrian Black, King of the Avalonian Empire, at your service," he said politely. "Cratch and Crate of Skellige, at yours," the man introduced. When he said his name, Harry's eyes lit with recognition. "Ah, you are the nephew of the late Ice Torsich," Harry said. Cratch frowned at the name. "Did you know my uncle?" "Mostly by reputation. It was your Aunt Calanthe I was more familiar with. I was saddened by both their passing. Though Ice died in combat fighting for his loved ones. Not all of us can die so nobly," Harry said. "True indeed. Good to see some on the mainland still know and respect the old ways," Cratch said, seemingly pleased. Harry then turned to the scowling woman. "I am afraid I do not know your name, my lady," Harry said, clearly asking for her name. His lack of knowledge seemed to upset her. She turned her nose up at his offered hand, causing Harry to return it to his side. "I am Berna Bran, the Queen Mother of the current King of Skellige," she said with arrogance, as if he was somehow beneath her. That wasn't what had his attention, though. "Queen Mother? She's the former wife of Bran," Cratch said with some displeasure as he glared at the woman. "Former?" Harry said, picking up on the word. "Yes, you have unfortunately caught Skellige at an unfortunate time. King Bran has just passed," Yennefer told him. Harry's eyes widened at that. "Dead? How?" he asked, not quite believing it. He had never met the man face to face, but he had seen him before. Despite his old age, he was sure he could last for some more years. The king was feeling old and started to hear the call of the next world. He went into the woods to hunt a bear with only a knife. The bear may have finished him, but he died exactly how he wished, in battle, Cratch said with pride about his uncle. Harry nodded. "I see. You have my condolences, but I am sure your uncle will be dining in the Hall of Warriors by now." "Has the funeral been conducted?" Harry asked. "No, it will be tomorrow," Cratch said. "I hope you will allow me to bear witness. Though we have never met, I had great respect for your king and wish to pay those respects one last time," Harry said with some passion. "Of course," Cratch said in understanding. "If you don't mind, I would like to talk to Hadrian, alone," Yennefer said. The rest of the group seemed to nod, and with that, Harry and Yennefer left the room, walking side by side. As soon as they were out of earshot, Harry decided to speak. "I assume Geralt has not yet arrived?" Harry questioned. "Not yet, as far as I know. Unfortunate. It is, but it is not the only issue we have," Yennefer said. Harry looked at her. "What issues then?" "There was recently a disaster on Ard Skellige caused by a seemingly random burst of magic." "Yennefer." Harry looked at her sharply. "Ciri?" he asked with some hope. "I believe so, but I unfortunately cannot be sure. The site of the burst is controlled by Ermion and he refuses to allow me access," Yennefer told him, causing Harry to frown in annoyance. His frown then turned into one of confusion. "That name sounds familiar. He's more commonly known as Mousesack," Yennefer said. No, Harry recognized the name. The man was an old druid who had even taken care of Ciri at one point in her life. "Why is he blocking our path? I thought he would be someone who is willing to help find Ciri." "I have no told him that is who I am hoping to find," Yennefer admitted. "Do you not trust him with the knowledge?" Harry asked. "It's not a matter of trust, but I would prefer to let as few people know of our true mission as possible," Yennefer revealed. "Always one to hold the cards as close to your chest as possible," Harry commented with some amusement. "So, you are fine with that arrangement?" she questioned. "For now," was all he said in response. "How do you plan to get past him then?" "I am hoping Cratch and Crate will allow it. Mousesack has to listen to him," Yennefer said. "He's a friend of you and Geralt's, is he not?" Harry asked. "He is, but it has been a while. I was hoping to catch him in a better mood, but then Bran died." "I see. How long do you plan to wait?" "Not long. Tomorrow or the day after. Those on Skellige do not mourn for long," Yennefer pointed out. Very well. Is there anything I can do for you right now?" Harry asked.
No.
"I think for now you should lay low. Things are already tense here without a former ruler coming for an unexpected visit. Best not to do anything to push our luck quite yet. Smart, though I am confident I wouldn't be caught if I wished to sneak around. Still, I will default to your wishes for now, Harry said. Yennefer nodded, seemingly relieved to hear so. Harry stood silently on a raised platform watching as Bran was settled onto the longboat and was about to be pushed off. As he watched, Harry felt a soft shove to his side. He looked to his left and saw Yennefer trying to catch his eye. Once their gazes met, hers moved to the right of him and she gave a slight gesture for him to look in the direction that she was looking. Harry turned and immediately saw what she was talking about. Geralt was slowly approaching the platform before stopping at the bottom. He saw several people nod at the Witcher in respect before once more paying attention to the ceremony. Harry did the same before looking back. The ceremony was somber as a man spoke in favor of the king and his journey to the next land. A woman approached the longboat. Ermion tried to stop her, but she refused his advice and continued. She climbed onto the longboat and started to cry on top of the dead king. Birna should be the one to go, he heard someone murmur. Harry frowned in thought. He wasn't an expert on the culture of these islands, but now that he heard that, he remembered something about that. Though he could not fault anyone for not dying just because their spouse did, it certainly did not look good that the king's mistress was willing to go with him and his wife didn't. He glanced over and saw Birna had a cold and unemotional look on her face as she watched the scene. A moment later, as the longboat pulled away from the harbor, someone shot a flaming arrow at it and the whole thing went up in a bonfire. To her credit, he did not hear the woman scream as the flames engulfed her and her former lover. He sent a silent prayer out for her before turning away. With that, the ceremony was over and people were turning away and leaving. Geralt approached and started offering his greetings to the various people assembled here. Harry leaned down to Yennefer. I will meet you at the inn after you are done here, he said before departing. He had no interest to muck around hearing the greetings that needed to be made. He had only been here a day and he was already starting to get antsy. It didn't take long for Geralt to come into the room, though he seemed to come by himself, which caused Harry to frown. Geralt, Hadrian, he said in greeting. At least you were on time this time. More luck than anything else. The trip over was eventful, Geralt told him. Harry gave a soft chuckle. With you involved, I am not surprised. Where is Yennefer? Did she have some other business? Harry asked. There's a feast about to happen. She wants us both to join her at the keep. She wants me to change into something more appropriate, Geralt said. Harry nodded. He had heard something about a feast, though he was not aware they would be participating in it. Very well, I will allow you to change and meet you there. Harry was already quite settled into the hall with a cup of mead at a table when Geralt and Yennefer finally entered. They didn't immediately approach him, of course. Small talk needed to be made, no matter how much it annoyed him at the moment. He watched them go from guest to guest and even talked to some of the Jarls of Skellige. At one point, Harry even watched Geralt get into a fist fight with one of the Jarls and lay him on his ass, which caused the hall to cheer for a moment. Harry couldn't help but smirk and take a very satisfying sip from the show. Finally, the couple made their way over to him. Hadrian, Yennefer greeted. Yennefer, he returned. You seem to be enjoying yourself, Geralt said as he took him in, sitting at a table sipping mead with calmness. Harry snorted at his assertion. Hardly. I will admit to already becoming antsy at the lack of progress we have been making, Harry admitted. Then you may rest easy with the knowledge that we will be accomplishing something tonight and then hopefully tomorrow as well, Yennefer said, sitting across from him as Geralt did the same. Harry scrunched his brow at hearing that. He opened his palm and silently cast a spell on the table and its surroundings. We may talk freely. People will hear us talking, but not comprehend what we are saying, Harry explained. That's handy. Most definitely, Harry agreed. So here is what we're going to do. Tonight, we are going to break into Ermion's workshop and steal an artifact that we need to help in our locating series. Ermion has been refusing our efforts so far, Yennefer replied. Harry nodded as he processed that. And tomorrow? Harry asked. With the ceremony and feast over with, we can finally, hopefully have a more in-depth conversation with Cratch and should be able to convince him to allow access to the site of the burst of magic. Yennefer said, "Excellent. Well, we can't all leave together, that would look strange. I will claim to leave no and wait for a while until you two can sneak away." Harry said, "My thoughts exactly," Yennefer said as she smoothly stood and had Geralt follow. Harry watched them leave and waited for a few more minutes before bidding good night to those still celebrating. As soon as he was outside, he made his way over to a side of the keep and disillusioned himself. He cast a warming charm on himself and waited in the snowfall for his companions. It didn't take long for Yennefer and Geralt to sneak out. He dropped the disillusion as they approached. "Ready? Yes. Let's get this done as quickly as possible before someone notices," Geralt said. "Come on. I know where the laboratory is," Yennefer said. The three of them went back into the keep and Yennefer led them through the unfamiliar territory. Eventually, they went down some stairs and saw a door with several crows seemingly standing watch over the door. "Hermion's little spies," Yennefer said. "No issue. I can hide our presence from them with ease," Harry said. Before they could respond, Harry closed his eyes and pressed his hands together in an almost prayer-like fashion. A ripple seemed to emit from them and Harry opened his eyes once more. "There, they shouldn't notice us at all now," Harry said. "Do you also have a way to get past the locked door?" Yennefer asked with a raised eyebrow. "Probably, but let me see what kind of enchantments he has," Harry said. Harry waved his hand smoothly in a silent diagnostic spell to see what he was dealing with. He frowned once he was finished. "There is no magic physically protecting the door," he murmured as he cast the simplest unlocking charm he knew and heard the door click open. "It's not surprising, I suppose. Hermione is a druid, not a sorcerer. While powerful in nature magic, his skills outside of it are non-existent," Yennefer explained. That does make sense," Harry agreed. Geralt said nothing at all until they entered the room. Inside was a cluttered roomful of all sorts of books and trinkets. Where would he have this thing stored? "I'm not quite sure. Look around for clues," Yennefer said. Harry smirked and gestured to Geralt. "Welp, you're up, pal," Harry told him. Geralt scoffed good-naturedly before going to work. Harry had a look around as well, trying to cast several revealing spells, though he had a feeling something hidden would not be hidden by magic. As Yennefer said, Hermione was a druid, not a sorcerer. Harry turned at the grunt and saw Geralt standing in front of a bronze statue of a thinking man. He approached. "You think this is something?" Harry asked as he analyzed the statue. "His hands are worn like something is placed and removed from it often," Geralt pointed out. Harry noticed once he pointed it out and frowned. "A secret mechanism? Do we perhaps have to put something in his hands to open it, do you think?" he asked. "Yes. Look around for something that might be placed in his hands," Geralt said. They immediately split up and started looking around the cluttered room. Harry wasn't exactly sure what they were looking for, if he was honest. There were a lot of things in the room that could fit in the statue's hands. "Here, try this," Yennefer said, holding up a cup. Harry looked at it curiously. Why would she think it would be this? She tossed it to Geralt and he put it in the statue's grasp. As soon as he did so, a noise was heard and immediately, a section of the wall disappeared and showed a secret chamber. "Was that a guess?" Harry asked, looking at Yennefer. "An educated one, but yes," she said with a smirk. He shrugged at that before turning his attention back to the new chamber. "You think anything is waiting for us down there?" Harry asked. "I am sure there is," Geralt said gruffly. Geralt, come here and don't move," Harry ordered. The older-looking man gave him a curious eye before acquiescing to his request. He immediately started casting on the man and watched as a soft blue glow appeared on his clothes before fading. "What was that?" Geralt asked. "I magically strengthened and reinforced your clothes so it acts more like armor. It has some weaknesses though. It can only take so many hits and strong blunted damage will still not feel great. Try to avoid getting hit," Harry told him. Geralt looked down impressed. "So it's like a more powerful Quensign?" Yes and no. I mean, they essentially do the same thing in trying to protect you from damage, just in different ways, I suppose," If it's easier for you to think of it like that though, then sure, Harry said. Geralt nodded before they continued down. They went down some stairs and Harry was glad he had given Geralt the armor. An earth elemental awaited them. After tensing for a moment, Harry calmed as he saw the elemental do nothing. He looked around the rest of the room before his eyes found an intriguing object. I take it that is the artifact we are looking for? He questioned. Indeed it is. The mask of Ouroboros. Yennefer said, eyeing it with a small amount of awe. I'm betting that thing activates the moment we go for it. Geralt said. Agreed. If it activates as soon as we touch it, we have a few choices. 1. I can teleport us out immediately as soon as we grab it. There's a high chance it would be able to reach the portal and follow us if we do that. Yennefer pointed out. I didn't say to use a portal, I said teleport. It's pretty instantaneous. Harry corrected with a smirk. Yennefer immediately gained a fascinated look at his words, but was interrupted by Geralt before she could question him. What's the other option? Geralt asked. We grab it and fight the elemental before exiting in a, hopefully peaceful manner, Harry said. If your method of travel is instant, then I see no reason we should not attempt to use that. Yennefer said eagerly. Harry couldn't quite tell if she was saying it to avoid a fight or because she wanted to see another form of magical transport that was faster than a portal. Geralt immediately grimaced. Yennefer took notice and interrupted him before he could complain. Oh, don't complain too much, dear. I promise I will make it up to you after this. Yennefer said, giving her lover a sultry smirk. Geralt immediately seemed much more supportive of the idea. Well, if you think it's better, he said, trailing off. Harry snorted at the man's actions, causing the Witcher to glare at him. Whatever, let's grab the mask and get out of here, Harry said as he approached it. He watched Yennefer reach out, and as she did so, he made sure to put a hand on the couple in preparation. As soon as she wrapped her hands around the mask, there was a groan from the elemental. Not that it mattered since they disappeared with a pop. Almost immediately, they were back in Yennefer's room back at the inn in the town. As soon as they landed, both Yennefer and Geralt started gasping as they tried to steady themselves. That was unsettling. Yennefer said as she took several deep breaths. That's an understatement, Geralt said while copying her actions. Harry just rolled his eyes at the dramatics. Oh, it wasn't so bad, you big whiners. You'll be happy to know that it is never as bad as the first time, and the more you do it, the more comfortable it gets. Harry said. I should hope so, Yennefer said with some snark. Well, I assume that is all for the day. I am going to go find myself some sleeping accommodations since I am sure that I wouldn't appreciate sharing a room with you two tonight, Harry said with a pointed look. Yennefer just stared back unashamedly and Geralt actually smirked at him. He rolled his eyes at them. He held out his hand and gave them a bronze coin. Here, rub this and say my name and it will summon me. You'll probably not know where I am staying, so it'll be easier to find you than the other way around, Harry told them. Yennefer took the coin and gave it a cursory glance before nodding. Very well, we will see you tomorrow. Now, if you will excuse us, Geralt and I have some catching up to do, she said saucily before shoving him out of the room and shutting the door. Gross. Harry looked at Geralt and Yennefer as they stood near some random men and Ermion. Judging by the fact that they dressed similarly to Ermion, he assumed they too were druids. Harry was a little confused. He had assumed Yennefer would call him in the morning to talk to Cratch, but apparently she did it with Geralt on their own and then called him once reaching this camp. So, you were their accomplice in this endeavor? Ermion accused. Harry rose a questioning eyebrow at him. Did they know about the mask? He looked over at Yennefer and she nodded reluctantly. If you're talking about the mask, then yes. It is necessary for our task, and if the circumstances weren't what they were, I would have been more opposed to doing such. Unfortunately, the stakes were too high, Harry said. High stakes? You know nothing of high stakes. The gods themselves will punish us for what we are about to do. Watch your words. Don't think that your lack of experience with such things translates to me. I have had to deal with immortal beings before and can handle myself just fine. Harry snapped at the man with a glare that seemed to cause him to back down, if only a little. Ermion looked him over for a moment. We will see, he said finally. I'm sure. Yennefer, what are we doing here? Harry asked. We are going to approach the place where the magical burst was. We are going to use the mask to see what happened. While we do so, though, we need to prepare for complications. I can deal with complications, Harry said. Yennefer nodded, seemingly pleased by his words. Good. No, not good. You cannot use the mask. You must return it immediately. Hermione yelled. Absolutely not. You have no say. A king you may be, but you have no influence here. Hermione said with a glare. I am not here as a king. I am here as someone trying to help someone they care for. No one shall get in the way of that. Harry said simply. He had already noticed, he just needed to stall Hermione a little longer. And you plan to doom all of Skellige in this pursuit? No, I will make sure to clean up any messes I cause. While I am not sure if I believe a bona fide god or goddess would interfere, I will make sure to stop them from destroying the islands. Harry said. And how do you PLA? The man was interrupted mid-sentence as thunder rumbled violently and it started to rain. The winds picked up heavily and immediately Hermione started looking around. Where did she go? What did she do? Hermione asked in a panic. I assume she used the mask. Oh well, no use arguing any further. Not is the time for action. Geralt, let's move, your sorceress needs backup. Harry said as he took off in the direction he saw Yennefer go towards. It didn't take long sprinting through the forest. She was wearing the mask and there seemed to be a fog centered around her. She unleashed a torrent of lightning from her form, and he saw why when he saw several forms suddenly appear and stumble once hit with lightning. He leapt forward and downwards. As he landed, he unleashed a massive quake in the direction of the creatures, causing them to deeply stumble. He stood quickly and made an injured motion with his hands, and suddenly, the heads of the creatures were injured cleanly from their bodies. I see you started the fun without me, Harry said to Yennefer. She took off the mask and shrugged. I needed to take my chance while Hermione was distracted, she said as Geralt approached. She looked at him and tossed him the mask. You wear the mask. I will look into your mind and see what you see. Hadrian, you can protect us, I hope? She asked while looking at him. You don't even have to ask. Let's get this started, Harry said as he started to grab hold of his magic from within and prepared for battle. Immediately, Geralt put on the mask and started walking. They approached a partially destroyed area where Geralt stops for a moment. Ciri was here and then she moves, he said. As soon as he said, more foglets appeared and approached them. Harry made a claw with one hand and raised it towards the sky. As he did so, several earth spikes sprung from the ground and hit into the foglets, killing them instantly. Let's keep going, Harry said. This repeated several times with Geralt apparently watching Ciri do battle with the wild hunt before moving on. As this continued, Harry continued to kill the annoying foglets. They could make themselves invisible in the fog they produced, but Harry was sensitive to magic use and could sense it rather easily. Because of this, Harry could track them easily and could kill them without much trouble. Eventually, Yennefer and Geralt stopped moving. Seems Ciri went from here to Velen, Yennefer said, seemingly disgruntled. Harry immediately felt his jaw clench. Is that all? He asked, trying to contain himself. No, we have another lead. She appears to have an ally, a mage. You don't happen to have anything to do with that, would you? Yennefer asked. Harry frowned at this new knowledge.
No.
As I have said, I have issues finding Ciri. Harry explained. Well, we're trying to find him, Yennefer said. Do you have any idea what you have done? Hermione yelled rhetorically as he stormed at them. Harry sighed in annoyance and moved away to allow Yennefer to deal with the man. They began to talk, and once Yennefer mentioned Ciri and the wild hunt, Hermione's anger turns to horror. The wild hunt? After Ciri? Yes, Yennefer confirmed. Hermione went silent at this knowledge as he processed the new information. This changes things, Hermione said. Geralt handed him back the mask. We apologize for deceiving you and taking the mask, but we were not sure if you would have been more opposed due to the knowledge of who was involved. Yennefer said finally. She sounded sincere, or at least as sincere as she could. The mask has lost its power. It is useless now, Hermione declared. We know you are not happy, but there is one more trail we need to follow out here. Ciri had an ally and we're trying to track him. Geralt explained. Ermion seemed to weigh his options for a moment for nodding. Very well. Let us get this done with, he said. They moved over as Geralt used his enhanced senses to continue to follow a trail further into the forest. They soon came to a fallen tree and Geralt approached it. Can one of you? He asked, gesturing to the fallen trunk. Harry casts a charm quickly and immediately it started floating up into the air. Beneath it, a body with rather pristine armor lay unmoving. A warrior of the Wild Hunt, Ermion said in horror. Geralt approached the body and examined it. Body has signs of being attacked with weapons. Wounds indicate magic, Geralt said. Unbelievable. To believe there was another attack, Ermion said. Harry's face snapped to the man almost immediately. What do you mean? He questioned. A village on the Isle of Hindersfall was attacked. Lofoten was attacked, he said. Harry immediately looked over at Yennefer and Geralt. They apparently had the same idea. We need to get to Lofoten right now. Every second we waste, our lead grows colder. Harry stated. I hate to agree, but he's right, Geralt said with reluctance, clearly knowing what was coming next. I'll make a portal. We're not in so much a rush that I believe we need to use your unique methods, Yennefer said, directing the last part to him. Buncha babies, Harry mumbled, just loud enough for them to hear. Harry watched as Yennefer opened a portal and walked through. Geralt bid goodbye to Ermion and Harry nodded to the man before following. As soon as he was through the portal, he looked around and saw they were just outside a small-looking village. It wasn't hard to see that this place indeed was attacked recently. There wasn't a single building that didn't look like it was damaged, and there was a clear, somber mood. Harry wasted no time to approach the village. He immediately started looking around and saw several women that he assumed were priestesses. Harry approached the woman while Yennefer and Geralt tried to keep up. Excuse me, Harry said, trying to sound polite. The women look at him and seem unpleased by his interruption. Apologies for interrupting, but we are in a rush. Have you seen a young woman around here with ashen hair? Harry asked. The priestesses looked at each other for a moment before one responded. There was a girl here who matched that description just before we were attacked. She was seen in the stables with Craven when we were attacked. The woman told him. Craven? Is that the man's name or title? He asked curiously. They scowled at his question. Both. His name was taken after he ran from the village in its time of need to save himself. The one talking to him spat out. I see. If he saw the girl last, then we will need to talk to him. Where is he? Harry asked. He went to Freya's garden to try and kill Morkvarg, the vilest man to ever live. In doing so, he would have brought honor back to his name and cast off the name Craven. The woman said. Harry scowled. And how long ago was that? Several moons. So he is likely dead. Harry deduced as he looked the woman directly in the eye for a long moment. She said nothing in response and didn't seem to have much sadness for the man's death. Harry continued despite her lack of response. Thank you for the information. We will leave you in peace now, Harry said before walking away. Yennefer and Geralt fell in step on each side of him. We need to go to the garden, Yennefer said. No, we don't, Harry said. Yennefer frowned. If we can find his body, then we don't need to find his body. I have a better plan. Just follow me, Harry said. Yennefer went silent at that and followed him out of the village quietly. They reached the forest edge and entered the said forest. They went in a way before Harry stopped. Harry conjured a sharp dagger and slit a cut across his palm. He let the wound flow and drip from his hand before speaking. Mors, dominum tuum attiti ostendum illis skjal Lofoten, Harry said in a murmur. As soon as the sentence was finished coming from his lips, the shadows of the forest seemed to grow darker and the air in the forest around them seemed to become thicker. What was that? What did you say? Yennefer asked in confusion. Harry said nothing and waited. It only took a moment before and the ethereal blue figure came from the ground and take the shape of a young man. He looked around confused for a moment. Who are you? The ghost asked in confusion. Hadrian Black. You are Skjal from Lofoten, correct? Harry asked. The ghost nodded in confirmation without seeming to even realize it. I am. I need you to tell me about the ashen-haired girl you met before your death, Harry ordered. With that, the story immediately came pouring out of Skjal. When he was completed with that, Harry released his spirit, allowing him back into the embrace of death. How did you do that? I did not recognize the spell or even the language. Yennefer said, looking at him. It wasn't really a spell. As I have said before, Ciri and I are very similar in multiple ways. I too was a child of a powerful prophecy. Just like Ciri has the title of the Lady of Space and Time, I have the title of the Master of Death. I have a certain dominion over death and cannot die myself. Harry said. Yennefer said, seemingly unsure of what to say further. Harry was thinking to himself now. Ciri had apparently made a friend with a mage named Avallac'h. Now that he had a name and lead, Harry could track this man down himself and find what he knew of Ciri. I think we should split up, Harry said to the two. They both looked surprised at this. Why? Know that I have a name, I can track down this man alone much faster than if we were together. I propose I find him myself and then meet up with you both after. Harry said. Are you sure you will be able to find him? What if he is like Ciri? Geralt asked with uncertainty. There's a very low chance of that being the case. I have issues finding Ciri because dimensional and time magic is part of her very essence. It throws off my methods of tracking. Even if this man knew dimensional and time magic, it wouldn't be the same. If he's on this world, I should be able to find him. Harry told them. If we split, how would we meet again? Yennefer asked. I say we meet at Caer Morhen. I'm sure you have plenty of things to do to occupy yourself while I find him. Meet me there when you're ready. I suppose, after seeing what you're capable of, it does make some sense. Geralt admitted. Excellent, then I shall say goodbye. I shall see you too soon then, Harry said before disappearing. Harry had to admit, finding this Avallac'h character was a little harder than he thought it would. Not impossible though, just difficult. He clearly had magic that was made for hiding his presence. But Harry had dealt with such issues before and knew ways to get around it. It had required him to return to Avalon to conduct a few rituals, but he had finally accomplished. After all that work and effort he had put in, the last thing he had seen coming was him arriving back at Crow's Perch. He was unsure if the spell had gone awry or if perhaps the mage had accidentally picked the perfect hiding spot that no one would think of. Either way, Harry was marching through the small town and towards the keep. This time around, the guards gave him a huge berth, which was good. Had they bothered him right now, he would have killed them. He got into the keep and made his way to the office where he knew the Red Baron to be. He entered the office without even knocking with his spell still activated. The Baron looked up at him from his desk and looked at him with a mix of emotion. Sorcerer? What are you doing back here? Come to kill me? The man asked wearily.
No.
Is there any other living creature in this room right now?
No.
Just me and little Uma over there, I suppose. The man said in extreme confusion. Harry looked at him. Uma? He's in the cabinet. Harry immediately walked over to the cabinet the man had gestured to and opened it. Out fell something. It looked like some very ugly baby. Harry picked it up carefully and eyeballed the creature. He cast a silent diagnostic and saw it red positive. This little creature had magic, but also had it sealed and was being forced into this thing. Right. I'm taking him with me. Thanks for the visit, Harry said. A moment later and popped out of the room before the man could say, King Hadrian? Just Hadrian, Harry said with a scowl. Right. My apologies, Hadrian then. May I ask what you are doing here? I take it Geralt and Yennefer have not arrived. Then? Oh, they did, this afternoon in fact, he said. Well, I have been helping them in their search for Ciri and have just found the mage who was aiding her, Harry said, holding up the ugly creature thing. Vesemir looked at the ugly baby for a moment. That's extremely ugly, yes, I know. This is not his true form. He is under some sort of curse, Harry explained. I see. Well, come on in. I'm sure I can clear some room for you. Thank you for your hospitality, Harry said as he entered the keep. He found an empty table and immediately plopped Uma down on it. He then stunned the creature and secured him to the table. He immediately started carving runes into the table around the small body. After near an hour, almost the entire was covered in runes with a few also on the floor around the table. What are you doing? You found him? Harry looked up and saw Geralt and Yennefer approaching him and looking both confused and intrigued. Nice to see you both too. You look happy. Something happened while I was gone? Harry asked without missing a beat and continuing to move around the table and placing stones around the body at strategic locations. We had a productive week with each other, Yennefer said, seemingly pleased. What about you? Geralt asked. Well, I found the mage. All that's left is to get this nasty curse off of him, Harry said, still moving about. What kind of curse? Yennefer asked. An elven one from what I can tell. I'm not sure what the curse is, but I can tell what it does and how it works for the most part, Harry said. And you can break it without knowing the original curse? Again, Yennefer sounded intrigued by this. I can. The runic array powered by these rune stones I am placing will attack each aspect of the curse being inflicted on Uma here and overload them. The curse will then become destabilized and shatter. Harry explained. That's quite the ability. You can do this with any curse? Theoretically. It's not exactly as easy as it sounds. You need to have powerful sensitivity to magic to be able to identify how a curse works and then an encyclopedic amount of knowledge of runes to know exactly which ones to apply to attack the curse. Then, of course, you need to have the materials. These rune stones I am using aren't exactly cheap and would be considered rather rare if I didn't know how to make them myself, Harry said. I see. So not exactly something just anyone can do. Yennefer seemed disappointed. Harry said as he finished his preparations. All right, let's do this. You might want to stand back. There is a very small, tiny chance that this might explode, Harry said. What? Let's go. Harry yelled and activated the array he had spent nearly an hour and a half to complete. The whole array started glowing and immediately started pulling power from the rune stones, which caused the palpable energy in the air. Both Geralt and Yennefer started backing up slowly. Harry rose an eyebrow when he saw small arches of lightning sparked off the array and onto Uma, which seemed to wake him and cause him to go into some sort of panic. Soon, Uma started glowing and didn't stop. The glow didn't stop until you couldn't even see Uma's form under the bright light covering him. Harry shielded his eyes for a moment as the light got brighter and brighter. A few minutes and the light finally started to fade and Harry could finally uncover his eyes. He waited as the light continued to fade and got excited when the form the light had been covering appeared to be taller and much more proportional than it was previously. The light finally faded and it revealed a very naked elf. He appeared to be a male and somewhat handsome, he supposed. Elves weren't really his type, boy or girl. The man also groaned. Harry quickly cast some numbing charms and checking over him for wounds. Oddly enough, he wasn't in too bad of shape. Well, that was rather successful. The man isn't in bad shape and he should be up and about very soon, Harry told them. Yennefer seemed excited and Geralt seemed to show a lot more interest than usual at that news. Harry immediately turned and looked at him. Calm down. You are safe here. You are still very weak. Isle of Mists? The Isles of Mists? Harry asked as his mind started racing. Could it be? The thing he had been chasing for so long, the location of Ciri. He's murmuring about the Isles of Mists, Harry announced. Geralt looked at him and nodded. We leave in the morning. Harry exited the portal that Yennefer had set up to help him conserve energy. It had been a combination spell between the two, with Harry providing the location and she is providing the magic. Harry had never been directly on the Isle of the Mists, but he had flown over them on a multitude of occasions. As he exited, Geralt quickly followed. He looked around at the desolate island. It certainly wasn't much to look at, but if Ciri was on any island, then she would be on this one, he was sure. You're sure this is the place? Positive. They said nothing more as they started trekking up the island. Almost as soon as they leave the beach, they were attacked by foglets. Unfortunately, Harry was not in the mood. Get the fuck out of my way. Harry yelled and let out a torrent of flame that burned everything in front of him for several hundred feet in a cone shape originating from him. He could hear several unnatural screams of pain and then silence before he cut off the powerful fire spell. You need to calm down. If Ciri is here, the last thing we want to do is spook her, Geralt told him with a slight glare. Harry took a breath before answering. Sorry. It's just we're so close. I can feel it, Harry said as he continued the trek. I understand. I can feel it too. But we shouldn't lose our heads over it. Gerald said. You're right. Let's keep going. Harry replied. They kept moving forward but were bothered by no other creature as they pushed forward. Soon, they saw a house in the distance, and almost as soon as he saw it, he could feel it. A presence he had not felt in a long time. Siri. He said out loud before he broke out into a run and charged the house. Hadrian, wait. She's in there. I can sense her. Harry said. As soon as he got to the door, he started pounding on it. Siri, are you in there? It is Gerald and Harry, Harry yelled. He heard no response for a moment, then a sneeze. He then heard multiple voices talking to each other in a hushed, angry voice. Who is in there? I can hear you. Open this door immediately or I'll break it down. Harry threatened. Go away. A voice from inside said. It was a male. Harry's mind filled with possibilities and none of them were good. He knew Siri was in here now that he was close enough to sense her unique presence. She wasn't responding to him though, and instead, a strange male voice was and refusing him entry. Fuck you. Reducto, he yelled, and the door was reduced to rubble in front of him. On the other side were several dwarves that were looking at him with fear. Where is she? He demanded. She's in the other room. Please just don't hurt us. One of the dwarves said. Harry ignored him as soon as he saw where he gestured and charged the room. He burst into the room and saw a bed that he immediately approached. He saw a pale female form lying in the bed with a splash of white hair draping down onto the girl's face. Harry froze after he stood over the girl. A split second later, and he was looking into the now opened eyes of the groggy waking girl. Emerald met with light green. Her brow scrunched in confusion. Harry? He choked. Harry waved his hands lazily and watched as the partially destroyed wall almost seemed to mend itself back together as broken stone seemed to reshape and solidify once more until it created a proper barrier between the inside of the castle and the outside elements. Been trying to work up the time to fix that damn wall for years and you just wave your hand like that? Well, not that I'm not appreciative, Vesemir said, scrutinizing the wall for a moment before nodding in approval. Well, I did build an entire major city on my own. Harry pointed out, easily trying to not let out any of the actual emotions he was actually feeling. Vesemir looked at him with understanding in his eyes. Though so clearly, he was not doing a good enough job. Have patience, lad, you'll have your turn so enough. The man said in a comforting tone. Lad, I'm older than you. Harry pointed out half-heartedly, which was true, though it didn't mean anything. Harry's mental development stopped around 20, and while time and experience gave him wisdom, there were certain things that he would never experience as he never reached old age. Respect for patience tended to be one of those things. Vesemir was, of course, talking about Cyrilla. After they had woken her at the Isles of the Mist, she had barely managed to stay awake for much longer. She needed to recover her strength before she would be able to move up and about. They had taken her to Kaer Morhen, and Harry had immediately gotten to work on helping her with recovering missing nutrients as well as strengthening muscle fibers. Today was the first day she had woken up and been able to stay awake. As much as Harry had wanted to speak and be near her as soon as she awoke, it was only fair that Gerald and Yennefer got to first. While technically speaking, it had been he who had not truly spoken to Ciri in the longest time, considering he had not been able to directly interact with her while she had been growing up. He respected her parents too much to take this moment away from them. I was surprised you didn't try to go up with Gerald and Yennefer. If you don't mind me saying, you have seemed very eager to see her. I am indeed eager, but that is no excuse for rudeness. As much as I would like to see her, the first people she gets to see after finally returning home are her parents. I am sure that while she is most likely happy to see me, I am not as high on her list. Perhaps, but I'm sure she will be quite excited to see you and talk with one of her friends again. The little swallow never had many companions when she was growing up. It was nice knowing that changed when she left. Being friends with Ciri is easy. She expects nothing from you except companionship and does everything she can to try and help. In my world, almost everyone I knew wanted or expected something from me. Ciri didn't. She just wanted to relax and be in my company at a time when it felt like the whole world wanted me to work for it. This was when you first met and you were still a child? Yes. What could people want from a child? That's complicated. In my world, magical society is separated from mundane people. We have our own towns, schools, and shops hidden from normal people. In that society, when a powerful magic user gains followers and establishes an anti-societal rhetoric, they can be labeled as a Dark Lord. You don't really have an equivalent here. Anyways, we had a Dark Lord that was really bad and was killing people all over the place. When I was like 1, he killed my mother and father and then tried to kill me. When he got to me, however, the magic backfired and killed him instead. I see that sounds fortunate. I wouldn't call the night my parents were killed in front of me fortunate, but I get your meaning, Harry said with a smirk to show he wasn't offended by Vesemir's words. Vesemir grimaced but nodded. Yes, you're right. Either way, it turned out the Dark Lord had made steps to keep himself alive even after death. So, he kept going around as a wraith for 14 years trying to attain a new body, and I kept trying to tell everyone he was still alive. When he finally returned back to life, the government turned a blind eye and ran a smear campaign against me. They dragged my name in the mud for an entire year and made it seem like I was insane. Eventually, though, the Dark Lord made his big reveal, and along with it, a prophecy that basically said I was the only one who could defeat him. And suddenly everyone changed their tone. Vesemir guessed that they did. By then, I had no wish to aid them. I basically told the government they could go fuck themselves and left them to their fate. I then disappeared from the world stage and refused to let any find me. There was a nationwide search for me and everything. How long did you stay hidden? Oh, months. While hidden, that's when I met Ciri. She was the first person in a long time who placed no expectations on me except friendship and allowed me to realize many things. I eventually decided to face my problems head-on after she left. I killed the Dark Lord and became one of the most powerful magic users on the planet. I also gained immortality, Harry explained. Vesemir seemed to take it all in. That's quite a story. I can see why in that sense she would have such an impact on you. Strange though that a child of prophecy also runs into another child of prophecy. And then you somehow made it here, Vesemir said as he crossed his arms. Well, I didn't know I would end up here when I jumped into a portal that led to another world. The reason was actually the Witcher medallion Ciri gave me as a going-away gift when she left. The portal seemed to lock onto the signal coming off the medallion and spit me out here. The fact that it spat me out in the past versus the future was pure luck though. Harry explained. To be honest, I'm not sure I understood everything you just said, Vesemir said, and Harry laughed. I suppose it would be hard to imagine without seeing and experiencing yourself. To wrap it up, it was a whole lot of luck and coincidence that I ended up here in time to meet Ciri once more, Harry told him. Luck and coincidence are something I can understand, Vesemir said with a smirk. Harry laughed again at the old Witcher. Harry was about to continue when Geralt and Yennefer entered out of the main room once more. Harry immediately stopped and looked at them as they approached. How did it go? Harry asked eagerly, totally forgetting the conversation he was just having. Good. She's a little eager to get up and about, but we told her that you think she should rest in bed at least one more day before moving around too much. Yennefer replied, That's good. Did she seem fine health-wise then? Did you guys manage to catch up with her sufficiently? He asked. Yes, she seemed fine. Those potions you made sure do impressive work. As for catching up, well, we were up there for several hours it looks like, so we managed to speak quite a bit. As you can imagine, she asked about you quite a bit. Yennefer said. Harry's breath felt like it was caught in his throat. And? He asked, clearly asking what was said. Yennefer smirked at his apparent eagerness. Luckily, before he had to press, Geralt finally entered the conversation. We didn't tell her much. We thought it would be better if you could explain everything yourself. We, of course, confirmed some of the stuff you told us before were true, Geralt said as he looked at him. I assume you have found nothing out of the ordinary, Harry said easily. He had tried to be as honest as possible so he wasn't overly concerned. We wanted to be sure when it came to those that associated with Ciri, which I am sure you understand. Yennefer said. Harry nodded. It's fine. I had already assumed that you never placed your full trust in me during our journey. At least until Ciri could confirm what I said. Though I am curious. Did she mention how long ago it was for her since she last saw me? Not an exact number, though we do believe it was at least a couple of years. Yennefer said. Harry nodded slowly. That wasn't bad in Harry's mind. Could have been a lot worse at least. I see. Well, tomorrow I'll go give her another checkup, Harry said as he looked out a window. It looked like it was already late afternoon. As much as he wanted to see her as a friend, he knew as a healer that she should take all the rest she could get. Why will you not give her one tonight when you go up? Yennefer asked. Harry frowned. It's getting late, perhaps, but she knows you're here, and if you're not up there in another 5 minutes, then she made it clear that she's coming down, Geralt said gruffly. Harry rose an eyebrow at that before a small smile crossed his face. That sure sounded like the Ciri he remembered. All right, I guess I'll go up now before she becomes too impatient, Harry said. Out of the two of you, I don't think I would call her the one that's been impatient today, Vesemir said under his breath. Harry shot a glare at the old man who was conveniently looking in the opposite direction. Yennefer snorted and Geralt had a smirk on his face. Harry growled as he continued to move away from the group and headed up the stairs to the room they had given to Ciri. It was one they had specifically asked Harry to help create for when Ciri arrived. The foundations were already there, so it hadn't taken him more than half an hour to create. He left the decorating and furnishing to the others. He approached the door and knocked. Come in. He heard the muffled voice from the other side. He took a deep breath and opened the door slowly. It's insane how nervous he was after all the things he had faced and done in life. But in truth, he could care less what most thought, but he certainly cared about Ciri's opinion. What would she think when she saw him and they talked? She hadn't seen him for quite a while, and for him it had been a lifetime since they had last talked. Funny how the time they had initially spent was so short compared to everything, and yet it had caused such a ripple effect. Her eyes locked on his the moment the door was open wide enough. Like hers almost seemed to glow unnaturally in the darkness of the room and orange glow of the various candles. He froze for a moment as they locked eyes, and his brain seemed to reboot itself. Despite being bedridden for a few days at this point, she looked amazing. She was no longer wearing her usual outfit and was now wearing casual nightwear courtesy of Yennefer. Well, casual based on Yennefer's perspective. While it could be considered normal and possibly even conservative in his world, in this one it was a little tight. Are you just going to sit there staring at me, or are you going to come in? She asked with sarcasm dripping from her voice. Harry felt his mind jumpstart at her words. That depends. Are you wearing something besides that t-shirt? Harry asked casually. To anyone else, the question would have been considered a flirt. But to them, it was a reference to an unfortunate accident that had happened while she had been living under his roof. Would you like to find out the same way you did last time? She asked with a smirk. Harry couldn't help the smile that came on his face from her answer. No thanks. I'd rather be able to look you in the eye for the next couple of days, Harry said as he came up next to the bed and sat in a chair that he assumed Geralt or Yennefer had occupied when they had been here. Don't tell me you never got over that little blushing habit any time a girl showed you a bit of her skin. As a matter of fact, I did. Now only certain girls can. Don't you feel special? He replied back playfully. She threw her head back and laughed at that. I see you can give as good as you get now. It's good to see you, Harry, she said softly as she looked at him. She gave him a look that he had not seen in a long time, one filled with happiness at his mere presences. Yeah, well, I told you I'd see you again, didn't I? Harry asked rhetorically. Did you say that? Ciri asked with skepticism. I don't know. I can't remember that far back. Either way, it was implied, Harry told her. Ciri rolled her eyes before looking at him seriously. I suppose that's as good a point as any. You want to explain how you got here? Ciri asked. Actually, it was your fault. My fault? Ciri repeated in confusion. Oh yes, indeed. You remember this? Harry asked as he pulled out the Witcher medallion she had given him so many years ago. Her eyes widened. You kept it, she exclaimed. Why do you sound so surprised? It was a gift you gave me, Harry said, giving her a curious look. I'm not sure. I figured you would lose it or pack it away at some point, she said back. I carry it on me most of the time. I rarely ever do without it. Anyway, back on topic, I found a portal that would send the user to a random world if you went through it. Fortunately for me, when I went through it, the portal locked on to the world the medallion was originally from and sent me to this world. Wow, Ciri said. looking impressed at the medallion in wonder. Anyway, I remember you telling me what your life was like here, so I have been spending all my time building up a power base, so to speak, to help aid you, Harry told her proudly. She looked at him in surprise. Power base? What do you mean by that? She asked suspiciously. I am the current ruler of the Avalonian Empire, the biggest northern kingdom in history. All of the northern territories except for Redania are currently under our control, Harry said, dropping the bomb. Ciri looked at him for a moment and then blinked once more. What? Yep. Although I am willing to bet we will have Redania under our control soon, since Radovid seems to be losing himself with every passing day, and I doubt he'll be able to keep himself from slipping soon, Harry said to her. Ciri just looked at him before closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. You created a new kingdom? Yes. And then took over most of the other northern kingdoms? Yes, Harry said as he watched her to try and gauge what she was thinking. Harry, yes? How long have you been planning this? She asked. Like 150 years more or less. That was the last straw. What? She screamed as she bolted upright and looked at him with incredulousness. Yeah. It's a trip, I know. Explain now. Well, it's complicated, Harry said before launching into the tale of what happened after she left his world, and how he had seemingly gained immortality once he took on the title of Master of Death. You're immortal, as far as I can tell. My aging process seems to have stopped, and I seem to heal no matter what damage is done. Though I have speculated that there are certain things I imagine I can't come back from. I imagine that if I got thrown into a star or black hole, death would take me. I doubt she would be allowed to save me on this plane of existence. At most, she can simply deny accepting my death because that is within her domain. Death is a she? I don't think she has an actual gender. I assume she just chooses a form I would be accepting of, which is why I call her with such pronouns, Harry explained. I see. So wait, how old are you? She asked. It's hard to say, as I truthfully haven't been keeping track. I must be close to 200 at this point, Harry admitted. You're almost 200 years old? That's crazy. You're someone entirely different than I remember, she said, looking at him like she had never seen him. Harry immediately hated the look. I wouldn't say that. Maturity-wise, I'm actually only a few years more than when we last spoke. Actually, maturity-wise, you might be considered older than me at this point, he told her. Immediately the look she had disappeared and was replaced with one of indignation. Did you just call me old? She asked. No, I just said you could be, in certain ways, considered older than me. You're apparently as old as dirt, so what the hell are you saying about me? She growled. Harry simply shrugged his shoulders and badly hid a smirk from her. Immediately she grabbed a fork that was lying on a nightstand next to her bed and threw it at him. He smoothly ducked under the throw. Oh, okay. Let's not be hasty. It was a joke. I was just trying to prove a point is all. No need to stick me, Harry protested. She glared before seemingly calming down. Humph, just don't do it again. I suppose you're right. I guess you still seem like that little sarcastic mopey kid I left. What's that word that Fleur taught me to describe you? I don't think that. Emo. That's the one. You stopped being an emo, she said, seemingly proud of remembering. Harry glared. I was not an emo, he said, pouting slightly. Ah, from Fleur's description, it seemed to match you pretty well at the time, though it seems like you have moved past it rather. Well, I was not an emo. Besides, after you left, I took your advice and decided to tackle my problems head-on. So, you've said. I am proud of you. I guess that Dark Lord wasn't so tough. Actually, he was the hardest opponents I have ever faced. Even to this day, Harry told her. She went quiet at that. Ah, well, I am glad you got past it, she said after a moment. As am I. Well, what about you? Tell me what you have been up to since we last saw each other? Harry asked. Oh no, we're not done with you yet. You said you have been here for what, a century and a half? What have you been doing this whole time? Why don't I ever remember seeing you? She asked. Harry went quiet at that. Well, much of the first century was familiarizing myself with this world and its various cultures. I met all sorts while I traveled, and it allowed me to plan and make decisions for later. In the last 50 years, I have taken much more of an interest in the happenings of everything around this part of the world. As for why you never saw me, well, I have been purposefully keeping myself hidden. I wasn't sure how meeting you before we originally met would affect the timeline, if at all. For the most part, I have aided where I could and moving certain pieces in preparation. Harry replied. So you've been just watching me my whole life? Siri asked with a raised eyebrow. Harry glared. You don't have to make it sound like that, he said pointedly. I'm just saying what it looks like is all. I'll have you know that I barely ever actually saw you with my own eyes. For the most part, I simply interacted with things around you while keeping myself hidden. Harry told her. Like what? The first time I influenced something within your direct sphere of notice for you was actually before you were born. When your grandmother was young, she had a disease that no one could cure, and your great-grandmother found me and asked me to heal her. I wasn't sure how that would affect the timeline, but I decided to do something anyway. Harry explained softly. Siri processed that for a moment as Harry sat patiently. He knew what would be coming next. As if hearing his thoughts, he saw Siri's eyes darken and her face droop. My mother? She asked with a clear waver in her voice. Harry knew what she was asking. He leaned forward and put a hand over her own. He made sure to make eye contact directly with her so she would understand he was serious. I promise you, Siri, I tried. I may have wanted to maintain the timeline I was familiar with as much as possible, but there were some things I would not allow from happening if I could help it. I followed both your parents into that storm, but even with all my strength, I could not maneuver successfully through the warring elementals that night. He explained. Siri looked back at him and seemed to be searching for something. Whatever it was, she seemed to have found it as she relaxed under his gaze and nodded. I believe you. You do not have to take my word for it. If you would prefer, I could give you a magical oath to show. I said I believe you, and I meant it, she exclaimed, smacking him a little harder than he expected in his shoulder. Ow, Harry said as he rubbed his arm in pain. Don't be a baby. We'll move away from that subject, I suppose. But I may have more questions later, she said sternly. Course, so, shall we move on to you now? Harry asked. Siri shrugged. Well, I mainly spent most of the time after I left your world traveling. I barely spent time in another world after yours. I managed to spend about a couple of months in one before I continued and moved on. Most of the time, I barely even interacted with the various civilizations I would run into. I did run into a couple of more Earths. One was even in medieval times, as you would call it, I think, she said. Harry frowned as he remembered years ago the dream where he seemed to encounter Siri and the demons secretly leeching her power. From his guess, the creature found her by coincidence, but he should give her a once-over to make sure she had not encountered any recently. I remember that, Harry said. Best to keep these things out in the open.
I'm sorry,
she asked with a raised eyebrow. A while ago, I fell asleep and had a sort of out-of-body experience. You were in a dining hall in a castle talking with Galahad of the Round Table. Harry said smoothly as he watched her reaction. Did you, watch over me in your sleep often? She asked suspiciously again. Harry rolled his eyes. Where's the trust? He asked sarcastically. It's waiting on what you answer. For your information, no, I did not. That was literally the only time I did so, and I had absolutely no control over it. Though I suspect it had to do with the demon leeching off your life force at the time. Harry told her easily. A demon? As you would know it, yes. I think I would have noticed that, she said blandly. You would think. Though it seemed to be astral like I was. Sensing such things isn't about power, but finesse. Something we both know that you lack, I said, giving her a look. She glared at him again and this time punched him solidly in the arm. Ow! For the love of God, woman. Stop punching me. Stop giving me reasons to punch you then. I'll have you know it is very hard to control my amount of magic. You can even ask Yennefer. I don't need to know. I am aware of the downsides with being born with exceptionally large magical reserves. I wasn't saying it was your fault you don't have as good of control as you would like. I can help with that, by the way. I know several techniques powerful mages can utilize to practice control, Harry suggested. I'll think about it. Back to the demon for now. She pushed. Well, I cut the connection between the two of you and then I killed the demon, of course, Harry told her. Was it powerful? She asked. For many, It might be considered decently powerful, but I happen to know celestial magic, which is the exact opposite of demonic magic and causes them massive amounts of damage. Harry explained. Celestial as in angels and gods? She asked. Well, angels and similar creatures, yes.
No gods.
And I don't mean the holy creatures they're depicted as in many religions. They're simply a race that inhabits a certain dimension and also happens to be the polar opposites of demons, which is why they stay as far away from each other as possible. Wait, why? If they can deal so much damage to demons? Because the damage goes both ways. Demons can cause just as much extensive harm to them. It's a mutually assured destruction type of thing. They have this whole treaty and everything. Harry explained. Learn something new every day, I guess. She murmured. He smiled. I suppose. Well, I guess I forgive you for spying on me. I suppose I was lucky you came. Yes, lucky. Harry said with a distant look on his face. She gave him a peculiar look. What's wrong? She asked. Strange, isn't it? For some reason beyond my control, an astral projection of myself came to your aid when you happened to need it. Even stranger that it was me, the one person you knew that could actually help. Except you didn't even know that. Quite the coincidence, isn't it? He said with clear disbelief. So you think someone sent you specifically to aid me? I am unsure. All I can say is that it's quite an occurrence. Wouldn't you say? Well, say someone did send you. How could they have possibly done so? Who could possibly even force you out of your body? She asked skeptically. Harry paid certain attention to the word. Who? Because he wasn't sure he would describe anything that could do what he was thinking as a who, but a what. After a moment he simply shrugged. Perhaps I am simply overthinking it and it was just luck. Harry acquiesced. But you don't believe that, do you? She said with a knowing look. Harry just stared at her. No, I don't. I have several theories, but I couldn't prove a single one. I will simply have to take a wait and see approach. Harry said back. If you say so. Well, either way, I guess that's pretty much it on my part. I assume you already know about Avalac and how we met, she said, but looked at him questioningly. Harry nodded. The elf had already explained in the last couple of days as he was recovering from his own ordeal. Indeed, he did. Which I suppose brings us to the most important topic, the wild hunt. Harry said. The room seemed to get colder with the mere mention of their name. Ciri shivered for a moment before nodding in confirmation. Yes, they're still after me, she said. Harry nodded in thought. Then they will need to be taken care of. I am confident that we have enough strength to take them on. Harry, are you hearing yourself? This is the wild hunt we're talking about. She argued. Oh, I know, but I think you are underestimating how much resources I have at my disposal and how much magic I now know, Harry explained. Ciri looked doubtful. Harry rolled his eyes. Trust me, Ciri, I already have a perfect plan on how to deal with them. The wild hunt is no joke. But their true strength is being able to show up practically anywhere and strike hard. Their skill is amazing compared to the average soldier, sure, but most of their magical abilities are poor save for a rare few like the Navigator and others like him. Even then, they are no match for me. You can't fight the entire hunt. Who said I am going to? I'm a king, you know. I can bring a force of thousands down to bear on any who attempt to attack us, including the wild hunt. Of course, I also have other resources available to deal with nuisances now, Harry said with a mischievous smirk. Ciri looked at him cautiously. Then she smiled softly. Harry responded to it with a look of confusion. What? He asked. Nothing, it's just you've changed so much, she said back. Harry frowned and opened his mouth to reassure her that he was the same friend she had left all those years ago. She put up her hand to stop him though. Stop, I don't mean you're a whole different person. I just mean that you've grown since I last saw you. You're much more confident than you used to be, and I can practically feel the power radiating off of you, which, considering my complete lack sensitivity, means you must be some sort of beast. I'm just happy to see you kept on going once I left. The alternative being, you continue to stay in your big house and ignore the world forever, as I was scared you might try to do once I was gone, she said back easily. Harry scoffed. I couldn't after you left me with such an impassioned order, he said back teasingly. She laughed, and for the first time he had seen her, he actually paid attention to it. Not quite what you would call musical, but it was warm and the feeling seemed to creep into his own body, making him feel pleasant. Though he would deny it if pressed, he wished to continue to hear more of that sound for as long as he lived. "I missed you, Ciri. You have no idea how much I have missed you," Harry said in a rare moment of truly exposing himself. Even to his own ears, he could tell his own voice no longer had the confidence it did only moments ago. It sounded like it would crack with emotion at any moment. He was nervous, he realized. Nervous. She would reject this new him who must seem like a stranger. "I missed you too, Harry." The earnestness in the returned statement washed over him and banished the nervousness from his body. She barely said anything, but in that short sentence she had said so much that she was happy to see him, yes, but also the acceptance as well. In her eyes, he was still the same friend she had left all those years ago, and his new changes had not truly changed anything between them. He smiled. 1 week later, "This is a bad idea and I think we should quit and turn back now," Harry growled angrily as they slowly approached a city at about midday on horses. "You told Ciri you would at least try," Geralt reminded, "and I will do just that. And when he inevitably crosses the line, I'll knock him on his ass, and we aren't here to start a war, Hadrian. I'm already at war with this man. The only reason I haven't already barbecued him is because of his daughter. He should be thanking me on his knees." Harry growled. Geralt eyed him. "Is all this really just because of his relationship with Ciri? Of course not. I dislike the man as well. Anyone who has a stick shoved so far up their ass that it pokes their brain tends to annoy me. So of course Imhers is close to the top of that list. And he doesn't even have magic to make him such an asshole, which is unbelievably impressive. He is an emperor," Geralt pointed out as they approached the gates. "Ugh, don't remind me. Even his title is gaudy. As if there needs to be a name for something to distinguish a person above a king. It's just god-awful. You promised. As far as I and Ciri are concerned, there is only one man who has the true title of her father, and it's not him here," Harry said with a quick side glance at his white-haired riding partner. Of course, with his enhanced senses, Geralt clearly noticed. He said nothing, but Harry was sure he was happy to hear it. They finally reached the gates of Vizima, where Imhir had continued to stay as his campaign was put on hold. His progress into Redania was slow, and his progress into Edwin was non-existent. Funnily enough, a giant ice wall wasn't exactly easy to get by. The white dragons that would occasionally attack any enemy encampments that got too close might also have been a factor. "Halt, state you business," the guards at the gate said as they looked at them. They were 2 soldiers dressed in heavy black armor that seemed standard for Nilfgaardians. "Geralt of Rivia, Witcher. I am on a mission for the Emperor and he is expecting me," Geralt said at ease. The guards nodded before looking at Harry. Harry squinted in annoyance. "Hadrian Black, King of the Avalonian Empire and the Black Mage," Harry said with a blank stare. Both guards just stared at him in shock for a moment. For a minute, nobody seemed to do or say anything, except for Geralt, who was currently glaring at him. "It was a joke," Harry said blandly after another moment. Both guards seemed to take a breath, and one even chuckled while the other frowned in annoyance. "You think that's funny?" the annoyed one asked. "You think that you get to universally decide what is and isn't funny?" Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. The man puffed up in anger, but Harry interrupted him before he could continue. "Look, I am just the Witcher's companion, and as he said, the Emperor is expecting us, so either let us pass or go explain to the Emperor why you didn't. Either way, stop wasting our time." At this point, the guard seemed to want to argue further, but the one who had laughed at his little joke finally interrupted. "Just let them pass. The Witcher was here recently to see the Emperor, so he's probably telling the truth. Fine. Get out of here, and don't cause problems while you're here," the guard before moving to let them pass. With that, Harry, "Worst came to worse, I would have just used some magic to make them let us pass. I am sure you would have. I still don't want you causing trouble at every turn just because you can. If you are truly not going to be helpful, then I'd rather you not join at all, regardless of what Ciri wants." Geralt growled. Harry grit his teeth in annoyance, but nodded. "Fine, I will do my best to be good," Harry replied before going silent as they trotted through the city towards the castle where the Emperor currently resided. Harry eyed the entire city and simply scoffed as he looked at the poor design. It looked pleasant enough, but it was rather poorly designed from what he could see and didn't make much sense. The districts seemed to spill into each other and spots that made it hard to tell where one ended and another began. Eventually they reached the gates of the castle and dismounted from their horses. "Remember that you said you would be civil," Geralt reminded. "I said I would try, and I will simply give him the same respect he shows me as is custom between two equal-ranked monarchs," Harry said back. Geralt grunted in annoyance, but didn't press him further. With that, they both walked in and were immediately greeted by an elder man who was clearly waiting for them in nicer clothing, but clearly meant to show he was a servant of some kind. "The gentleman has returned. His Majesty awaits you in his study," the man said, lifting his hand and gesturing for Geralt to follow. Geralt nodded and followed the man, and Harry simply followed Geralt. Harry continued to eye the castle and its layout. He had never been to the inside of this castle before. He had only ever flown over it. Eventually, they finally made it to a doorway out of the courtyard and into the actual castle. At this point, Harry started eyeing the several nobles that they walked past. Harry eyed each of them with an intensity that made most look away. Considering he was using no actual magical presence or any other enhancements to aid in frightening them, this pleased him. "Right through here. Your companion may wait outside until you are done," the servant said. "Actually, he will be joining us. He has relevance to what we will be discussing. But thank you," Geralt said politely. Harry simply eyed the man with a bored expression. The man looked him up and down and his face tightened. "Does he know how to address the Emperor?" "Yes, he does," Harry said in a tone that clearly showed he did not like being talked about as if he were not there. The servant simply nodded before moving away. With that, Geralt knocked on the door and they both entered. To be honest, Harry was actually impressed. The office wasn't quite as ostentatious as he thought it was going to be. In fact, it was rather sensible, at least for someone who called himself an emperor. Harry thought this until he turned and saw a giant picture of Ciri on the wall. She seemed to still be just a young child in this picture, and it was clearly a time when she was still a princess of Sintra considering the dress she was being forced to wear. Harry wished he could chuckle at the amusing image of his friend scowling in the painting after clearly being forced to be in the dress and stand for said painting. While he filed the painting for later to show Ciri to poke fun at her, he wasn't exactly pleased at whose office it was in. "And who is this individual you have brought?" The voice brought Harry back to reality, and he immediately locked eyes with his least favorite man currently alive. Harry managed to hold back a grimace as their eyes met and simply held the man's gaze easily. "A friend," was all he said. Imhir eyed him for a moment and Harry could feel a flash of annoyance enter the man's gaze. "Is this your first time in front of royalty?"
Unfortunately, no.
"Then should I be taking your lack of respect as an insult?" "I am giving the appropriate amount of respect given the circumstances," Harry said back evenly. Geralt already tensed as he looked at Harry, silently asking him not to cause a scene. "Is that so? And what circumstances would that be?" Imhir challenged. "It would be better if Geralt explained," was all Harry said. At his words, Geralt took the initiative. "I found her," Geralt said. At this, he had the Emperor's full attention once more. Where the man had been originally lounging back in his chair, he now sat at attention with his elbows on the desk in front of him. "Should I take the fact that she is not with you that she is dead?" Imhir asked seriously.
No.
"She's fine, though she just fully recovered from an ordeal and immediately coming all the way down to Vizima was not recommended," Geralt responded. "Where is she then?" "At the moment, she is at Kaer Morhen with Yennefer," Geralt responded easily. At this, Imhir stood and moved over to the fireplace and looked up at the picture of Ciri which hung over it. He stayed silent as he clasped his hands behind his back as he simply looked at the picture above. "I take it there must be a reason Yennefer has not brought her through a portal. Going to Kaer Morhen would mean going through Edwin, something I cannot do right now given the circumstances with the Avalonian Empire. There are only two options. Either you bring her down through Redania or you go to the coast and sail with her. Both have risks. Radovid's reaction if he finds her first could be disastrous." The man would likely kill her for no other reason than to spite me. If they take to the coast, the Skelligan marauders may assault any vessel she takes, regardless of her connection with him. That being said, either way, she needs to get through Edwin as fast as possible. Why? Geralt asked, feigning ignorance. Harry had to keep himself from snorting as he silently took a seat back closer to the desk. He would let Geralt sort this out for now. Don't be a fool. As much as a thorn as Radovid is, the man is mad and can and will be dealt with. King Hadrian is another matter, entirely. A sorcerer who seems to amass resources previously unheard of and can wield magic at a higher level than any other. Judging by the time it took him to become the greatest force the North has seen in centuries only proves his mind and cunning. A bargaining chip such as Ciri falling into his hands would be the worst thing possible. Imhir said as he glared at Geralt. Geralt looked at him for a moment. King Hadrian won't be a problem. Geralt said finally. Imhir just rose an eyebrow. Oh? And why is that? Because he is currently sitting 10 feet away from me and you and has yet to kill either of us. Geralt said easily. As soon as he said that, Harry silently cast several charms behind his back to make sure they would not be disturbed while they dealt with whatever Imhir's reaction would be. The man in question stilled at the Witcher's words and his eyes immediately moved towards Harry's presence. Harry gave him a lazy salute in greeting from his seated position, but also channeled magic to his eyes so they would pose to help prove Geralt's point. To his credit, Imhir didn't flinch or even visibly react at the knowledge that his current greatest enemy was currently in the same room as him. So, you have chosen to betray me then, Witcher? A poor choice. Even if you kill me, you will be dead far before you get even close to the border. I'm not here to kill you, idiot. If I wanted to, I wouldn't need to sneak into your castle to do it. I'd just fly my dragons over and watch them destroy you and your annoyingly built city. Harry snipped back. At this, Imhir frowned. If you have not brought him here to kill me, then what is he doing here? Imhir questioned. It's a long story. I'll simplify. I'm a good friend of your daughter's, and she tentatively asked me to play nice with you for the moment. Despite my attempts to say otherwise, she wishes for us to work together towards a common goal. Against my disbelief that we need further help, since Ciri was the one who asked, I will at the very least entertain the idea, Harry said, making it clear that this was not his idea at all. Imhir frowned at this. There was silence for a moment as he contemplated what Harry said. Work together on what? Imhir asked. The wild hunt is still a threat. I personally am confident I can handle them myself with my resources. But Ciri believes we should use all resources available, and she hopes you would be willing to lend aid. Harry said with boredom. Truthfully, he hoped the man would say no already so they could leave. If the wild hunt is still after her, then the safest place would be here, under the protection of the biggest empire in the world. Imhir said. Harry scoffed. You're saying the safest place from hunters that can appear anywhere is in this empty castle that doesn't have a single magical protection on it? Please, she could be dead in a week, and that's if all the vultures you call nobles here don't make her want to off herself before then. Harry declared. Imhir frowned and glared at him. Harry just glared back. This kingdom is her birthright. She belongs here. Ciri is her own person who can make her own decisions. She is also someone who has unrestricted access to all worlds and all of time. Her supposed birthright is nothing but a shackle, one that you ask her to put on willingly. Is it any wonder that she did not want to come here in person? I know this may come as a surprise, but there is a good chance you will get nothing out of this arrangement except a chance to help your daughter. If that's not good enough of a reason, then say it so we can leave already. Imhir went silent at this. He walked over to his desk and sat back down at it, completely lost in thought. Harry continued to look at him with a bored expression and Geralt, who had been simply standing in silence since Harry had been introduced. I assume there are limits on this arrangement, Imhir stated rather than asked. Harry eyed him but nodded slowly. Obviously, whatever force you send can be no stronger than 500 strong. I won't let any true force traipse around my territory unchecked. Any magi who comes will need to be approved by me first. If I find one sent without my permission, I'll kill them, no questions asked. Harry told him. Imhir nodded slowly at that as he continued to look deep in thought. I will send a force of 300 north. Where shall they go, and will you give them a right of safe passage? Imhir asked. Harry stilled at the news that the man was actually willing to help. Harry had observed Imhir for years and could say he probably knew the man better than most. He was genuinely surprised the man would offer aid even knowing he would most likely get nothing for it. You may cross over by Virgin. I will create a small path for your men. That being said, I will have defenses ready for any uninvited guests. Harry said, eyeing the man. Imhir scowled at the accusation, but did not rise to the bait. Very well. They will meet you there in a week. Is that acceptable? Harry smiled. Oh, the things he could accomplish in a week. Acceptable, Harry said as he stood up. He looked at Gerald and waved him over. The man looked like he would be sick, but he complied anyway. Then I hope that this will all go smoothly soon. One more thing. Harry called out as he turned to the Emperor. Imhir rose an eyebrow. This arrangement changes nothing between us. I will continue to conquer the northern kingdoms, including the ones you have already taken. After this is over, prepare yourself for a war the likes of which you have never seen. Harry told him, his eyes glinting dangerous light in the light. Imhir squinted at him and Harry could see a steely resolve within the man as well as some anger. He imagined that, despite his clear power, Imhir was slightly insulted that someone who he saw as a rank beneath him was talking to him in such a way. At the same time, he was smart enough to rein himself and his emotions in, likely knowing what would happen should Harry truly set out in killing him right now. I will be looking forward to it. Kaer Morhen. Later that day, Harry and Gerald had just returned and were meeting once more with the group at Kaer Morhen to discuss what had been accomplished that day. Imhir is on board for now. He is sending a force of 300 men, Harry said as he sat a chair near a rounded table that he had made for such talks. Will that be enough? Yennefer asked with some concern. Harry scoffed. It's more than enough. The hunt is impressive, but they are effective because of their guerrilla warfare tactics. Their numbers are not extremely high, though they do number about the same as a small army from what we can gather. Is this correct, Avallac'h? Harry asked, looking at the elf. Harry eyed the one elf of their group who nodded at his words. That is correct. Their power lies in their skills, magic, and ability to open portals to summon the White Frost. Obviously, the White Frost will be the hardest thing to combat. Agreed, as powerful as I am. If enough of the White Frost is summoned, then I won't be able to contain it. An extra-dimensional world killer is beyond even me, unfortunately, Harry said with a frown. Then our main target should be this navigator fellow. Vesemir mused. Agreed. He is knowledgeable, but in pure combat power, he shouldn't be a threat to me. At the beginning of the battle, I will seek him out first and confront him. Harry said. Caranther is rash and has a temper. If you could manage to provoke him, he should attempt to stay and fight against you. But you fought him as a child, you said, and won. That means he will be wary of you if he remembers. Avallac'h said smoothly. Harry nodded in agreement. What of Imlerith? Gerald asked. He will soon be attending the Sabbath celebration somewhere in the northern kingdoms. If we can delay the attack and the hunt finding Cirilla until after that, we can possibly take him out on his own. Avallac'h mentioned, there cannot be that many places left that still host such a celebration that Imlerith would attend. I bet we could narrow such places down rather easily. Yennefer said in thought. Send me a list of such places and I shall look into each of them. Harry called out to her. She looked at him and nodded. We have a lot of resources coming in. But what is the actual plan? Ciri finally asked with a tinge of impatience. Harry waved his hand over the table and suddenly a map seemingly appeared from nowhere over the table. A custom-made blueprint of Kaer Morhen. This is a map of Kaer Morhen I had made. We will use it to help turn this castle into a trap for the hunt. First, we know that Imhir is sending 300 troops to aid us. I will contribute 200 of my personal guard as well. That's 500 soldiers. The Wild Hunt won't take on such a huge number that they believe are fortified in a castle if they can avoid it. They work best in hit-and-run tactics. So, we will hide the main forces within the castle itself until we can lure the main enemy forces into the wall. Harry said, pointing to the main keep. The keep won't comfortably hold 500 men. Vesemir pointed out. Correct, that is why they will have the forces split and a hidden force across from the castle in the tree line. I will have wards around the castle to prevent them from leaving through portals or other magical means. That means when they realize the trap, they will most likely run away. The hidden force will then come in and block their escape. Harry continued. As he explained the plan, he continued to point out where the forces would be and how they would move. A hammer and anvil strategy. That could work, Geralt said. Harry looked at him in surprise and temporarily forgot the man had fought in actual wars before. Correct. That being said, we should also reach out to mages. Triss Merigold would most likely be willing to help. Philippa can be coerced into doing it. With you three united, would you be able to convince the Lodge to offer further assistance? It will be difficult. These are perilous times and the Lodge is self-serving? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. Yennefer sighed. I suppose you could call it that. I could perhaps get Shayla to throw her support in as well. Harry told her. Yennefer eyed him. Don't you have magic forces? Yes, but they're still relatively new. They are successful in large numbers, but against a foe like the Wild Hunt, it would just be throwing bodies at them. The Lodge is much more skilled. Harry replied back. Yennefer frowned, but nodded in understanding. Fair enough. But the chances of getting the entire Lodge involved is low. Not only because the mission is dangerous, but in helping you, they may believe that Imhir will target them to weaken you. Yennefer said. Very well. Let us move past that and get back to the discussion of our plan. Does anyone have any questions? Harry asked. Though he almost missed it, he did happen to notice that both Ciri and Avallac'h shared a tiny glance with each other. He waited for either of them to say anything, but neither did. He concluded that they must have been hiding something. Something that they both knew and did not want to share with the rest of the group. Very well. Then let us adjourn for the evening. Later that evening, top of one of the restored towers at Caer Morhen. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were hiding something, Harry said as he appeared silently behind his favorite ashen-haired girl. Before his announced arrival, Ciri has looked like she was simply staring solemnly over the landscape. What do you mean? What would I be hiding? She asked as smoothly as she can manage. He rose an eyebrow at her to express his disbelief. You're almost as bad at lying as I used to be. I haven't lied about anything, she protested stubbornly. Omission of the truth is still lying. Harry pointed out. You're one to talk. I know you did not speak of everything you talked to my father about, she said pointedly. Harry rolled his eyes at that. It seems Geralt has a big mouth. Who would have guessed? From what he said, it's you who had a big mouth. I thought you said you would play nice, she accused. And I did. You want me to be honest with you, Ciri, then I will. I know the man is your father, but he is also my enemy and almost my polar opposite. A man who goes through life in the belief that those who have power are allowed to do what they want with no consequence. Especially knowing his origins and how he should know how it feels to be without power. I have literally watched this man for decades turn into a cold and cynical robot that he is now. As my friend, you know I would do anything in my power for you. That being said, I doubt I will ever like your father, and we will likely continue being enemies outside of affairs that deal with you. Harry explained to her. He did not like lying to his friends, and he made a concentrated effort to explain his point of view so Ciri would understand even if she didn't necessarily approve. Ciri eyed him with a frown after he gave his explanation. Clearly, she wasn't happy with what he was saying, but he hoped she would at least accept it. Eventually she looked back at the horizon. I can't say it is easy to have my best friend and father at each other's throats, but I suppose I can understand why. I, of all people, can understand not approving of his actions. If I am honest, I still think of the rumors involving him and my mother. The only reason I don't push away from him is at least he's putting in some effort. Even knowing that I may not return to him, at least he shows that he cares about my well-being. At one point he wanted to marry you, Harry pointed out dryly. Ciri snorted. Yes, there was that, though I think he's moved past such goals. I don't know. I don't know if what I am doing is right or wrong, but a part of me doesn't want to push him away. A part of me wants to hope that he does actually care as a father should. Do you think I am a fool for such thoughts? She asked in a moment of vulnerability. Harry didn't say anything as he thought of the question. He tried to imagine if him here was instead James Potter. In truth, he had not thought of his biological father in a long time. He had made peace with his parents' passing and no longer felt the need to constantly have it on his mind. If it was me and my father, I would give him a chance. Knowing that we didn't need to necessarily agree on everything, the fact that he was able to put that aside and put in the effort to show me he cared would definitely be something I took into account. I would probably never be close, but I don't know. It's hard for me to imagine at this point. I have long ago made peace with my father's passing and have gotten over most negative feelings of longing associated with his death. Harry admitted. Siri looked at him for a minute as if she was searching for something. Sometimes I forget you are so different from the boy I left all those years ago. You have aged, if not physically, then mentally, she said. Harry moved to argue, but she gave him a nudge. Yes, I know what you're going to say, but despite not technically maturing mentally, you have certainly aged. You can hear it in how you speak, she said softly. Harry paused for a moment before responding. Is that an issue? He asked. She looked at him curiously. Why would it be? She asked back. I tried to deny it, but you were right. I am different from the boy you left. While it has only been a few years for you, for me it has been a lifetime. Since I came to this world, all I could think about was you and how I could help you in a world you had described as less than ideal. So, when you had first spoke as if I was someone different than you had remembered, I was scared you would reject me and the biggest thing that connected me here would be cut. I tried to insist I was the same out of fear you would reject me, but I shouldn't have done that. I should have shown you who I was from the beginning and allowed you to decide if you wanted to continue to have me in your life. That is a right everyone should have, to choose who they do and don't allow in their life. Harry spoke as he looked out at the horizon that Siri had been staring as he came to the realization that Siri may in fact ask him to leave, and as hard as that would be to do, he would have to. It's when you say incredibly stupid things like that when I remember that despite all your changes, deep down you're still the same stupid boy I remember, Siri said as she let out a snort. Harry looked at her with surprise and confusion. That was not the answer he had been expecting. What? Harry, I knew you were different the moment my admittedly delirious vision lay its gaze on you. I don't think you realize how different you look and feel. You're so much more, I don't know, distinguished. You have this look about you that seems to scream your intelligence and power. And if it wasn't the look of you, then it could certainly be the feel. If someone whose sensitivity is admittedly god-awful, noticed the power radiating off of you, then that should just show how powerful you truly were. The boy I remember was powerful and independent, but it was clear you were still finding your place in the world, and you were cynical to an extreme degree. Despite that, you had a heart that was filled with compassion and were hurting only yourself by ignoring it. That heart is why I trusted and was so comfortable around you. Not the power, not the wealth, not the protection you offered. As far as I am concerned, that heart that caused me to trust in you and come to consider you my best friend is still right there, she said, enunciating her point by poking him in the chest right above his heart. Harry felt a warm rush come over his torso as she did so, yet he could not identify if it was from her touch or her words. I don't know what to say. It wouldn't be the first time I left you speechless, she teased. Harry could feel a warm flush in his cheeks as he shot her a glare. Her final moments before she had left his world was still a prominent memory. Humph. Well, back to the topic at hand. I spoke of what I had omitted. It is time for you to come clean as well, Harry demanded, quickly changing the subject. Siri's smirk quickly turned into a frown as she looked away. You won't let up about that, will you? She asked with a sigh. Perhaps, but I know it involves Avalac and I don't trust the man. Although I am unsure of his motives, I know it is not your health and well-being because he simply has kindness in his heart. The fact that he is of the same world as Eridan only further makes me suspicious. Normally, I'd assume it was some sort of power play, but you usually do such from the shadows and his clear support of you is too obvious. So, he has some other motive and you know what it is, but don't want to tell others, which can only mean that we will not approve of it. How am I doing so far? Clearly your run in politics has sharpened your mind if you were able to pick so much up already. Siri admitted. Harry narrowed his eyes because she had just confirmed that no one would like what they are hiding. Harry narrowed his eyes. Please tell me this has nothing to do with Ithlin's prophecy? Harry finally said with suspicion. Siri stiffened at his words, and that was all the confirmation he needed. My God, Siri, you can't be serious. You think the end of the world is coming? What makes you believe? How could I not? We both know I am a child of the prophecy. My powers have seen to that readily. She points out. I think it highly likely yes, but taking prophecies at face value never works out well. And the bigger the prophecy, the more room for inaccuracies there is. The prophecy I was involved with took years to figure out, and it only held the fate of me and one other man. The prophecy you are in holds the fate of the world. There is no true guarantee of anything, it says. Harry argued. Siri sighed and shook her head. I wish I could believe that, unfortunately, there are simply too many signs to the contrary. She said solemnly. Harry paused and took a breath at that. He remembered being denied when he spoke of the coming of Voldemort and the prophecy. An entire year of those denying he was telling the truth had left him with bitter feelings towards Britain for years. All right, explain it to me so I can understand. Tell me what you have seen so I may see it as well. Harry told her calmly. You know of the prophecy. Do you remember its lines? She asked him. He thought about it for a moment, then nodded.
Ido.
What were the conditions that would signal the end? The spilling of Elf Wound and the coming of the White Frost, I believe. Harry said. Exactly, and what are we about to do? She asked. He thought about her words for a moment. You believe the death of the Wild Hunt will signal the end? Why? You've killed their members in the past with impunity. What would make this time different? Harry asked. Avallac'h has shown me evidence that the conjunction of spheres is about to take place once more. Siri said uneasily. Suddenly the pieces came together in his mind. The conjunction was when the walls between worlds collapsed enough for things to come through. The last time it had happened, humans, magic, and creatures poured through. Harry could suddenly imagine what would pour through instead of such beings. It all came down to the timing, of course. If the Wild Hunt was dealt with, but there was no evidence of the conjunction, then there was no need for fear necessarily. The same if it was just the conjunction again. But both happening at the same time could not be considered coincidence. The White Frost, is it that close? Harry asked. The conjunction still only truly knocked down the walls between worlds, which meant the worlds would have to already be close to or next to each other to cross over. That meant the White Frost was already close enough to this world that it could cross over easily. Which meant that even if it did not come through in the conjunction, within another few centuries it could cross over on its own. It is. I see, Harry said as he now looked at the horizon in silence with her as he lost himself in thought. It was several moments before he spoke again. You should have said something earlier, but I suppose I will have to start planning for this as well. Harry said. You can't stop the end of the world, Harry. Siri said with a clear resignation in her voice. Nor do I plan to. My only goal is to make sure you come out of it alive and unharmed. After that, well, we'll figure it out. I will research as many rituals as I can and look into ones speculated about Elder Wound immediately. It is not my area of expertise, but I have enough to make speculations. Making equations based on the combination of your wound and an extra-dimensional all-powerful destructive force will be tricky, but I will do my best. Harry, of course, we will also have to make plans for what will happen after the battle and make estimates on where the conjunction will open. Harry, there will also need to be speculations on what else may come through the portal that we may need to be dealt with. Harry finally stopped his rambling and looked at Siri, who looked exasperated but was still smiling at him. He frowned in confusion. What? He asked, befuddled. Her smile widened before she reached up and grabbed his face. Before he could question her on what she was doing, he felt her lips pressed against his. Soft was all he could think as she pressed against him, and he briefly allowed himself to become sucked into the moment as he closed his eyes and simply allowed himself to fully experience the sensation and the moment. He wasn't sure how long they had stayed like that, but eventually, much to his chagrin, she pulled away. Harry finally opened his eyes and looked at her blankly as he waited for his mind's processing ability to return. She just gave him an impish grin. What, thank you? Dare I ask what for? For everything. Quick announcement. First, apologies for the wait. I'm about to finish my bachelor's, but my classes have been kicking my ass. Second, because of the virus, I have a lot more time on my hands, so for the next few weeks I will be updating this story once a week. I might even do this till the story is finished. We'll see. Anyway, hope you enjoy. Kaer Morhen. Lady Yennefer. You look well rested. Harry tried to say something nice before he took in her appearance as she came down the stairs from her and Geralt's room. Unfortunately, he realized she was clearly wearing a robe without anything under it. Her hair looked like a bird's nest, and she smelt very, let's just say she had a particular aroma. She seemed to take some form of amusement from his sudden discomfort. Something wrong, Your Highness? She asked innocently. He frowned even more as he temporarily avoided eye contact with the sorceresses. She knew he hated it when she called him that. It was like hearing your aunt calling you sir. Nope, no problem whatsoever except for the name thing. Please stop calling me with a title unless we're in a formal occasion with people I have to intimidate. Harry said quickly. You're a king, she pointed out. I'm also a friend of your daughter's. Mothers aren't supposed to be respectful to the boys that their daughters are friends with. It's unnatural, like watching a snake befriend a mouse it's supposed to eat. Harry had to keep himself from shivering at the imagery. I admit to not knowing everything that conventional mothers do, but isn't that type of behavior reserved for boys that are trying to bed their daughters? She asked with a raised eyebrow. Harry closed his eyes and tilted his head in thought. This is one of those trick questions where no matter what I say it's wrong, right? Man, I haven't had to deal with those in like a century. Harry said as he reminisced back to his first serious relationship. He frowned when he realized that it had been so long since he had even thought of Gabriella. He briefly wondered what happened to her before bringing himself back to the present. It is. Yet, I would argue it is still a valid question. Answering it may even get me to permanently stop using your title. Fine. I am not trying to bed your daughter. Oh, is that so? How strange, considering Ciri is quite a beautiful woman as well as being descended from royalty. There's also the fact that she is insanely powerful. Most rulers would sell their arm or legs to have her, yet you're not interested. Yennefer asked while putting her hands on her hips in a disbelieving fashion. I am gay? Really? Is that the best you can do? Yes, strange. Ciri told me she kissed you several days ago and that you stood there frozen like some sort stunned baboon. Of course she did. Wait, there are baboons in this world? Where? Stop dancing around the subject. I am uncomfortable with said subject, so I will not. Harry shot back immediately. At this, Yennefer actually smiled genuinely. Fine. It's not like I care. Ciri is grown and can make her own choices, even if they are seemingly skewed to a man at least 15 times her age. 1. How old do you think I am? 2. Did Ciri say something about me? Wait, what am I asking? Stop distracting me. I wanted to ask you something. Fine, we can move on. What did you wish to know? You are intelligent. I was so sure you would be too distracted to notice. She smirked. Now that I've said it out loud, I really wished I hadn't noticed. Anyway, how is reaching out to the Lodge of Sorceresses? Have any responded back? Well, Philippa hasn't responded. Shiala said she would come if you ordered her to. I got in touch with Kira last night and she seems to be stuck in Velan. She seemed interested, but she wished to talk to you first. Why? Harry asked. Well, knowing her, I assume she wants to get something out of it. What do you assume she will ask for? Well, she's in Velan and she's not in the good graces with him here, and she definitely isn't in Radovid's. If I know her, she most likely wants to get in your good graces to return to the high life. That's it? She could have just come to my empire and made herself useful. I have literal laws making sure magic users are paid justly for their services. Harry replied. No offense, but why would I need a sorceress of the lodge or any for that matter to be my advisor? I am clearly intelligent enough to manage myself politically. I am just telling you what she will most likely want in return. You can decide how you want to deal with her. Fair. Anyone else? Ida Emian straight out denied our request. If you wish I could reach out to him here and have him convince her. Not necessary. Ida Emian isn't necessary, and I have no wish to force any to aid us except Philippa because I do not like her, and she needs to prove her level of trustworthiness so I can be convinced not to kill her. Wow, you really don't like her. No, I mean, obviously I can deal with selfish schemers, but even I have limits. I'm only a man, Harry said with frustration. I suppose I can't argue with that. Anyway, Fringilla is imprisoned currently by him here. Unsurprising. Well, I won't ask for her, but he may send her anyway. I did say he could, and I am expecting a list from him any day now to tell me who he is sending. He may send her. Harry pointed out with a shrug. I see. Well, the only other person unaccounted for is Margarita, and she is imprisoned by Radovid in Novigrad. She told him. Wait, what about Francesca? Well, she's royalty. That's fair. Though she does owe me. Francesca Findabair? The Queen of Elves owes you a favor? Do you mind if I ask how? She asked. I didn't kill her annoying spy. She sent into my kingdom and purposely allowed him to stay in my kingdom long enough to gather some information to send back to her. I see, and she has said that she would honor that favor? Yennefer asked him. Harry shrugged. She can accept the fact that she owes me a favor or she cannot. As long as she is ready to accept the consequences for doing either. Harry shot back. Right. I forgot, you're one of the most frightening people that currently exists. I mean, not how I would describe myself, but fair. Either way, let's get past that and go back to Margarita. If she were free, would she help us? Harry asked. Margarita is certainly one of the more sensible members of the lodge. She can most likely be convinced to help if we aid her in escaping. Although we will need your help with that. Of course, what would you need of me? You will need to be able to retrieve her as well as heal her as quickly as possible. No problem. I doubt any of her wounds are from curses, so that means I can stuff her with a few powerful potions to heal her in a few days. At least physically. She may need help mentally. Damn, if only my psychological health division was more trained. Psychological health? Health that concerns one's mental state. Things like anxiety, depression, etc. It was a much more studied field in my world, and I had several books on the subject from beginner level to doctorate level. Doctorate? It's the highest level of education on a subject. The equivalent is that of a master in a subject in this world. Actually, more so considering the time of education on the subject is longer. I see. Well, it sounds interesting. Perhaps I should study it at some point. You'll love it, I am sure. It's often used to learn to pick up subtle cues to discover personality points that can be used to reveal things about a person. You'd probably enjoy using it. Harry said with a smile. Noted. Well, Margarita is at the prison of the Church of the Eternal Fire at Novigrad. Do you have a plan to get in? I figured I would just blow my way in and kill anyone who tries to stop me. Good plan. Well, is there anything else I can help you with? She asked. No, that's all. I will go retrieve her later today. Thanks for the help and maybe take a bath. You are currently in a castle full of people with extra sensitive senses of smell. Harry tried to suggest. Why would I get clean when Geralt and I are still not done? Okay, and that's the end of this conversation. Goodbye. Enjoy the rest of your day. I will be back tonight with your fellow sorceresses. Harry said as he quickly walked away. Ciri had mentioned Yennefer could be blunt and sometimes gross with her total lack of shame, but this was the first time he had experienced it. Several hours later, what's this I hear about you breaking into the Temple Isle prison? Harry turned around and saw Ciri standing behind him looking down at the various bottles he was looking through. Yeah, about that. You talked to Yennefer about a lot more things than I thought you did. To be fair, you did look very funny after I kissed you, because I wasn't expecting it. And now your mom knows about my most embarrassing moment in a century and a half. That's your most embarrassing moment? Obviously. What do you think I've been doing since I got here? I've been a super badass. Super badasses don't have embarrassing moments. And they certainly don't have those moments talked about to other people. Oh, I am sorry. Did I hurt the little super badass's whittle feelings? She asked in a baby voice as she mocked him. No respect from today's youth, whatever old man. So, what are you doing? Yennefer said you were planning to go on a prison heist tonight. Why are you looking at these bottles? Well, Margarita is most likely going to be pretty injured when I find her, so I am picking out some potions I can give to her when I find her. Things to aid with pain and to help her sleep. That sort of thing. You're not going to give her anything to heal? Yes, but not until we bring her back. She might be jostled a bit through apparition, and that might interfere with an active healing process. I'll give her something for her pain and then something to knock her out to ease the discomfort of apparition. When I bring her back here, then I will get started on healing her. I have to be honest, I never thought you would get into healing. You seemed much more like a man of action back in the day. And I was, but at a certain point, I got sick of learning new ways of hurting or killing people and decided to learn how to heal them instead. It was actually much more interesting, and I genuinely enjoyed the research I got to do while I became learned in the art of healing. I suppose you got to the point where you needed a change of pace. After you killed the Dark Lord guy, did you still end up having to kill a lot of people? Yeah, I would say so. Britain was one of the most bigoted countries in Europe, but it was certainly not the only one with issues that related to power-hungry fools. Many wished to take up the Dark Lord's calling, and I was often called to put them down. So, you just spent the time researching healing and killing people. What happened to your friends? I stayed friends with them. I also made some more. You never knew her, but there was a girl I met later named Daphne. She became one of my most loyal followers in the war against the Dark Lord, as well as the things that happened later. We became close, and she even named me the godfather of her children. Nice. So, what about you? You never settled down with anyone? Harry stilled at that. He looked back at her for a moment and eyed her. She was looking down at him as nonchalantly as she could pull off. But she wasn't making eye contact, which certainly set off some warning bells that he needed to be careful with what he said. I tried. You remember Fleur? Well, she had this younger sister. Later, when we're both adults, I entered a relationship with her. She was nice, lovely, and devoted. She never strayed, and she was always supportive. She was a good woman, and we were in a serious relationship for several years. But I eventually had to call it off. I couldn't give her what she wanted, and while I genuinely enjoyed her company, I just couldn't connect with her on a level the same way she did with me. I decided I could no longer lead her on and called it off. She understood, and I think that made it hurt more when I did so. Before I left my world, I wrote her a private letter to say goodbye. I figured I owed her that much. Harry finished softly as he reminisced. His relationship seemed almost like a lifetime ago, and yet he could still feel an ache inside himself for what he had done to Gabriella. He truly wished he could give her what she wanted and what she truly deserved, and it hurt that not only could he not, but that he also had to hurt her because of it. Oh, I am sorry. It must have been hard for you and her. It was at the time. Though it has been decades since then, and I, truthfully, rarely think about it these days. Gabriella was a wonderful person, and I am sure she wound out finding someone capable of giving her everything she deserved. And what about you? What about me? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. Ciri was now staring directly at him. What about your happily ever after? She asked. He thought for a moment before smiling. I already had mine. Now it's time I make sure you have yours, right? He asked in a teasing manner. Yeah, right, she said, not sounding completely convinced. Hey, enough with the gloom. I've got a sorceress to save. If you're looking for something to do, you could always set up somewhere for her to rest once she arrives. I could come with you to help rescue her, she suggested back to her normal, more playful tone of voice. Really? Why? You going stir crazy or something? That, and I have never gone into actual combat with you. I want to see how you fight, she said. You know, I just throw spells everywhere for the most part, right? And I cut people up with my sword. See? We cover each other's weaknesses, she pointed out to him. Well, I suppose you're right about that. All right, sure. I guess you can come with me. Geralt or Yennefer aren't going to lecture me about it later, though, right? Probably. But you do know that technically you're the ruler of Kedwen, which means Kaer Morhen is technically within your kingdom. That can be argued as technically the borders of Kedwen stop at the Blue Mountains and Kaer Morhen is within the Blue Mountains. Henselt went into the Blue Mountains all the time. The Blue Mountains aren't owned by any one kingdom, which means they are technically open for any to go into. As long as he didn't claim ownership, and despite my personal disliking of the man, he technically did nothing wrong in that. Harry explained. Whatever, the point is, don't worry about Geralt and Yennefer. I am an adult and can make my own decisions. Fine. You can come. Great. When do we leave? Just as soon as I pack some of these potions. You should go get your weapon ready and oiled up. You're probably going to need it. Harry told her. All right, don't leave without me, she yelled before running off to prepare. Harry watched her go before sighing. He picked the potions he wanted and put them in a small pouch on his side with size expansion charms on it to give it more room and several cushioning charms to make sure nothing inside of it broke. Once packed, he grabbed his basilisk skin jacket that he used as a form of armor for the most part when he didn't have to worry about looking like a king. He then walked over and waited in the main hall for Ciri to arrive. It didn't take long as she arrived in her normal white blouse and brown leather bottoms. The only noticeable difference was the hood she was now wearing. You know, we're not really going for subtly, right? He asked her. Obviously, but I wasn't sure how close you were going to bring us to the Isle, and it's going to be nighttime, so I didn't want to stand out. Especially since I was there quite recently and caused a ruckus. You have literal white hair, which is why I am wearing this hood. She shot back smugly. He rolled his eyes. Whatever. Are you ready? Always. Well, grab on and hold on tight, he told her as he held out his arm. She didn't hesitate as she grabbed onto him. Take a deep breath, Harry said. As soon as he watched her intake, he immediately pictured where he wanted to go and felt the familiar pull of apparition activating. He felt the squeeze he was so familiar with and suddenly a weightlessness. Then it seemed as if reality snapped back into focus as they suddenly landed heavily on their feet in a different place than they started. That was worse than I remember, Ciri said as she leaned on a nearby wall for a moment as she tried to catch her breath. Well, you haven't done it in a while. At least not while awake. It was bound to hit you harder. At least you didn't throw up this time, Harry teased. I didn't throw up. I just had something in my throat and had to spit it out. She groused back at him, referencing the first time she had apparat when she had first come to his world. Yeah, the thing in your mouth was throw up which you then spit out. Harry laughed at her. Whatever. Let's just get going. Where are we? She asked as she looked out the alley they were currently in. In an alley on the bridge leading to Temple Isle, Harry said to her. She nodded and looked around at the entrance for a moment. It looks like there are still people milling about. Should we be worried about that?
No.
Like I said, we aren't planning to be subtle. We can do this calmly as long as we can get away with it, but let's not worry about that too much. We are going to go loud at some point and it doesn't really matter when they know we are here, Harry told her as they walked out of the alley together and started walking towards the cut-off island. The city looks tense, she pointed out as she looked around. Harry frowned as he noticed what she was talking about. People seemed to be glancing around even more than usual. Even further than that, there was not a lot of witch hunters out. In fact, he couldn't see any. What do you think happened? She asked as they kept moving, wondering what happened to all the hunters. A voice asked. They both turned swiftly and saw an unscrupulous man looking at them with a yellow smile. Harry frowned, but did not sense anything overtly dangerous about the man. That depends. Is it going to cost us? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. Oh, come now, good sir. Can't spare a few coppers to a man in need? Not without seeing the value of your information first. So, if you want to get paid, your info better be informative indeed. Fine then. Not like it ain't common knowledge at this point anyway. Couple weeks ago, the hunters got their shit kicked in by some mage who came to town. He burned all sorts of their outpost and even damaged the Church of the Eternal Fire. He also helped most of the mages escape out of Novigrad from what I heard. Hasn't been seen since. Ever since, though, witch hunters have been called to protect the church and Isle at night to protect the prisoners and the priest. The man said. Harry felt his mind spark as he remembered the damage he had caused here recently. He reached into his pouch and pulled out several orens. Here, don't spend it all in one place, Harry said as he eyed the man. He almost wished he hadn't because the man smiled again, revealing his uncared for teeth. Oh, thank you, good sir, kind sir. May the eternal fire bless you, he said, as he bowed and scraped in front of Harry. I'd rather it doesn't, Harry muttered as he turned away and started walking once more. Ciri was quick to follow. Know anything about what he was talking about? She asked. Yep. He's talking about when I was here several weeks ago and laid waste to witch hunters and their resources galore, Harry told her. She looked at him in a way that suggested it would be a good idea if he explained himself a little more. We were initially here looking for you, and when we didn't find you, I stayed here and helped Triss with her mage problem, which involved me, causing a lot of destruction to the witch hunters and the Eternal Fire Church. Harry explained. And you forgot about that before we came here?
No.
I just didn't know they were still freaking out about it. I mean, it's been weeks and I haven't been back once. Although I guess I should stop in and find Philippa. Don't want her causing too much trouble out of my line of sight. Harry mused to himself as they continued and left the bridge and reached the stairs that led up to the church and prison entrance. You went to war with the city and didn't think it would have any lasting consequences? She asked rhetorically. Oh, come now, it's Novigrad. The people here are used to the irregular. Harry pointed out. Ciri sighed. Yes, but there is obviously a limit. For example, killing a bunch of witch hunters and priests will cause you to reach such a limit rather quickly. I'm not worried about it, Harry said as he kept walking up the stairs and spoke as if he didn't have a care in the world. Ciri giggled a little at that before going silent. As they reached the top of the stairway, they saw the gate into the main courtyard was closed and under guard by 2 witch hunters. Harry looked over at Ciri and tilted his head at them, as if he were asking, do you want to take this one, or should I? She gave him a nod, which he took to mean, I'll take care of it. Evening, gents, Harry began as they approached them. Don't suppose you'd allow us to take a quick peek inside? Piss off before we send you back down the hard way. One of the hunters said back with some steel in his voice to show he meant it. Harry shook his head in exasperation. Well, that's a shame. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ciri had her sword drawn and executed a smooth and clearly well-practiced spin with her sword extended out. The built-up momentum easily cleaved through both of the men's neck before they could even squeak in surprise. Both bodies dropped and Harry immediately cast a powerful banishing charm on them and launched their bodies off the nearby edge of the aisle and down below into the sea. Nice move. I could never pull off the effortlessness you and Geralt seem to have mastered with such movements, Harry told her as he moved over to the door and cast a simple unlocking charm. Well, it took years to master, so I'd hope so, she said back lightly as she wiped the wound off her blade. Harry pushed the now unlocked door open as she did so before stepping through. You bet. I did practice after you left and became decent with the weapon, but I doubt I will ever be a master. A sword feels almost clumsy in my hands. I usually have to rely on my overwhelming strength and speed to defeat my enemies, Harry told her as he looked around and took in the defenses. There were several guards patrolling around the area, though none had noticed them yet. At least you made yourself at least somewhat proficient. Never know when a skill can come in handy, she said back casually as she too looked around. What are you thinking? Should we just start cutting people down? No, we probably don't have to deal with these men in direct combat. I'll just conjure some friends for them to play with, Harry said as he waved his hand in a slow sweeping motion in front of him with his eyes closed in concentration. Several small lights made of magic fell from his hand in the motion he had made and seemed to sink into the earth. Should I take a step back? Ciri asked. No need, Harry said as he didn't break his stare with the part of the floor where his spell had just sunk into. It only took another before the ground shift and objects started to break through the stone block pathway and emerge from the floor. They quickly took form until they looked like a strange cross between a wolf and a bear made from a weird mix of dirt, roots, and stones found in the earth. They're big, Ciri said. Harry nodded at that. Big, vicious, and immune to pain. They are quite the adversaries. And how unfortunate it doesn't look any of these witch hunters have silver swords, Harry said as he watched his creations go bounding off. Well, while they are dealing with those out here, shall we continue? Harry asked her with an over-the-top wave gesturing towards the direction they need to go. She simply rolled her eyes, but did indeed start to walk again. Which door? Ciri asked. The third one embedded into the outer walls, Harry pointed out. As soon as he told her, he heard yelling and screaming coming from another direction, much closer to the main church entrance. Harry ignored it and kept walking. Ciri did the same as she didn't even look in the direction of all the noise. This one right here? She asked nonchalantly. That's the one. Will you do the honors this time? He asked her politely. Gladly, She smirked before lunging forward and kicking the door in. Inside there was a stairway to the left where several men were running up, most likely trying to come up and respond to the noise they heard in the courtyard. Ciri once more drew her sword and in a blue flash, disappeared and reappeared directly in front of the first man. She struck him in his chest and pushed forward to enter a roll further down the stairs towards the next man who she swiped her sword at and left a deep gash diagonally through his entire torso which killed him before he could properly respond. Impressive. Let's continue, Harry said as he walked over the dead bodies that were now on the stairs and kept pushing deeper into the prison. They went down quite deep before they reached the bottom floor. What? I can sense the life force of the prisoners. There are several and they are all weak. I can also sense the guards. There are not nearly as many as I thought, Harry said. Didn't you just get done telling me how you basically ran a one-man war against these guys? I assumed you killed a lot. How many would you normally expect to be down here after that? Good point. Let us continue, Harry said as he opened a door that led to where the cells were most likely kept. Hey, who the fuck are why? The guard who had seen them as they entered suddenly found himself cut in half as a spell collided with him at waist level. As he fell, another hunter entered the room from a side room and saw his friend fall into two parts. His face morphed into one of panic as he immediately tried to draw his sword to retaliate only to find a sword suddenly burst through his chest from behind. Harry's eyes widened. He hadn't even seen her disappear this time, which was impressive considering the telltale blue flash that accompanied her every time she did it. Ciri then pulled the blade out and the man fell to the floor. Man, that always looks so cool except for the people you're cutting up. Must be terribly confusing, Harry said. Cool to look at? It's cool to do it. Seeing the look of surprise on some cocky prick when I stick it in them is so satisfying, she said as she smiled, only looking slightly demented due to the wound specks currently littered across her face. Right, remind me not to piss you off. Oh, I am sure you're smart enough to remember on your own, she said back with her smile only growing. Ha ha ha, what a scary thing to say, Harry responded, and he could almost feel a sweat drop starting to form on his brow as he tried to cover the fear he was starting to feel setting in. We still have a job to finish, enough flirting, she said to him. That's what you consider flirting? He muttered to himself as she disappeared into the next room only to soon be followed by terrified screaming. Was that a man? Harry moved back into action and followed her into the next room. As soon as he entered the room, he immediately had to duck as a body came flying in his direction and through the door he entered through. He looked back and saw the man was still alive, evident by his groaning, yet he was most likely going to die based on the wound he was losing rather quickly. Geez, you aren't feeling very merciful tonight, are you? Harry asked as he turned to see Ciri sheathing her blade with several other witch hunters around her cut up on the floor. Not for them, I mean, look at this. Look at what they did to these people. And these conditions they are in. There are feces on the floor next to them. They don't even give them a bucket. Deplorable, she snarled. Harry held up his hands in the universal motion of surrender. I am not disagreeing. Not like I have much room to talk anyway. Chichiri? Is that you? Both Harry and Ciri paused their speech and looked over in the direction of the weak voice. It had come from a cell in the room. This particular cell was situated near the center of the room and was clearly meant for a more important type of prisoner. Harry couldn't see whoever spoke well enough, so he moved in closer and peered into the darkness. He lifted his hand and cast a simple lumos and had it hover in the air near him to illuminate the room. The woman on the ground was beautiful. Well, she would have been had she not been literally covered in injuries from head to toe. She wore a torn green dress that may have been considered both beautiful and eye-catching with the way it highlighted several of the wearer's features. It would have looked nicer if the features it was showing weren't rail thin and looked like they had been starved for months. The hair on the person was blonde, though it was racked in dirt, frizzled, and went in several unnatural directions. Harry felt an unspeakable rage fill him as he realized that the woman in front of him was the person they had come here for. Harry knew that she wouldn't be in any condition that could be considered good, but knowing that logically and seeing it with his own two eyes were different. There was also the matter that Margarita was one of the sorceresses of the lodge he liked the most. He had never had any interaction with her, but he liked what he knew. She had stayed out of politics, not liking them, and had chosen instead to be a teacher. She was known to care deeply for those under her care. If he was forced to choose any from the lodge to be his advisor, it would be her. Margarita? Oh my God! What have they done to you? Siri gasped as she rushed over to the cage to look at the woman. Siri, what are you doing here? If they find you, they will kill you, Margarita said, continuously pausing as if it hurt just to speak. Stop talking, Harry ordered as he went to the cage door and wordlessly cast a spell that opened it. He entered the room and immediately went down to his knees next to her. Who are you? She asked. I said stop talking. You have several severely fractured bones, including several of your ribs. Siri, go check on the other prisoners. Release them if they are well enough, Harry ordered. He did not know it at the time, but he had slipped into his kingly voice at the time, and a chill had seemingly appeared around him to show the seriousness of his words. Right. Just make sure to help her, Siri said, looking concerned before moving away. Of course, Harry said as he cast several diagnostic spells on the woman. He frowned at what he saw. 40% of the bones in your body are broken. Of that 30% are severe breaks. Here, drink this. It will help with your pain, Harry said as he pulled out a pain-relieving potion. He watched her slowly look at it with squinted eyes, not with suspicion, but in a way that suggested she could not see particularly well. How is your eyesight? Harry asked. It's been better, she said, flinching as she downed the potion before almost immediately relaxing. That's better, she said in relief, finally able to complete a sentence without a pain-filled pause. Don't start moving. The potion only helped with the pain. The injuries are still there, you just can't feel them nearly as much. Nearly 80% of the pain receptors in your body have been suppressed. This will last for hours, Harry explained as he continued looking at her. He frowned when he realized her condition was worse than he expected. Apparition in such a state would be very risky. He would need to heal her at least partially right here. Unfortunately, most of her injuries were not in places shown in public. Margarita, my method of teleportation is not as smooth as portals. If I take you now, it may injure you further, possibly internally. I wish for you to know I am a trained healing professional and am asking for your consent to heal some of the wounds on your torso. I may need to place my hands under your dress. Are you all right with this? Please only answer with short responses, as I do not want to further aggravate your wounds. He asked her in a no-nonsense tone. Yes, she answered, though she sounded hesitant. Harry nodded before laying his hands over her. For some of the lesser wounds, he could heal them with no physical contact, as they were simpler and simply needed to be formed back together. The deeper and internal wounds would require a physical component, as he would basically have to do something almost similar to a magical echolocation on her body to understand how to best heal it. Luckily, he was able to heal many of the wounds he was concerned about to a manageable level, to the point where apparition would hopefully not be too terrible. Unfortunately, there was a particular wound his diagnostic charm had brought up that would require touch. I have found the shard. This won't hurt, but it may feel warm, Harry said before he started casting the spell. He started chanting in Parseltongue, which was just a series of low hisses that were barely audible to the rest of those in the room. A low, warm, golden glow radiated from his hand and seemed to settle for a moment as he chanted. After a full minute of this, the glow waned and he pulled his hand away. Okay, I have made sure you should be strong enough to make the journey at this point. That being said, I want you to drink this next potion. It will put you to sleep and make you easier for me to transport. Transport? Where do you wish to take me? And who are you? She asked. I wish to take you to Kaer Morhen, where several of your sisters are currently gathering. And I am Hadrian Black, Harry told her. Siri eyed him but said nothing. By now she had returned from freeing the other prisoners. He had already explained the name to her that he primarily used when he came to this world. Hadrian Black, as in the king of the Avalonian Empire? She asked disbelievingly as she looked to Siri, as if to confirm what he said. That one indeed, yes, he said with a small smile. He loved introducing himself to people in informal settings. When Siri didn't contradict him, she must have taken him at his word. She sighed, and he wasn't sure if it was in exasperation or relief. Didn't think I rated that much of a rescue, she said, and you will have more time to ponder it once you have left here and are healthy. Harry told her. I suppose I don't have much of a choice, she said. Of course you do. You don't have to come with us, or if you do, you don't have to take this potion. If you don't come with us, you will have to escape on your own. If you don't take the potion, but do come, you will most likely further injure yourself. Harry told her. Very well, I suppose I have no reason to not trust my rescuers, she said as she gently took the next potion out of his hands and brought it to her lips. Harry watched her drink it, and then she slowly gave him back his flask. She grimaced. I don't suppose that comes in other flavors? Beggars can't be choosers, Harry said back to her. She smiled. Heh. I like that, she said as her eyes fluttered close and her head tilted back, showing she had succumbed to the effects of the potion. Is she going to be okay? Ciri asked. Yes. Her injuries were serious in the sense that they could cause death. Not that they can't be healed or dealt with. In a week she will be completely healed, Harry told her with certainty. Ciri nodded in relief. I can't say I knew her well, but I knew her well enough to know she didn't deserve this, Ciri said as she looked down at the woman. Very few of the people Radovid wants to imprison deserve what happens to them, Harry said darkly as he thought of the man. He'll pay for this, Ciri spat. On that we completely agree, Ciri. On that we agree, Harry muttered. With that, he scooped the sleeping woman into his arms and carried in a bridal style. Are you ready? He asked Ciri. She grabbed on to his arms and nodded. Good. Kaer Morhen, how is she? Yennefer asked Harry as he quietly left the room that had been fashioned for Margarita. Harry looked back at Yennefer for a moment before showing her several papers that had some of Margarita's medical charts on them. Well, she had several fractures in her legs, some internal wounds that were partially healed, contusions all over the right side of her body, and a mild concussion. I had partially healed some of the major wounds on her body before bringing her here, Harry explained, handing over several of the charts. Yennefer looked through several of the papers before settling on one that seemed to be an anatomically correct model of Margarita with several sections all over the body highlighted. Are these highlighted areas the injuries? She asked. Yes, the colors correspond with the type of injuries at said location, Harry said as he watched her carefully. There seems to be a lot of bruising and contusions near her groin area, Yennefer said, looking up at him with suspicion. Harry sighed in exasperation. Your thoughts are correct, and I would appreciate if you didn't spread that around. I doubt it's something she wants publicly known, Harry said quietly as he took back the medical charts from her. Yennefer looked furious. And those who did this are all dead by this point because of either me or Ciri. And, as someone who is so close to death, I can promise you they are suffering wherever they are now, Harry told her. Not enough, I want to be the one who does it, Yennefer said through gritted teeth. Harry looked at her but shrugged. Agreed. Unfortunately, that's the best I can do for you, Harry told her. Can't you raise people from the dead? Not without knowing certain information about them. Remember, I needed Skjal's name when I raised him from the dead. Also, what do you think you are going to do to people that the rulers of the underworld can't? Believe me, I'll find something, she hissed. I strangely believe you. Either way, it can't be done without a bunch of research, Harry explained. You are a lot more protective of Margarita than I thought you would be. I didn't realize you were close. Everyone likes Margarita. She's nice, not manipulative, and very pleasant to be around. Sure, she wears her heart on her sleeve, at least more than other sorceresses, but it's endearing. She doesn't deserve something like this happening to her. Even Philippa would be willing to go out of her way to give a special punishment to the men who did this to her. Oh heck yang. And she's queen of being a cold-hearted bitch. Exactly. Well, her physical wounds will be fully healed in a day or two, and I will then start her on a treatment of nutritional potions to help her regain body mass. I am not sure about the mental after effects she will experience, but I am sure she will pull through. Harry finished. Good. Now that this has been addressed and taken care of, we can talk about Ciri. Yennefer glared. Harry was surprised she fully glared at him. He was almost positive it was the first time she had done so, which was strange considering how often she did it. Siri? She was fine last we talked. Did something happen to her? He asked, playing the oblivious card. You know what I am talking about. Why did you take her with you? Because she said she wanted to come. Harry responded back easily. And you put her in unnecessary danger by agreeing. Yennefer pointed out. Harry couldn't tell if she was angry or not. She was glaring, sure, but her voice was pretty even and she looked more like she was analyzing than berating. I had protections in place. As long as she didn't stray too far from me, her presence would be unnoticed by any trying to find her. Harry explained. Yet, you still took her into one of the most guarded prisons in the Northern Kingdom. Actually, it was pretty sparse. Seems the Church of the Eternal Fire and witch hunters have had a hard time recovering from my recent activities while we were searching for Ciri. Perhaps, but you didn't know that going in. I didn't need to. Ciri is a very skilled and powerful young woman. I trusted her to be able to handle herself and, if necessary, watch my back, which she did. Harry fired back triumphantly. Yennefer looked at him for a moment before nodding. All right. Yennefer acquiesced before backing off. Wait, you're not mad? Of course not. I just wanted to make sure you were thinking about what you were doing and not simply letting Ciri walk all over you. Ciri? Walk all over me? Are you joking? She clearly has you wrapped around her finger. She doesn't need a yes man pining after her. She needs someone who cares for her and is strong enough to tell her she's acting dumb and impulsive. I simply needed to know if you could do that. Of course, she's my friend. That's what friends do, at least where I come from. He responded. Still stuck on this whole friend premise? She asked rhetorically. What's wrong with being her friend? Nothing. But there is something wrong with being this much in denial about something. I am not in denial. So, you can look me in the eye and tell me honestly that you have no intention of courting Ciri? Look, I am going through a lot of emotions right now. And truthfully, this is not the time for me to be worrying about that. Once we've dealt with this whole wild hunt situation and Ciri can breathe free air without looking over her shoulder, then I can start reevaluating how I feel. Until then, all that goes on the back burner. What's a back burner? It's never mind. I just mean everything else isn't a priority. I understand. Though I do want you to know you have my approval. Yennefer said. Harry gave her a queer glance. Really? Why? You're a good match, and from what Ciri tells me, you have had similar life experiences so you can understand her in ways others can't. Plus, she obviously means a great deal to you, which is comforting. There are also the political ramifications. If she marries you, it would mean an alliance between the Avalonian Empire and the Nilfgaardian Empire, maybe even a merger. It's a win-win situation for all parties. Yennefer explained. I don't even want to think about that, so I am just going to ask that we move on. I assume Philippa hasn't responded, so I am going to go ahead and go get her. If you believe that to be wise. I did receive another message from Ida on behalf of him here. His forces will be at your borders in 2 days along with Fringilla Vigo, who he says is yours to do with what you please. Weird phrasing, but fine. The forces and Fringilla will be under your direct command. If they have a problem with that, they can come. Deal with me instead. Harry told her sternly. She smiled at that. As you wish. What about Kira? I don't have time to argue with this woman. She can deal with you or she can reject our help and continue staying in Velan. It is her choice. Harry shot back. So, that leaves us with me, Triss, Shayla, Fringilla, possibly Kira, possibly Margarita, and possibly Philippa. That's 4 of us guaranteed and 7 as a max. Your forces arrive in 2 days and Imhir's forces arrive in a week. The Sabbath is still a couple of weeks out and I am still unsure where Imlerith will be. Let's not focus on that. Taking out his generals would help us, but not so much. We should prioritize them over other matters. Now what has the elf sage been doing? Harry asked her quietly. She leaned instinctively. He is mostly speaking with Ciri and Geralt. When I try and speak with him, he dances around my question. I still do not know for what reason he is aiding us. Yennefer admitted. Harry frowned at that. Of course, he knew what Avallac'h was up to at this point, but he doubted it was his place to tell. Ciri didn't want any to worry, and since Harry was convinced he would not let her die, he was fine with that. Well, I suppose we should leave him alone for now. Ciri trusts him, and if he does betray her, we get to be the first in line to watch him burn. Harry said back with a clear venom in his voice. What a pleasant image. It is for me, Harry said as he turned and looked at the elven sage who approached near silently. Is eavesdropping also one of your many hidden talents then, Avallac'h? Yennefer asked sarcastically. No, I only just arrived and simply caught the tail end of your discussion. Convenient, Yennefer muttered. He's telling the truth. I sensed him approach, Harry admitted. Yet you did not make an effort to change the topic of conversation, Avallac'h questioned curiously. Why would I? I think it's important for you to understand the lengths I will go if you do end up betraying Ciri. I may not have her talent of jumping worlds with ease, but I have already ensured that should you indeed betray her, I can find you anywhere in any world. I will hunt you down and tear everything you love and want away from you. And when you are at your lowest, I will put a blade slowly in your intestines and drag it all the way up, all while never breaking eye contact. I want to see the exact moment where you truly regret having crossed me more than any other decision you have ever made. Harry explained in extreme and graphic detail as he eyed the sage in an eerily calm manner. I am sure it will not come to that. I have no desire to betray Cirilla, Avallac'h said as he took a small step away from Harry. Yet, your motives for helping her are questionable to say the least, and the way you hide it only tells me that I cannot trust you. Cirilla trusts me, which is the only reason I haven't strapped you to a chair and magically dissected your mind. Harry shot back. Avallac'h drew back even further at that. He seemed to be thinking about what to say next. I think that will do. Obviously, short of doing a mind dissection, we're not going to get anywhere since you will not tell us your goals. Why don't we move past this conversation and get to what you needed, Avallac'h? Yennefer calmed as she placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry would argue he already was rather calm, but he did take a step back himself to show he wasn't about to do anything to the sage. This seemed to calm them both down. I had wished to talk with King Hadrian on a matter if he was available, Avallac'h said with an almost forced politeness. Well, I suppose I should give you two some privacy, Yennefer said as she left the room smoothly. Harry eyed the man. It was my understanding that Ziriel had already explained my presence to you. She did not. I figured it out on my own, Harry said back as he looked the elf directly in the eye. Yet, you still claim to not trust me? Avallac'h asked now that he was sure they were alone. Even more so now. I have experience with those so easily willing to make sacrifices as long as it is not they that have to make the sacrifice. You'll throw out phrases like greater good and, for the best, as you cleverly shuffle your sacrificial lamb forward. Harry said back easily without breaking eye contact. Avallac'h frowned at Harry's words and once more looked like he was pondering his own carefully. You believe I would not sacrifice myself so willingly if I was in her shoes? Avallac'h asked. I suppose we will never know since, at the end of the day, she is the one who will always have to make the decision, not you. I see. I am not sure I could convince you that I truly have no ill will, and that I am doing everything I can to make sure she comes out of this alive. I will judge you by your actions, not by your intentions. Harry told him honestly. Very well. I wish to discuss a potential idea with you to get rid of a large part of Eredin's power. Go on. One of Eredin's current generals was a staunch supporter of the former King Oberyn. This general was loyal to a fault. His name is Guels. Judging by that line, I assume he is not such a fan of Eredin. You wish to turn him against his king? Yes. Not liking him is different than becoming a turncoat. Why would he turn? Harry asked bluntly. Because Eredin is responsible for the death of our previous king, Avallac'h revealed. Harry went silent as he thought that over. He would never take us at our word. Harry said back. Not normally. I happen to have spoken to Geralt about an oneiromancer he ran into in Novigrad while he waited for his ship to leave to Skellige. Corinne Tilly. I met her as well. I went to go speak to her about a possible way of leaving the city if she wished. She thanked me but decided to stay. I believe she is currently living in an abandoned house with a godling, Harry mentioned as he pulled a memory of Triss asking him if he would search for the woman on her behalf to see if she needed a way to leave the city. Excellent. I wish to use her to show him the truth of our former king's death. How will dreaming this prove it happened? Harry asked him. I am surprised you do not know. Oniromancer dreams can only show the truth. Can't be manipulated. Avalak explained to him. Harry frowned. That's convenient. He muttered. Indeed. I was wondering if you would wish to help me get to the man? Avalak asked politely. Harry frowned in thought. You're trying to endear yourself to me. Harry noticed while trying to keep the accusation out of his voice. I wouldn't quite put it like that, but I did see it as a possible way to hopefully lessen the tension between us. Never thought I'd see the day. I must be scarier than I thought. Harry commented almost to himself. So, unfortunately, I am very busy for several days. I would suggest taking Geralt with you instead. He'll likely know what to do better than I. Harry replied steadily. Unfortunate indeed. Avalak said with disappointment. Look, I was serious about what I will do to you if you betray us, but I suppose I can give you the benefit of the doubt until you prove yourself undeserving of it. Deal? I would appreciate that, thank you. I did wish to ask about one other thing. What is it? Ciri says you were exploring possible ways to maximize the chances of her safety. I was simply wondering if you had found anything yet? Avalak asked while coming a step closer and talking quieter. Harry frowned. Possibly. The white frost isn't something that can be destroyed by power alone. Taking that into account, I assume then that there is something about Ciri's position among dimensions that gives her the ability to do something about it. Reaching into an aspect of reality one is connected to is something difficult and different for each person who does it. I have found a ritual meant to deepen one's connection with magic, but I believe that it is actually due to the fact that those who use it are only connected with that. I believe if Ciri used the ritual it would deepen her connection with time and space. Fascinating. I have not heard of anything like that before. I assume there are dangers or side effects. Indeed, the biggest danger would be that she could possibly explode. Harry casually mentioned. Perhaps we should avoid that. My thoughts exactly. I have several other things I have saved for further research when I have the time. I will inform you if I find. Thank you. That was all I wished to speak on. I wish you luck with your endeavors for today. Avalak said before walking away. Harry nodded as the elf turned and started walking away. He followed the man's retreating form closely until he was out of sight. With that, Harry decided it was time to go find the wayward sorceress in Novigrad. He closed his eyes and paused for a moment before feeling the familiar pull of himself being whisked away. Novigrad. Harry had been tracking Philippa for near 20 minutes now in confusion as the path almost seemed to be moving erratically. It took him longer than he wished to admit to remember she could polymorph into an owl. With that in mind, he got to a higher vantage point before once more trying to track her. It would seem that she was headed in the direction of the docks. Harry operated several times across the rooftops before noticing the tracking spell change its direction slightly away from the docks and into the direction of some small nearby warehouses. He zeroed in on one particular warehouse before reaching out with his magical senses. He noticed several life signs from within the warehouse and one he definitely recognized as the annoyance he was currently tracking. He made his way down from the rooftops and headed towards the main door of the building. He reached it and wordlessly unlocked it before stepping in. He was immediately accosted by a man who was clearly some sort of guard for whatever was happening within. Hey, who? Harry didn't bother to let the man finish what he was going to say as he held up his hand and wordlessly cast a confundus on the man. His eyes immediately clouded over and he seemed to be staring off into space as if he were 1,000 miles away. Harry walked past the man and headed into the warehouse. The first floor was empty, but the partial second floor had voices coming from it and he could clearly see a light source. He silently walked up the stairs and finally got a look at the men on the second floor. Well, what do we have here? Harry asked calmly as he eyed the three men huddled over a table with maps, diagrams, and letters scattered all over it. They all turned to him as soon as he spoke. The one dressed in blue immediately went for a sword he had on his side. The one in the trench coat immediately backed up and instinctively went to the nearest shadows. The last was a fat man who wore nice, expensive clothing who seemed to be favoring one leg and looked to be permanently scowling. Naturally, he recognized all of them. Who the fuck are you? The one in the trench coat asked. It doesn't matter. If he tells anyone of what he saw, we're done for. The one in blue, who was clearly a soldier, said with a scowl as he brandished his sword ready to attack Harry. He simply rose an amused eyebrow at the man. Calm down, Thaler. You as well, Roche. Put your weapon down before the man splatters you all over my clothes. The fat one said. Dykstra, you know him? Roche asked without taking his eyes off Harry. We all do, some more than others. I'd say it's good to see you again, Dykstra. But it's not. Harry said in an almost bored tone as he looked at the man. Good to see you as well, King Hadrian. Dykstra said, even making a point to respectfully bow at him. Hadrian, Roche said now with his eyes widening as comprehension entered his mind. You're outta your mind, CG. What the hell would the king of the Avalonian Empire be doing here? Thaler asked rhetorically. I haven't the slightest. Dykstra answered as he looked at Harry, silently asking for an explanation, though smart enough to not demand one. I was in the area bird watching and simply stumbled upon the meeting by chance. Harry said to them, though the message was for the owl currently spying from the rafters on the meeting. Must have been some bird. Dykstra commented, keeping his voice in check. She is, indeed, though I would argue she's more of an annoyance to me most of the time than anything else. Anyway, what are three men of such renown doing in a secretive place like this, huddled around a table with what looks like plans of espionage? Harry asked. Just getting together for a friendly get-together. Roche told him. He looked at the man, unsure if he was being sarcastic or actually trying to fool him, considering how serious Roche always was. Really? Because these are incredibly detailed maps about where the front lines are. This one is a detailed map of Oxenfurt with Radovid's ship emboldened. These papers right here seem to be Redanian guard schedules, and these over here seem to be resource allocation. All that together, it almost makes it look like you're all plotting to kill Radovid. And if we were? Dykstra asked, keeping his cool. I'd want in. Harry said back as he looked at Dykstra. He took a moment to use legitimacy on the man to delve into his motives for this plot. He knew him too well to assume his motives were purely because Radovid was a monster. A quick scan confirmed his suspicions. He wanted to get rid of the man and install himself as the next ruler of Redania. He even planned on betraying the men currently aiding him. Harry had to hold back a frown. The man was truly horrid, even if Harry wasn't necessarily surprised by the fact. Looking to add Redania to your growing list of territories? Roche asked suspiciously. He turned his head away from the front man and turned to look at the soldier. It would admittedly be nice, yes. You can't deny that I would be a better ruler than Radovid. Harry pointed out. That would not be hard to accomplish. Roche said back. Harry actually smiled at that. True enough. Though I'd like to believe I give the kingdoms under my banner a great amount of leeway. That's something they may not get with him here. Harry argued. Or they could simply rule themselves. Roche shot back. Oh, because that has been working so well for them. Let's be honest, outside of Foltest, how many recent northern rulers are ones you actually trust to have the well-being of their people and country in mind when they make decisions? Say what you want about my empire, but I don't have those problems. There cannot be any doubt that I try to better the lives of those under me. After you have conquered them, I assume you're speaking of Kedwin. I did so because if I didn't, then Radovid would have making him that much harder to deal with. As you have already said, I am nowhere close to as bad as that man. Would you not then say it was better to have me as the ruler there rather than him? I cannot argue that. Exactly. And when Radovid falls, if I don't come in, then Imhir does. If you can say honestly to me right now that you would prefer his rule over mine, then I will back off. He can take Redania and I won't do anything to stop him. In truth, it will only delay me because he won't be able to stop himself from continuing to push at me and I will have to respond. I doubt it. Imhir is running out of resources to keep pushing his country into war. He has a couple years at most if he can really stretch himself before he will be forced to quit. Roche revealed. Harry frowned at that. He remembered the last reports he had said Imhir was having a budget meeting with some of his backers. That was before he engaged in his hunt for Ciri, though. He hadn't kept up with those reports since and had routed such things to Mary. She hadn't mentioned anything to him, though she only contacted about things she believed she couldn't handle herself. That will delay him. Imhir is smart. Even if he's running out of steam, he's more than just a military commander. He knows how to run an economy, and he will pause for a few years to regain some of his lost resources before continuing once more. The man is still relatively young. Harry argued. Well, you may be right about that. Roche conceded. Well, now that we've all made nice, why don't we move back for a moment? No offense, Your Majesty, but how exactly do you think you can help us in this? Our problem isn't necessarily resources, but luring Radovid out of his ship. I can think of a few ways. Lighting the ship on fire comes to mind. Harry pointed out. We'd never get close enough. Roche pointed out. Plus, the good old king had patrols all over that area to keep an eye out for trouble. Thaler finally chimed in. Use the rooftops, Harry said with a shrug. They'd never be able to escape. Radovid's men would converge on them as soon as they revealed their position, and they would be trapped. Spread the archers out in several areas. Make the patrols spread themselves into a wide net to look for them. Certain houses have basements that can probably access the sewers. Clear out the sewers in preparation and then have your men use them as an escape route. Harry told him. Easier said than done. Perhaps if we had a witcher to lead the men in the sewer to deal with the drowners. Shame Geralt left town so quickly. We could have used his help. Roche said. I am in contact with Geralt. We're currently working on something, but I can perhaps bring him down for a few days to aid you. Harry claimed. He was sure he could convince Geralt to help. Well, perhaps we can work something out. Roche finally said. Harry smiled. Wonderful. Now, if you will excuse me. Philippa, outside, now. Harry called out to seemingly no one as he pivoted in place and walked away from the table and the various men surrounding it. Wait, how will we get into contact with you? You won't. I will with you, Harry called back. Philippa, he heard Dijkstra mutter in a dark, questioning tone. He ignored the man and continued walking down the stairs. He passed the still, confounded man on the first floor and walked right out the door. He paused as he exited the building and took a deep breath as he closed his eyes for a moment. That could have gone better, could have gone worse. Harry responded. He opened his eye and saw the woman who he had been tracking standing directly in front of him. He felt his eyes squint a little as he gave her a small glare. You know, there are easier ways to get to Radovid. If someone were to reveal I was in the city to him, you would take advantage of the situation to kill him yourself. Yes, I am aware. Harry cut her off. Philippa stopped and frowned at her words. Does it matter who kills him? No, it just bothers me when you pretend to do things for altruistic means. It's like watching a wolf pretend to be a sheep. I worry about the opinion you seem to have developed about me. Philippa commented. They both went silent at that. If nothing else, Harry could respect the sorceresses in front of him. Despite the fact that a mage she knew could kill her in a second was mad at her. She showed no fear, and Harry could tell she genuinely felt none. It was impressive. Walk with me, Harry commanded as he moved past her. She followed and easily stepped into pace next to him. It would seem you have come searching me out. Can I take it? Then you have come to remove the rune on me? I suppose I did agree to that. Yennefer has been trying to contact you for days. Why have you not answered? He asked, getting to the point. I have not procured another megascope yet. Several weeks ago, almost all of Novigrad's mage population seemed to decide to get up and leave. Tends to make it hard to get magical items, she said back with a mix of sarcasm and genuine annoyance. Harry snorted at that. All right, fair enough. Yennefer has requested aid from the lodge to help with dealing with the wild hunt. All have responded in some manner except for you. Harry told her. So, you found her then? Good. Philippa said. Harry frowned. For some reason, he didn't like how she said that. Does that mean you will help? Harry questioned. That depends. What will I get out of it? Philippa asked. An interesting question. Well, let's see. It is likely that either Imhir or I will be the ones ruling Redania within the year, making us the last two rulers left on this side of the continent. Ciri is a close friend to me and a daughter to Imhir. I am not going to force you to help, but I guarantee that both of us will have a good memory of who did. I had figured that, but knowing both of you, helping will not get me into your good graces either. You're essentially asking me to help for nothing. Philippa responded. She still seemed unconcerned about the way the conversation was going. For conversation's sake, then, tell me what you wish to gain. I want the lodge to be officially resanctioned for one. I also wish to have an advising position in your court. I can agree to your first request on the condition that lodge agrees to not plot against my empire. If they have a problem with it, they may do what others to by constructing a reasonable argument and bringing it before me. If I find the concerns valid, I will find a way to deal with the problem. Agreed? I will have to ask my sisters before I can agree to that. Fair enough. As for your second request, why would I want you within my inner circle? I only allow those I implicitly trust to have my ear in such a way, and I think it's rather obvious how I feel about you. I don't know why you have such issue with me. As far as I am aware, I have done nothing directly against you. Philippa commented, though he could tell she was actually curious if she had indeed done something specific to antagonize him. You haven't done anything to me specifically. That being said, I judge you on the actions I have seen you take and the facets of your personality that I have had the pleasure to be exposed to. Harry told her sarcastically, "What's wrong with my personality? I thought you of all people wouldn't be intimidated by a confident, powerful woman. If I was, I wouldn't be friends with Ciri." Harry shot back with some annoyance. Then, you think yourself above others. Whether you are or not is irrelevant. Because you believe this, you treat others like their thoughts and opinions are worth less than your own. It makes you appear both unrelatable and cold. I personally don't like that, not to mention it goes against the very essence of what my empire is. My goal is to have those under me raise their fellow men and women up, not ignore them or further push them down. Harry explained with cold efficiency. That seems rather hypocritical considering you consider yourself above everyone as well. From a certain point of view, I am. From others, I am not. Either way, that doesn't give me the right to treat others any way I want. I treat those around me the way they often deserve to be treated. Had you shown yourself capable of caring for something besides yourself, I would treat you with the respect of someone more deserving. Despite the way you feel, you cannot argue that my experience and skills lend well to aiding in ruling. Philippa tried. Maybe. But while I may disagree on his methods and temperament, let's not pretend that Radovid didn't have a legitimate reason for being angry with you. You tried to take over and have him simply be a puppet. You pushed him into a corner not because you thought he was a bad ruler, but because you desired the power for yourself. So clearly advising isn't enough for you. I admit that was a blunder, but it was one I learned from. I have become better because I now understand what happens when one overreaches. Philippa tried. Harry stopped and looked at her. She looked back at him, sort of. I don't get you sorcerers and sorceresses. You have all this power, skill, and knowledge. You have the ability to be free and lead whatever life you want. Instead, you become obsessed with gaining political power and ruling over others with it. Some of you are good at it and others less so. But it just never made sense to me. It is all we know how to do, Philippa admitted. Harry wasn't sure if he imagined it, but he could have sworn for a moment that he could hear a bit of vulnerability enter the powerful sorceress's voice. Just for a moment, Harry paused and actually considered her words. Mages like Philippa were taken at a young age and trained harshly in the ways of magic. They were also trained in politics to a degree that surpassed even some rulers, which is why they were so heavily pushed into the roles they had. Harry supposed that if you taught a man to fish all his life and then one day told him to stop, he wouldn't be happy. Even if he didn't like fishing, he knew he could do it and he was comfortable with it. People always wanted to fall back onto what they knew when they felt vulnerable. Harry thought about the rest of the lodge. Many were in similar positions to Philippa, though some had adjusted better than others. Philippa, however, couldn't simply move on the way others had. Triss, for example, had a charisma that allowed her to endear herself to others. She could use her magic to help people. Yennefer had long since gotten used to no longer being in positions next to a ruler. Philippa wouldn't be able to. She didn't have the same charisma or outside experience like Triss and Yen had. I can give you a chance. You're not jumping into my inner circle, but I will start you somewhere, and if you do good, I will move you up. You can work your way up to a position that matched what you were once used to. If you prove yourself unworthy, however, you can forget about it and learn to fend for yourself like everyone else. Harry told her. That would be acceptable. Philippa instantly latched onto his words. Let me be clear, Your jobs will be around learning to help those around you first. This is not a way for you to suddenly start hurting personal power. Do you understand? Harry asked. Yes. Then we have a deal. We're gonna care more hen then. Don't want to walk around too much longer. Radovid will take notice, Philippa said as she looked around. Harry frowned as he contemplated how much she could actually perceive around them through her blindfold. I have never been there. Then we will have to apparate. What's apparate? Harry looked at the woman and slowly gave her an evil grin. Kaer Morhen. Several weeks later, Harry sat silently at one of the dining tables as various people milled about the keep. With the arrival of both his soldiers as well as the Nilfgaardian soldiers, Kaer Morhen was bustling with life. Harry had made sure to only choose some of the most loyal of his men to ensure they wouldn't fight with the Nilfgaardian host. Some of Imhir's men had noticed his men's reserved manner and had snipped at and insulted them on several occasions, though it stopped once Harry, having grown tired of the behavior, roasted an officer to a crisp and told the rest of the host that he would do the same if they kept sowing discontent. That worked quite well, though Ciri had smacked him several times on the back of his head for his extreme measures. Fringilla had come with the Nilfgaardian host as well, but she had been in chains. Harry had released her and explained the deal once more to her for her freedom, though there was no need. Imhir had already made sure she understood before he sent her. She had been rather subdued for a few days but had slowly started to regain her silver tongue. Right now, she, Yennefer, and Philippa were at their nearby table, making subtle digs at each other under the guise of talking strategy. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you are looking rather chuffed, Ciri said with a smile as she slid into a seat next to him on his bench with a plate of food. Harry snorted. He glanced at the sorceress trio before responding. If I have to break up one more magical catfight, I'm going to explode, Harry muttered into his cup as he went in for another soothing sip. Ciri snorted. You're the one who wanted to have the lodge here instead of your magic users, Ciri pointed out. What's it about this time? I don't know, I can't keep up with them. Based on what I can see from previous arguments, Yennefer isn't a huge fan of Philippa for personal reasons. Philippa feels threatened by Yennefer, and Fringilla feels threatened by both. Why would Philippa feel threatened by Yennefer? Ciri asked as she bit into a cooked chicken leg. Harry frowned as his eyes flickered to the blind woman again. I imagine fear and jealousy. Judging from the various subtle questions she's asked me since she arrived, Philippa believes that Yennefer is in the good graces of both me and Imhir, which, politically, makes her the most powerful sorceress on the planet. She probably is thinking about what is going to happen after this whole ordeal is over with and believes Yennefer will benefit the most out of all of this. That seems dumb. Yennefer isn't doing this for the political benefits, Ciri commented with a slight frown. It doesn't matter what her reasons are if the results are the same. If she comes out of this alive and well after helping both of us, Yennefer could easily ask for any political position she wanted. And you would give it to her? Of course. I trust Yennefer and she has a lot of experience. That being said, I don't think she plans to go back into politics after this. Bet she would like to leave the political scene in its entirety if she could. Maybe retire with Geralt. Harry explained. She didn't say anything to me. Oh, I doubt she has anything set in stone yet or even talked to Geralt about it. That is just my hunch about what she might do, Harry admitted. Well, going back to the original topic, didn't you also promise a position for Philippa? She asked. I did, but it's low level. The real thing she wants is the side effect of being able to possibly rise above said station and gain a higher position later. I promised something similar to Kira to get her to Come. Harry replied. Where is Kira? I haven't seen her recently, Ciri commented as she looked around. It would seem she and Lambert have been spending a lot of time together recently, Harry replied suggestively. I don't want to think any further about that. How's Margarita been doing? I know she's fully healed, but you keep having medical sessions with her, should I be worried? Ciri asked him with a raised eyebrow. Harry just looked at her in confusion. Worried about what? I already told you she is physically fine now, Harry said. Ciri stopped and looked him directly in the eye for a moment. She seemed to be searching for something, but her arched eyebrow also had him, believing he had just said something stupid. He just couldn't figure out why. Never mind. If she is physically fine, Why are you still having medical sessions? Siri asked with clear exasperation. Harry frowned deeper in confusion by her exasperation but continued anyway. Well, since I don't have anyone properly trained in psychology, I have been acting as a sort of unofficial therapist for her about her experiences, Harry explained. Psychology, that sounds familiar. What is it again? It's medical practices that deal with someone's mental health instead of their physical. Harry gave her a simplified explanation. Oh right, we've talked about that before. So how is her mental health then? Shaky but improving. She is doing much better than expected from others who have been in her position. She watched the torture and murder of her students and then dealt with extreme torture herself. There have been some people who have gone mad from such things. She is still rather reserved, but she is recovering. She is with Triss right now, I believe. Harry told her. Siri nodded at that. Good. I am glad she is getting better. Excuse me, a voice said, interrupting their conversation. Harry looked over his shoulder and saw Yennefer standing there. Do you mind if I join you for a moment? Yennefer asked. Harry nodded. Of course, Harry said as he gestured to the other side of the table for Yennefer to sit at. She nodded and walked around the table before sitting down. Did I hear you talking about Margarita? Yes, I was just giving Siri an update on how the sessions we have been doing have been going. I forgot to thank you for those. I have noticed Margarita's improved condition after your talks. You were right about the potential of these mental health practices. Yennefer complimented. Well, I am just glad I could help. I am not officially trained in them after all, so some things I have to simply wing, Harry said to her. Well, it's working. While that is good to hear, it is not why I came over. Do you recall a conversation we had about your adventures with Geralt in Velen? Yennefer asked. Harry frowned in confusion at the turn the conversation just made.
Ido.
Do you remember those witches you said you killed? Yes. Well, I found out that the Sabbath event Imlerith is planning to go to is one in Velen near the Crookback Bog. Because of her somewhat close proximity to the location, I asked Kira about the area. She told me that, from what she knew, it was still under the domain of the witches you killed. Yennefer revealed. What? That's impossible. Harry growled. Just the thought of those cursed beings who had desired to consume Ciri's flesh had his wound boiling. How could they have possibly survived fiendfire? I am just reporting what she said. They are the ones hosting the Sabbath from what I was able to find out. Yennefer said calmly. Harry said nothing for a moment in thought. If they did survive then, they must be more powerful than I thought. Where is Geralt? Harry asked. I believe he and Vesemir went to go deal with forktail nesting nearby. Yennefer said. Harry nodded slowly. If what you say is true, then it is even more important I go personally to deal with this. Imlerith is the last general we can directly take down before we lure the wild hunt in. But if he is protected by the witches and they have a way, stopping one of my most powerful attacks, I may need Geralt's help with this. Harry said to her. Yennefer looked like she wanted to say something but held back and simply nodded instead. I will have to speak to him when he gets back. I will make sure that our forces know you are in charge while I am gone. If any act out while I am gone, mine or Imhir's, you have my permission to deal with them as you see fit. He told Yennefer. Yennefer nodded. How long do you think you will be gone? Just the night it happens, I assume, Harry told her. It's in 3 days. Understood. 3 days later. Thanks again for helping me with this, Geralt, Harry said to the man as they both looked over their equipment one last time. Harry had made sure to enchant Geralt's armor specifically to be able to better handle blunt force attacks. Sure. There's no issue. Are you sure you'll be able to take down those witches this time? Geralt asked. Harry knew the man wasn't taking a dig at him and was simply asking seriously. I have several contingencies ready in case it turns out I can't kill them. Like what? Well, the easiest is I'll most likely seal their essence into a powerful object before casting said object into oblivion, Harry explained. That sounds complicated. Somewhat, yes. If I do end up having to do that, I'll have to weaken them first. Throwing them into oblivion is much easier. When you say oblivion, it's basically the space between worlds. As they will be sealed, they won't be able to escape it, and even if they did escape the sealing, they won't have the necessary materials needed to escape oblivion. A permanent solution I came up with to deal with beings I can't directly defeat. Harry admitted. Have you ever had to use the method before? No, though I almost did once. A certain high vampire I couldn't deal with. I managed to seal her and threatened to throw her into oblivion. I released her once she swore a magical oath to me that she would no longer act directly or indirectly against me. Unfortunately, she had a way to break magical oaths with lesser beings which I didn't know about at the time. Luckily, she gained some respect for me after the incident and we developed a compatible enough relationship built on that respect. Sounds like you got lucky. You have no idea. It worked out though. She doesn't attack me or my citizens and in exchange, I give her a steady supply of wound. Why would you do that? Easy way to deal with my worst undesirables. Cold-blooded murders, rapists, those sorts of people. Harry replied. Geralt had looked unsure when he had first said it but looked at ease after he mentioned who exactly he was giving to the vampire. I see. Anyway, the point is, this should work. I do have a few other tricks in case sealing doesn't work, but I hope to just be able to kill them directly. Harry explained to Geralt. He nodded. I am ready. Geralt said. Good. Let's go. Harry said as he grabbed onto the man and apparat. Harry and Geralt both landed heavily before recovering and looking around. Harry could see the huts of the small little village where the crones usually stayed within the bog. It was mostly destroyed still from the fire he had unleashed upon it. It was empty and he couldn't feel their presence, confirming what Yennefer had told them. In the distance, he could see a tall hill or small mountain that had random glowing fires on its side showing people being on it. He looked at Geralt and took in his appearance. You're getting better at handling it. I told you that you would get used to it, Harry said with a small smile. I still don't like it, Geralt said back as he looked around the bog. Harry shrugged. You probably never will, but it can get to a point where the discomfort it causes is almost non-existent, Harry told him. We're riding to the mountain, Geralt said, ignoring his words. Harry frowned. It would be faster to simply apparate again. We're riding, Geralt said with a finality in his voice. Harry rolled his eyes. Fine. Harry responded before holding out his hands and casting magic on the ground before them. Soon the ground seemed to come to life, rising and taking form. In front of them stood two horses, both brown and looking similar to the dirt they had been created from. Harry casts a simple transfiguration and the dirt stallions turned into real living ones, though both still had a dark coat. Harry then gestured to the horses. Shall we? With that, they both mounted the horses and started riding towards the small mountain. Harry made sure to cast a simple charm to prevent monsters from bothering them on their trek. It worked, but it didn't stop Geralt from reaching for his sword every time he saw a group of drowners or a hag. Luckily, they made it out without any incidents before starting the trek up the side of the mountain. The villagers are up ahead. Let's try and not cause a problem, Geralt said with a look at him. Harry simply nodded. No issue. I'll use a bit of fancy magic to make sure they let us go by. Just be careful. I doubt they'll be happy if they catch you. My magic is a little more advanced than your Axii, Geralt. Though I will heed your words and make sure I am careful. Harry shot back. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the entrance to the camp where the villagers were located. Unfortunately, there seemed to be a guard stationed at the entrance. Hold up. Who are you? The guard asked them as they arrived. Harry raised a hand lazily and a dull brown spell came flying out and nailed him in the chest. The man immediately straightened up and paused for a moment. All right, you can go on through. Don't cause no trouble while you's here, the man said before getting out of their way. With that, they walked on by and unmounted from their horses. They then walked through the camp silently. Most of the villagers seemed to be in the midst of drinking and partying and barely noticed them. Harry quickly noticed the path further up the mountain and that it was blocked by a gate. Are you going to magic us across? Well, I doubt they would simply let us through, so yes. Harry looked at the gate for a moment, then looked around before placing his hand on the wood. He concentrated for a moment before he heard a thump from the other side of it. With that, he pushed forward and the gate opened seamlessly. Oi! Who are? The guard who had been about to stop them on the other side of the gate stopped as Harry silently repeated the spell he had used on the first guard they had run into. The man stopped and simply backed away from them silently. You don't think they'll notice him reacting like that? Geralt asked.
No.
He only acts like that around us. If anyone approaches, he will act as normal. Harry told him. They pushed further up the hill, but soon Geralt spoke again. I've been meaning to ask. Harry looked at Geralt as he made to speak. What's up? How did you convince Ciri to stay behind? Geralt asked seriously. Harry tilted his head at the question. It was true that the last few days, Ciri had been pushing for him to take her with him to confront the crones. Cold hard logic. She knows that under normal circumstances I would have brought her along, but since clearly there is more to the crone's magic than I previously thought, there is a chance they would be able to disable the protections I placed around her to keep the wild hunt away. If that is the case, after such a long time, the hunt will likely jump on the lead to confront her before she can disappear again. This could be extremely bad, especially with all the effort we have put into the plans we have made. And saying that worked? Absolutely not. She pulled her sword and threatened to cut off my bits if I kept trying to coddle her. Had to make a bunch of promises for stuff I am not sure I can even do to finally convince her. Harry answered blandly. Yeah, that sounds about right, Geralt said with a soft chuckle. Harry looked at the man as he did so. It was rare to see him do that. I am sure it'll work out. I am not exactly sure where I would even find a unicorn or why she wants one. But I am sure it'll work. What? Harry said back as he looked at Geralt with confusion. The man looked at him with a hard eye. She asked you for a unicorn? A stuffed one? Yes. Is that a problem? Harry asked. Did she say why?
No.
Just said to make it up to her I would have to get one. I asked her if it was because of the one she used to know, and she said she wanted it for something else. After that, she gave me a weird smile, before walking away. I figured it had something to do with Yennefer since I know she has that stuffed one. Harry said as they continued walking, though he also kept his eyes on Geralt, who suddenly seemed agitated. I bet she did. Do you know what Yennefer uses that unicorn for? I never bothered asking. I assume she just liked the look of it since it seems to just be a decoration piece. Harry answered honestly. Geralt went silent at that for a while. They continued up the mountain for several minutes in tense silence. Finally, Geralt sighed. Hadrian, do you love Ciri? Geralt asked. Harry almost tripped at that before catching himself at the last possible moment. What? Where is this coming from? Don't make me ask twice. Geralt growled as he eyed Harry. Harry simply looked back at the man searching for he wasn't quite sure. After seeing how serious he was, he thought about the question. I don't know. I am assuming you are speaking in a romantic sense, and if so, I simply do not know. Overall, Cirilla and I haven't known each other that long, even if she is very easy to get along with and like. That being said, I am not sure we have known each other long enough for me to concisely say. I can say that I am as close to Ciri as I have ever been with another human being. Even if it is not romantic love, I feel for her, which I am not saying it isn't. My feelings are intense and I know I would do anything for her. Does that answer your question? Harry asked. You think you are in love with her then? Yes, perhaps. If you hurt her, you know I'll do everything in my power to gut you. I hope. Geralt said completely seriously. Harry decided to not point out the difference in combat power between the two of them and simply nodded. Of course. I would never willingly do something like that, Harry said. Geralt eyed him for another moment before sighing. Fine. Let's continue you so we can go back and I can get drunk enough to drown out the revelations of tonight. I still don't get it. Does it have something to do with the unicorn? I am not about to accidentally propose to her by giving her a unicorn. Am I? Harry asked, a little frightened now. No, it's never mind. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Let's just go kill these people and leave. Okay. They reached the mouth of a cave that led into the mountain. They entered in silence and saw the paths diverge. There was also the matter of the red and black Sylvan sitting on a ledge and watching them approach. Halt! None but the chosen may see the crones, the creature said as it stood up. Harry looked over at Geralt. Do you want to or should I? Harry asked. Geralt didn't bother verbally answering. Instead, he simply pulled out his silver sword and approached the Sylvan. Harry took a step back. For some reason, he had the feeling Geralt wanted to work out some aggression. He assumed it had something to do with their earlier conversation. Immediately the creature jumped down from its ledge and moved to attack the Witcher. He opened with a fire-breathing attack. Geralt saw it coming as he rolled under it and to the side of the fat creature. He moved in close, as fast as lightning, and launched a hard upward cut that dug into the Sylvan. It roared in pain before swiping at Geralt with its big, meaty hand. Geralt rolled backward to avoid the hit and quickly cast an aardback to knock the being off its feet. As it stumbled backward, Geralt came in again with his enhanced speed and launched into a pirouette with his blade whipping around him and cutting into the fat of the creature twice. Instead of a roar, this time the creature groaned in pain as it fell heavily to one knee. It tried to look up only to find Geralt's rising knee smash under its chin, knocking it fully backward and onto its back. Geralt spun the sword expertly as he walked over and raised the blade upwards, preparing to struck the creature through its chest. You may have defeated me, but the ladies will dash. HRRK. Geralt wasn't going to wait for him to finish whatever he wanted to say, as he brought the blade down and right into the creature's heart, killing it. Harry approached as Geralt pulled out his blade and cleaned it for a moment. Always impressive to watch you work well. Imlerith is up further on the mountain. The crones are down this path here. I'll meet you at the peak once I have dispatched with them. Sound good? Yes. Good luck. You as well, Geralt, Harry said before turning and heading down the path that leads deep into a cave within the heart of the mountain. He walked silently as he felt the air grow thicker with the dark magic of the crones. Harry saw an opening and a ledge that dropped into a cavern. Inside, he saw the ground covered in a liquid, possibly several inches high. It almost looked like it was the color of wound. Deeper into the cavern there was a cauldron with 3 naked women surrounding it, talking and laughing. It might have been beautiful if they weren't covered in wound and eating human limbs as they spoke. Harry dropped from the ledge and landed loudly onto the wet floor. He stood and looked at the crones, who were no longer laughing and glaring at him. Well, what do we have here? If I remember correctly, I could have sworn I killed you 3, and yet, to my eternal surprise, I got a notice several days ago that you were all alive and well. You can only imagine my disappointment. Harry spoke, and with every word, he let go of more and more of the tight control he kept over his magic, allowing it to fill the room. It was so strong that it even pushed back the influence of the crone's own magic within the room. He could see them stepping away from the cauldron and watched their form twist into hideous beings that looked to be made of the collection of random limbs and part to resemble something vaguely humanoid. It would seem the Black One has returned, sisters. The crone with a cone-shaped hat on her head must repay him for what he did to her home when he last came to visit. Right, you are sisters, right you are. The biggest one finished. I had a similar thought. Though I am curious, how were you able to figure out a way to survive the fire I left you in? Foolish boy. We are older than you sorcerers could possibly imagine. We are tied to these lands in a way you couldn't possibly understand. The original one spoke again in a taunting manner. Unfortunately for her, Harry understood exactly what she meant. You've imprinted on the land itself and tied your life force to it. You've made the land itself a natural Horcrux impressive. What?
Apologie.
You have no idea what I am talking about. And I see now how you survived. The magic is quite impressive, and I imagine it took years to accomplish. I had thought you had used some other unknown magic to protect yourself. Unfortunately, there are at least 2 people on this planet who can naturally cut your connection. While I didn't let Ciri join me, it matters little because the other person who can do it is the one known as the Master of Death, which is me, Harry said. As he spoke, the air around him seemed to pulse with dark energy. What is it he speaks of? Nothing at all. He tries to confuse, but we won't let him. No, we shall not. Come, boy. You will be our next feast. There will be no more feast for you. Sigillum vitae. Harry called out as he raised his hands, and a black wave seemed to emanate from him and surround the entire room. As soon as it did so, the 3 crones dropped to their knees and started screaming in pain. Harry took a moment to catch his breath as they did so. The spell took a lot out of him, not just his magic but his very essence. A spell exclusive to someone connected with death itself. What have you done? the fat crone asked as she wearily made her way to her feet next to her sisters. Simple. You are not the first beings I have dealt with that have ensured their life by sealing part of their soul into something. This spell seals the user and anything around them off from all connections to all living things outside of it. Essentially, you are cut off from your connection to the land in which you claim keeps you alive. You will have to survive off your personal power, which is dwindling by the minute from what I can see. You better hope you can deal with me soon too, otherwise the connection will dwindle to the point that it cannot be reconnected even if you leave. Harry told them as he continued to stall to regain his breath. As he spoke, he could feel the weariness from the spell wear off, and by the end of the speech he was ready to deal with them.
No, impossible.
He must be destroyed, ground up and cast to the wind with you. Let's do this then. Flammus Acrobus. Immediately a white flame sprung out of Harry's hand and raced towards the three crones. They seemed to melt into the floor as the fire went over their head. Harry frowned before moving forward to attack them. He summoned a dagger slightly shorter than a short sword. As soon as he got close enough, he moved as fast as he could to surprise the first one. The one with the cone-shaped hat barely managed to move out of the way, not expecting the speed he was capable of. Harry didn't wait for the others to react as he spun in the opposite direction and made for the crone wearing a hood and face mask. She wasn't as fast as her sister, which caused her to catch his blade through her shoulder. She shrieked as she tried to move back. Harry didn't let her though, as he yanked the blade violently back, causing her to get pulled forward. He reached out and grabbed the crone around the neck and lifted her off the ground. Before her sisters could move in to help her, Harry turned, while still holding the crone in one hand, as he then threw the dagger at the last big one. She moved one of her giant hands to block the dagger, but it still managed to struck her hand, causing her to yell in pain and stumble back. That gave Harry the breathing room he needed. He then looked at the crone he was holding. He held up his now free hand, and a dark ooze seemed to seep out of his hand and curl around his fingers before seemingly hardening into the shape of claws. As soon as it joined the body on the floor, both the head and body started to seemingly dissolve slowly into a cloud of black smoke. Harry looked at it and could physically feel the soul departing this plane of existence. He looked up at the two remaining sister. That's one down, two to go, Harry said coldly. You'll pay 100 times for her death. Silence. Tumulatus Galces. Harry called out. As soon as the words left his lips, a cold wind started whipping around him violently before exploding violently in all directions. Ice sprung up all around him and expanded rapidly outward. He watched the two remaining crones try to seep into the ground to avoid the damage, but the ice froze the liquid on the ground, and as soon as it reached where they had disappeared, it seemingly forced them out of the floor and threw them out. No more disappearing for you two, Harry said as he stalked over to them with a glowing light in his right hand. The two women picked themselves up and Harry released the golden spell towards them. It landed on the floor beneath them. A golden circle suddenly appeared on the ground centered on where the spell landed. It expanded until it was encompassing both women. As soon as it stopped, a static suddenly filled the air and specks of glowing lights appeared within the air above the area of the circle. The crone with the cone-shaped hat seemed to sense what was about to happen and quickly moved to jump out of the circle. Her sister wasn't so lucky. Before either could fully understand what was happening, a pillar of golden light blasted out of the circle, completely encompassing everything within it. The big crone let out a wound-curdling scream as she was completely engulfed by the light to the point that she couldn't even be seen. Harry heard her stop screaming after a moment and didn't need his death sense to know she had just been annihilated by the beam. As quick as it appeared, the beam disappeared and the room went back to its darkened normal appearance. Harry heard a groan and heavy breathing. His eyes were drawn to the last crone, who was on the floor panting and making quiet moans of pain. Harry could immediately see why. With the ice on the ground, she hadn't been able to get the traction to fully leave the circle and her legs had been caught inside. Everything from her mid-thigh down had been destroyed. Since she wasn't going anywhere, Harry walked to her slowly, taking his time and enjoying the feeling of a successful hunt. Like a wolf eyeing a rabbit, it had cornered. He stopped as he stood over her injured body. And then there was one, Harry said as he looked down at the crone. Wait, Please, I can be useful. I can gift you anything you wish for. Do not be so hasty, she started begging. Harry rolled his eyes. It always ended up that those who avoided death were always the most afraid of it. He crouched down next to Crone and looked her in the eye. Your word rings hollow. Everything you would offer me would have a price, and I would always have to watch you to make sure you would never betray me. There's also the fact that your corrupt magic truly disgusts me. But you know what? Even if there wasn't all that to help my decision, I would still kill you, and do you want to know why? Harry asked as he reached out lightning fast and violently grabbed her hair to pull her close to him. She yelped in pain as she looked into his eyes, he thought. He couldn't be sure since she didn't exactly have actual eyes. Because you fucked with someone I loved. You tried to hurt and kill someone precious to me just so you could gain more power. So, don't bother begging me for your life and die knowing that you won't find any peace in death, but punishment for your eons of sin. Harry ground out. With that, he used his other hand and slammed it against her face and held it. Bombardo. Harry spat and watched the head explode violently into an ooze that launched in all directions. Like her previous sister, the body fell to the floor and started dissolving into thick black smoke. Harry stood and wiped some of the ooze that got onto his face off. He took a moment to close his eyes and took a deep breath. He could feel the crone's magic in the air slowly disappear now that they were dead. Soon, their influence on the lands of Velan would also disappear. Harry opened his eyes and looked up towards the ceiling. From what he could feel, Geralt was still dealing with Imlerith. He should go up and make sure everything was all right with them. He exited the cavern he had his confrontation in without a second glance. He made it back to the body of the Sylvan that Geralt had killed and made his way up the other pathway Geralt had gone on. Harry walked slowly up the path. It would seem he was more tired than he thought. Soul magic always took a different kind of toll out of him, and keeping that spell that isolated the crones up for so long had made him feel sluggish. He hoped Geralt wouldn't need any help. As he made his way to the top of the pathway, he entered a clearing that lay at the top of the mountain. Harry almost panicked as he saw Imlerith holding Geralt up in the air by his throat. Luckily, as soon as he saw it, he watched Geralt unleash an Igni straight into the man's head, causing him to roar in pain. He dropped Geralt and he immediately calmed down. He watched as Imlerith fell to his knees and tried to rip off his helmet. He imagined it was extremely painful to do so, considering his flesh was probably melted to some extent to the helmet. Nevertheless, Imlerith managed to rip off the helmet and looked like every motion was causing him pain. He watched as Geralt moved and grabbed the huge mace that Imlerith had been using as a weapon. It was too big for Geralt to use comfortably, though it probably wouldn't matter if he was going to do what Harry thought he was. Imlerith looked up and glared at the approaching Witcher. Geralt didn't even wait to see if he had anything to say before lifting the mace and slamming it down directly on top of the man, completely squashing his head, killing him instantly. Both the body with the mace still stuck in it fell to the ground lifelessly. Harry took that as the time to come over. That looked intense. Are you okay? I'm fine. He got me with a few hits, but your charms held up well. Made to grab me once he saw his hits weren't slowing me down. Geralt explained as they both sat down on the edge and looked out to the sun that was just starting to rise on the horizon. Glad to hear that. No injuries, then? None. What about you? Did you manage to kill the witches? I did indeed. No injuries on my part, though I am rather tired. Took a lot out of me to maintain one of my spells. Did you end up having to seal them? No, I found out the method they were using to stay alive and neutralized. I made sure they died this time. Harry explained. Could you want to sit here a little longer to catch your breath? Geralt asked. Harry thought for a moment. Nah, I'll just sleep when we get back to Kaer Morhen. You ready? Yeah, let's go. Kaer Morhen. Harry and Geralt both landed easily enough at the entrance to the main hall. It frightened the guards that were now on duty outside of the hall. Once they saw it was him, though, they calmed down. Your Majesty, it is good to see you back safely. One of the guards said while saluting him. At ease. Thank you for your words, soldier. Anything happen while I was gone? Harry asked. The soldier shook his head. Nay, quiet as a mouse. Lady Yennefer made sure the boys didn't get too rowdy. The soldier said. Good. Well, have a good night then, a soldier. You as well, your majesty. With that, both Harry and Gerald walked into the main hall. Well, this is it for this adventure. Thank you for your help, Gerald, Harry said, holding his hand out to shake. Gerald took it and shook it with ease. He nodded at Harry. My pleasure. Glad we managed to take care of this. Also, remember what we talked about. I'll be holding you to your word, Gerald said, turning serious at the end. Harry nodded slowly as he looked back at the man. I know. I won't disappoint. See that you don't. Good night, Hadrian. Good night, Gerald. With that, they both headed up to their respective rooms. Harry's was in one of the newer rooms he had created when he had expanded Kaer Morhen. It wasn't overly big, having just a nice-sized bed, a chest and a fireplace off to the side. It did also have a balcony, though Harry barely went out on it. He immediately started taking off all his clothes save for his undershirt and a pair of boxers. His room temperature was controlled by him, so it never got too hot or cold. He immediately climbed into his bed and laid down under his covers. He closed his eyes and could already feel the realm of dreams calling to him. While doing so, he was sure he heard a noise but was too tired to acknowledge it. Next thing he knew, he felt a shift next to him on the other side of his bed. Again, he ignored it before feeling a jolt as he finally realized the situation he was in. Someone was in his room. Harry opened his eyes and immediately met a set of green eyes staring directly into his. It took him a moment to process what he was looking at due to his tiredness. Siri? Yes? What are you doing in my room? Harry asked gently. I wanted to ask how your mission went. Though you seemed very tired, so I thought I would wait until you woke up. You decided to do that in my bed? Why not? We've slept together before. On my couch in my living room. Not in my bed. Does that matter so much? I suppose not. Exactly. So go to sleep and we can talk in the morning, Siri said as she shifted closer to him. Harry eyed her for a moment but was honestly too tired to fight her on this. Fine. Just let me sleep, Harry murmured. Siri smiled before nodding. Okay. Good night. It's morning, Harry muttered softly before drifting. For a few moments, all was quiet and Harry was almost on the verge of completely submerging his consciousness in dreams. Harry? Chen? I'm cold. Thank you, Siri said with an unusual perkiness in her voice. MPH? Siri. Harry muttered. Yes? Are you not wearing any bottoms? Harry said, dragging himself away from the sleep he so desperately wanted. I am. Besides your underwear? Well, no. This is what I normally sleep in, though. I don't see the problem. You're also wearing only underwear. Fine, Siri? For someone who wants to sleep, you seem to be rather chatty. Why did Gerald get upset when I told him you wanted me to get you a unicorn? Siri didn't verbally answer. She just snorted and started giggling, which is the sound that Harry finally fell asleep to. Several hours later, Harry stood around the conjured table with maps and plans scattered across it. Around it were several people, including officers from both armies, the Witchers of Kaer Morhen, the sorceresses of the Lodge, Avallac'h, Siri, and Harry himself. He looked around and eyed each one of them. We have all gathered for one purpose, and now that we are all here, it is time to finally initiate our plan. Tomorrow we will begin our plans to trap the Wild Hunt and kill them once and for all. Kaer Morhen, September 1st St. 1272. 4 days after events of the last chapter. Harry stood and looked somberly into the distance from one of the peaks of Kaer Morhen. Today would be the day that they finally ended it all. The Wild Hunt would come soon and fall right into their trap. Their armies were already in positions slightly further out, and the lodge was positioned on various turrets of Kaer Morhen to overlook the battlefield. Harry had set up several ward schemes all over the surrounding land, powered by no less than 5 runestones that were ready to be activated at a moment's notice. With this, the attackers would be trapped and hurt under them. There was also the weakening they had already done of the Wild Hunt in killing Imlerith and convincing GL to not commit those who were loyal to him when Eredin called to invade. Calanthir and his sorcerers were the last true threat. Harry planned to deal with him personally. He reached out with his mind and connected to the other magic users. Is everyone in their positions? Harry asked, starting the last check. The men are all in position. Geralt and the Witchers stand ready within the courtyard with their troops. Yennefer answered immediately. Marigold and I are covering the west side. We are ready. Philippa replied in her normal confident manner. Kira and I are covering the north side paths. If they try to sneak by, we will get them. Fringilla responded. Shiala and I are ready, Margarita said from the east side. Harry looked in their direction in thought. Shayla had been a last-minute add-on to their little group. She had said she was coming, but she hadn't appeared, so he had figured she had either changed her mind or something had come up. Nonetheless, he had welcomed her help and made sure to remember to reward her for her service. She had placed several traps in areas that were most likely the hunt would appear at. Harry was sure they would be most helpful. Excellent. Siri and Avalak will now begin the ritual. Prepare for battle, Harry said before cutting the connection. He turned and saw both Avalak and Siri looking at him expectantly. Everything is in place. Now it's our turn, Harry said. Siri seemed to steel herself at his words, and Avalak seemed to take a breath and shut his eyes as if to fully accept the situation. Are you sure this will work? Avalak asked. Harry nodded. I have done this ritual before. I will aid Siri in channeling the power to give her control, and you will take the reins and shape the power in such a way that Eridan will most easily notice it. We have practiced this before. Not on this scale. I worry about the effect this ritual could have on Siri. She will be able to handle it. Have faith in your student, Harry pointed out. And what about the second part of what may happen? Are you prepared for if I am right? Avalak asked as he looked Harry directly in the eyes, almost seeming to measure him. As ready as I ever will be. You still aren't sure if your plan will work though, Avalak pointed out. No, I am not. But it is the best shot we will have at this. I am confident as I will ever be that I will be able to keep Cirilla alive, Harry said back seriously. Avalak nodded before looking out once more over the landscape. There are few places where the white frost will be able to cross over to this world. Most have been destroyed with time. Tor Gavalchie is the nearest one. We've been over this already, Harry replied. If it doesn't appear there, then we will simply improvise. Avalak, you have already scouted the other possible remaining locations, correct? Siri interrupted as she looked at the elven sage. Avalak nodded. Good. Then even if it is somewhere else, we will still be able to find it. Hopefully, before it destroys the world, Harry muttered. Siri gave him a quick glare, to which he responded with a simple shrug. Then we are all clear, let us get this started. Siri, are you sure you do not want to tell Harry tried? No, they would only try and stop me. This needs to happen, Siri said seriously. Harry frowned uncomfortably before nodding. Very well. Let us begin, Harry said. With that, Harry and Avalak moved behind Siri, who kneeled, looking away from them. Harry laid his hand on her left shoulder and Avalak did the same with her right. He closed his eyes in concentration and began to reach out to the magic that lay within her. He felt her starting to channel it out of her body where, on the way, Avalak seemed to grab hold of it so it could be shaped properly. After a moment, a steady pulse seemed to emanate from Siri, and as time went on, the pulse seemed to grow bigger and get farther from her body. Soon, Harry started to lend Siri some of his magic to supplant the amount that she was now missing from use. She had more than pretty much any person on the planet except for him, but compared to him, she still had a long way to go. Since he had stopped aging shortly after his magical maturity, but before his magical prime, he was stuck eternally in the period where his magic was still growing, albeit very slowly. Slow or not though, a century and a half were a long time to let it grow. Harry felt the magic he gave quickly mix with Siri's before she used it to channel outward. She continued doing this for several minutes, with Avalak continued to do his part. The pulses around Siri continued to grow larger to the point where they seemingly doubled in size with every pulse. The color, which had been originally a pure white, was now a clear teal, which showed that it was truly from Siri. They are coming, Avalak said as he withdrew his hand from Siri. Harry quickly cuts off the magical connection between them and did the same. Siri took a deep breath before standing on her feet. Are you okay? Harry asked. I'm fine. It's just you were right. Channeling that much magic without feeling tired from shaping or using it is strange, Siri said with a scrunched face like she was struggling to describe the feeling. Harry nodded. The feeling will pass quickly. In the meantime, you should join Geralt for the assault. You as well, Avallac'h. Make sure nothing happens to her. Harry said, staring hard at the elf. The sage nodded. With my life. Good. I will see you after all this, Harry said. With that, he watched Avallac'h conjure a portal and they both walked into it. Harry watched them until the portal disappeared behind them. Once it was gone, he turned away and sighed. They are coming, prepare yourselves. Remember, let them get close before you engage. We want as many of them to drop in before we spring the trap. Harry called out into the mental connection he had with the lodge as well as to several officers that were directly commanding the men on the field. He didn't get verbal responses, but through the bond, he could feel the emotions associated with acceptance. He stared for a moment and simply watched. For a moment, it seemed as if the world itself had gone silent. The wind seemed to slow to a halt. The birds that had been flying overhead seemed to have disappeared and the sounds of the woodland animals and bugs seemed to have vanished. The sky itself seemed to grow darker as what looked like storm clouds seemed to be rolling in from the other side of the valley. Then, as soon as the calm had begun, it was shattered by a loud crack of thunder. The thunder seemed to be a signal to the rest of nature as the wind, which had disappeared, came slamming back through the valley in the opposite direction it had been flowing before and slammed violently into the walls of Caer Morhen. Harry casts a quick shielding charm in front of him to prevent the wind from knocking into him. He watched as the storm clouds now covered the sky and a chill set in the air as the snow seemed to start falling from the sky. Harry's eyes narrowed as he sharpened his magical senses and waited with bated breath as he looked around waiting for the first sign to appear. He didn't have to wait long as in the distance and down in the valley. He saw the first-dimensional portal open and immediately soldiers came walking casually out of them. 5 came out and with them came the icy hounds that the hunt used for tracking and attacking. 10 men seemed to come out and 3 hounds before the portal closed. No sooner did it close than 4 more portals open in different spots within the valley slowly in closer spots to the castle. The more that seemed to arrive, the colder the weather around him seemed to get. Yennefer. He reached out, make a shield around the area to keep the cold out. You won't have too long, but we don't want to show them our true protections until more arrive. Harry heard her yell something from her position before a blue shield seemed to expand in all directions away from her and push the cold and snow away from the castle. The shield seemed to expand, several hundred yards in every direction around her. Harry smirked as he saw it. Yennefer truly was a powerful sorceress. He didn't have time to admire her work though, as more and more portals seemed to open around the castle. They seemed focused in the valley, which is what they expected they would do. It was the easiest ground to traverse, and with the improvements and defenses Harry had made on the castle, it was also the side with the only true viable entrance, which was the main entrance. A portal opened on the only true road leading to the castle and Harry watched as the true target of all of this, Eredin, stepped out. The king looked around for a moment before his gaze seemed to settle on the castle. Behind him, his last true general, Calanthyr, stepped out with his signature staff. Harry glared as he eyed Eredin's greatest sorcerer and one of the first opponents of the wild hunt he had ever faced. They are here. Prepare to spring the trap. Harry called out mentally to everyone. With that, he leaned down and placed his hand on the roof of the peak he was standing on. On it, there was a runic scheme that was etched into it that extended down the tower and into the deepest levels of Caer Morhen. Once there, it connected to the 5 runestones that would power the various and powerful wards Harry had set up. Get ready now. All forces attack. Harry almost yelled through the connection. As soon as he said it, he pushed his power into the rune scheme, which immediately took it and pulled it down the tower, causing the tower to have sharp, geometric, glowing lines snake down it. Immediately, Yennefer's barrier disappeared as she released it, only for a glowing, transparent, gold barrier to take its place, expanding nearly 750 yards in every direction away from the castle. As soon as it did, almost every portal that had been active, which had already unleashed a small army of the wild hunt onto the land, cut out instantaneously. He could see the confused look in the movements of the wild hunt as some looked around. Some looked at where the portals had just closed, and some were now looking at the barrier that surrounded them. Harry noticed that there were more than he had expected to remain. He had expected the wild hunt to only number maybe between the 100 to 200 range. There was clearly above 200 here, easy, maybe even 300. He frowned. He heard horns coming from up higher in the mountains and various mountain passes around the valley before he heard the loud yelling of large groups of men. Suddenly, the armies that they had hidden above came streaming down from above and charged toward the scattered armed force of the wild hunt. Harry watched as Aridin could slowly be seen understanding what was going on. He started to yell at his men in Elder speech, and Harry watched as they started to come together and form a defensive perimeter the best they could. Several of the navigators that had been brought started casting spells that made ice boulders seemingly form around the group to give them protection. He watched as Aridin turned to Calanthir and seemingly ordered him to do something. Calanthir nodded and seemed to raise his staff, which started glowing. Harry narrowed his eyes before springing into action. Without a word, Harry silently apparat away. As soon as he felt himself drop out of the instantaneous transportation and drop to the ground, he readied himself. As soon as he landed onto solid ground, he fell to one knee and slammed his hand into the ground. As soon as he did so, an explosion of pure force sprung out from him in all directions, knocking all the wild hunt near him away violently and causing the ones further away to stumble and either barely catch themselves or fall outright. Harry snapped up as soon as they fell and did a short distance, quick, apparition right in front of Calanthir. The mage was still on the ground and had managed to hold onto his staff. He looked up at Harry just in time to watch as Harry reached down and grabbed him. As he pulled him violently up, he did another quick apparition that brought them near the top of one of the closest mountain peaks that hung over the valley. As they came out of the apparition, Harry threw the man away from him, causing him to fall on his side and roll violently away from him. As he rolled, his mask seemed to fall off, yet still, the man kept a hold of his staff. As he came to a stop, he slowly got onto one of his knees before taking a breath. Harry allowed him this as he wanted to truly defeat this man at his best. This piece of scum had chased one of the people who were truly precious to him over several worlds for years. He would pay for it. Calanthir stood after steadying himself and looking over at Harry. As soon as their eyes met, the elf glared at him. In truth, it wasn't even remotely frightening, as Calanthir had the smooth, almost feminine features that most elves seem to have. Without the mask, they truly weren't nearly as terrifying, which is probably why they kept them on. "You will pay for standing in our way, Black One." Calanthir seemed to spit at him in elder speech. Harry rolled his eyes. "Please, you couldn't defeat me as a child when I was at my weakest. You won't be able to touch me now." Harry goaded. Calanthir continued with his glare, though Harry could see he had confusion in his eyes based on what Harry had said. For a moment, Calanthir looked at him closely, as if he was having difficulty thinking of something before something seemed to click with him. "You know, that is impossible. The boy from the woods," Calanthir said with a dawning realization. "So you didn't remember me, which means this will be easier than I thought it would." Harry taunted as magic seemed to spark around him like electricity. "That cannot be. This is not your world. You cannot be here." Calanthir continued as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. "You of all people should understand that there are ways to get around such things. You should never have underestimated me. You did when we met, and you almost let a boy kill you. Now, as a man, I am 1,000 times more powerful. You won't survive if you do it again." "I see. So, you are how she has hidden from us. I had suspected the traitor was responsible. Humph, well, it will not matter. You are still nothing but a mortal. Before the ice you will fall." Calanthir was nearly yelling by the end before slamming his staff into the ground. A wall of frost sprung outwards and rapidly approached him. "Very poor choice of words," Harry muttered before reaching out and conjuring a violent gale of wind, which blasted the wall of frost apart before it reached him. Then he lunged with his other hand forward. The magic that had been sparking around him condensed in an almost cloud of electricity for a moment before cracking and racing forward in a lightning strike straight toward the elf. Calanthir held his staff in front of him and managed to block the lightning strike and redirected it away from his body. He tried to cast something, but nothing happened, and Harry smirked as he realized the man had just tried to make use of a portal. Unfortunately for him, they were still within Harry's ward. Harry charged and conjured an spear with which he lunged. Calanthere used his staff to knock the spear away. Harry simply spun it back to its original position to then block several strikes that Calanthere responded with. Harry knocked several away with his enhanced strength. Once he knocked the spear far enough away from his body, Calanthere reached forward with his palm and slammed it into Harry's chest before launching a magical blast directly into him, launching him back and into the air. Harry stood slowly and looked at the downed man who seemed to struggle to get to his feet. As Calanthere did, he reached towards his back and touched the wound. He visibly flinched as he did so and pulled his hand away to look at the wound on his gauntlet. He frowned, showing he was able to somewhat manage the pain. "I bet that hurt," Harry called out as he spun the spear in his hand in a circular motion before stopping and pointing it right at the man in a challenge. Calanthere grimaced but steeled himself as he picked up his staff, which he finally had dropped. "This battle is not over," Calanthere called out. "Yes, it is. You just don't know it yet," Harry said. As he finished his sentence, a dark purple flame sprung up around the spear tip of his spear. With that, they charged each other again. As they got halfway to each other, Calanthere lunged forward and turned into a full spin as his staff tip glowed a teal blue. Ice shards formed on the ground right under the staff as he spun it, and once he completed a full rotation, he launched the ice directly at Harry. The ice shards flew up off the ground and right at Harry's rapidly approaching torso. This time, Calanthere yelled in pain and jerked backward, causing Harry to let go of the spear so he would not be pulled with the man's motions. He watched as Calanthere lay on the ground and panted heavily. Harry watched him cautiously as he seemed to try and catch his breath. Once it was clear that he wouldn't be able to, Calanthere simply reached up to his chest and tried to take a deep breath before ripping out the spear inside him before throwing the now snuffed-out weapon away. Harry watched as the man pulled himself up onto his knees. Even once he did, it almost seemed like he was too weak to look up. Harry gave the elf a moment and eventually, he did manage to look up. Wound was leaking from his lips easily, and it looked like he could barely keep his eyes open. "I seem to have missed your heart, but the blade broke straight through one of your ribs and into your lung. When you removed it, you allowed the wound to start flooding in. The fire on the tip of that spear was meant to make sure you would be unable to seal the wound. In other words, you are about to die," Harry said, doing a cold and clinical analysis of the man's wounds. "Oh, how? You still underestimated me. In truth, I could have killed you from the start of this with one spell. It may have blown this mountaintop apart, but I could have done it. That being said, I need to conserve my strength, so I made sure my attacks were minimalist in nature. You know, it's funny, you have the same weakness as Cirilla. You both heavily rely on your ability to be able to traverse anywhere on a battlefield instantaneously. Once you neutralize that, your combat ability goes way down. Luckily for Ciri, she will have a chance to fix that after this. Unluckily for you, that same opportunity will never be available to you," Harry told him as he watched the man slowly fading. "You are right. I did underestimate you. But you have done the same," Calanthere said in a mocking tone as he smiled up at Harry. Harry rose an eyebrow and smiled back. "I imagine you are referencing the fact that you have been building up all your magic to do something like, oh, I don't know, unleash a suicide attack on me," Harry said, not being able to keep the cheek out of his voice. Calanthere didn't seem to find the statement funny. "You will not win Black One. No matter what the girl will be chased for, as long as she lives, even if not by us, she will always run. Maybe, but I will always be there to kill the bastards that chase her if that is the case. No matter how many of you come, I will always remain at her side for as long as I live. Now just shut up and die already," Harry said as he looked coldly at Calanthere. The elf said nothing as he looked down and closed his eyes. Harry could feel the magic within the man finally reached a point of no return, and he operat away. He appeared on the original tower he had started on in Caer Morhen. From the position he looked up at the mountaintop he was just at and watched as blinding light suddenly filled the sky and a loud boom sounded through the entire valley. The bright light faded after a moment and it looked like the peak had been completely blown off the mountain. Harry smiled in satisfaction for a moment before looking down at the battlefield. It was a complete mosh pit of Nilfgaardian, Avalonian, and Wild Hunt forces clashing against each other. The Wild Hunt was certainly the stronger warriors, but Harry's force still numbered almost double theirs. Even further was the fact that the sorceresses were unleashing area attacks down on the fortified area the Wild Hunt had created. Despite this, they had also gotten dangerously close to the gate. Harry reached out to the lodge. "What is the status of the battle?" "We are making progress. There are more of them than we originally planned, but we are still winning this." Yennefer responded. "Did you deal with the elven sorcerer?" Philippa asked bluntly. "I did. How is everyone doing magic-wise?" Harry asked. "I am running low, but Shayla has come to help pick up some of the slack. Fringilla and Kira are dealing with those who keep trying to sneak past and into the keep," Triss answered. Harry could hear the tiredness in her voice. He frowned at that. Triss wasn't the most powerful of the lodge, but she was certainly no slouch either. If she was getting tired, that meant the rest weren't far behind. If they had to stop and could no longer provide magical support, it may give the Wild Hunt the advantage they needed to concentrate their efforts and cut through his men. "Who has eyes on Aroden?" he called out as he searched the battlefield. "He is part of a small group that has broken away and is approaching the main gate. He will soon be on it if we can't figure out a way to stop him," Yennefer answered. Harry looked down near the gate and did see a force of near 20 of the Hunt cutting through the soldiers as they pushed towards the keep. Harry frowned in thought for a moment. Let him pass. Concentrate your effort on the ones outside the keep. Don't go over your limits, Harry ordered. He'll get through. I know. That's the plan. Once he does, we'll close the gate behind him and trap him with him away from his reinforcements, which he would realize if he wasn't getting so desperate. Very well. We will concentrate on the main group. With that, he cut the mental conversation and watched as the sorceresses stopped splitting their effort and watched as Aroden kept cutting through his men as he approached the main gate. At this point, he had reached the bridge to enter. Harry took this as his cue and quickly apparat to the gate mechanism to get ready to close it. He hid for a moment near the wall as he watched Aroden march through the gates looking as menacing as he could manage. It seemed the man had taken several warriors as well as the remaining regiment of navigators he had brought. As soon as he stepped through, Harry hit the mechanism causing the gate to drop heavily and smash down on 2 warriors who had been trying to come through. Aroden spun at the noise and saw the gate had been closed behind him. Open it, Aroden commanded to his men. As soon as he said it, the 5 men who had made it in with him looked around for the mechanism and quickly found it along with him. Harry hadn't been hiding at that point, he was simply standing calmly near the gate mechanism. He looked down directly into the eyeholes of Aroden's mask and could feel the man looking directly back at him. Kill him, Aroden commanded. Why don't you come and try to kill me yourself? Or are you truly as cowardly as I have heard? Harry shot back to him. As he was speaking, Geralt along with the other Witchers of Caer Morhen came rushing down from the upper courtyard to come to confront the Wild Hunt. As soon as they reached the lower courtyard, they drew their weapons. Soon, the regiment under Geralt's command came rushing after them, having been unable to keep up with the mutants. It would seem you are outnumbered, Harry said with no inflection in his voice as he looked at the Elven King. The number of ants does not concern me. A sentiment that you and I share, Harry replied, this time in the man's native tongue which seemed to anger him. Attack! Geralt yelled and they charged at the Hunt. Harry frowned at that as he heard a breaking noise as part of the gate broke, allowing the ones he had sealed away to enter into the fray. Harry's distraction cost him as he no longer had the option to cast any area of effect spells as there were allies mixed in with his enemies. He supposed it was better this way, he did still need to conserve himself. Harry quickly conjured a long sword before jumping down and joining the fray. He ducked and dodged as he made his way as quickly as possible to Geralt, who was directly engaging with Aroden himself. Harry twirled his blade to get a feel for the hilt before surging forward behind the big elf and attempting to unleash a heavy injured across the man's back between the chinks in his armor. He felt the blade cut into flesh, but as soon as he did, Aroden spun faster than he thought possible for the man and smacked him away. Harry landed heavily before tucking into a backward roll and landing in a crouched position. He looked up at the man who had backhanded him and growled. Aroden glared back before putting his blade behind his back to cover an attack Geralt had attempted to launch while he was distracted. Harry got to his feet and ran at the man again. Aridin noticed and shifted, so he had Geralt on his left and Harry on his right with him between both. He blocked an attack from Geralt before quickly switching over and launching his attack at Harry. He's fucking fast. Harry bit out as he held his stomach in pain before silently numbing it and made his way back to his feet. Yeah. We need something to knock him off his balance. Can't you use some magic? I could, but in this mess, if I miss, it could easily hurt one of our allies. Judging by his speed, he could probably dodge anything that isn't cast within a foot or two away from him, Harry said as he saw Aridin approaching slowly as he swung his sword back and forth. Then do that, Geralt said as he picked up his sword. Easier said than done, Harry growled before launching himself back at the man swinging his sword from his side. Aridin batted it away and then immediately moved to block a swing from Geralt. Harry could pretty much match the Witcher in speed and strength, but he still didn't have anywhere near the skill to truly match. At most, in a sword battle, Harry could hopefully provide a distraction against someone like Aridin to give Geralt a chance. The rest of the battle seemed to continue this way. Aridin seemed to be able to manage both him and Geralt at the same time, though both Geralt and he had managed to read some of his moves and figure out when he would try to strike or just reach out and grab them. Luckily, it did seem like Aridin was starting to slow down at this point. Keeping up the speed to stop both of them was apparently weighing on him. It gave Harry an idea. Get ready, Harry called out to Geralt. Geralt didn't verbally respond, but he gave a quick nod of acknowledgement. Harry, with a renewed energy, kept pushing against Aridin and put himself between both Aridin and Geralt, forcing Geralt to back away. It didn't take more than a moment for Aridin to take advantage of Harry's poor maneuver before he suddenly seemed to gain a burst of strength and swung his blade with such force that it knocked Harry's own away. He reached down and grabbed Harry by the throat before easily lifting him into the air. Time to die, little sorcerer, Aridin said before positioning his sword to shove right through his chest. Harry grit his teeth and suddenly reached out with one hand and put it against Aridin's faceplate. Incendio amnis, Harry called out. Instead of the small fireball that came with the usual fire spell, this one, instead, shot a stream of flame like a small flamethrower. Harry held back as much magic as he could to prevent it from going beyond his opponent and striking the fighting men around them. A small spurt of flame immediately came out of his hand, luckily not enough to reach anyone nearby, but enough to reach out and burn the man holding him. Aridin seemed to understand what he was doing at the last second and pulled away, dropping Harry. Although he prevented the flame from going straight through his helm and roasting him, the small spurt did force him back from the heat and did get part ways under his armor. Aridin stumbled back and fell on one knee as if dazed. As soon as he did, Geralt wasted no time as he lunged forward and injured his sword upward, hitting Aridin right in the face with the edge of his blade, knocking the Elven King back and launching his mask right off his face. Geralt paused for a moment to see if the man would get up, and Harry did the same as he rubbed his bruised throat in annoyance. He moved to stand next to the Witcher. You think we got him? Harry asked as he looked at the prone form. Suddenly, as if in answer to the question, the large elf started moving and slowly made his way back up. The elf rolled onto his stomach and started rising with his back to them. He then slowly turned and looked at them. Aridin's face was now exposed, showing both his new cut, which went up diagonally the entire length of his face and right through one of his eyes, as well as the apocalyptic rage that was now on his face.
No,
Geralt answered back as he twirled his blade into a reverse grip in preparation while Harry conjured another entirely. Of course he isn't. Aridin didn't even bother making any threats this time. He simply raised his blade and injured down in their direction. Suddenly a wave of light seemed to spring from the blade and come speeding toward them. Harry jumped to one side while Geralt went to the other. It passed them and seemed to cut into two of their men behind them, killing them instantly. Harry winced with guilt as he looked at that and back to Aridin. Well, that's not good, Harry said lightly as he picked up his fallen blade and started dancing away from the wave attacks while Geralt did the same. Now that he started with the magic attacks, they couldn't even approach him. Aridin didn't seem to care if he hit friend or enemy, which gave him an advantage over them, as Harry still wasn't going to unleash magic that could kill those around him. Any other plans? Harry called out to Geralt. I'm thinking. Well, don't let me rush you, Harry said back sarcastically as he was forced to move away from the man once more to dodge another attack from the Elven King. You're gonna have to use magic to deal with him. Geralt finally said. What about the men? There won't be any left if he is allowed to continue with this. Geralt shot back. Harry looked around for a moment and saw he was right. At this point, there was barely anyone less of the Wild Hunt, but the same could be said for their men at this point. Fine. Flammus Acrobus. Harry yelled, unleashing a wave of white flames racing towards Aridin. The man tried to launch a horizontal injured attack to block it, but it simply slowed the flames down before they raced forward and slammed into the man. Aridin roared in pain for a moment as the white flames seemed to catch around his entire body. The wave went past him and continued, catching 3 other combatants alight, one of which was a Nilfgaardian soldier. Harry frowned but was less put out than he probably should have been. He simply stood and watched to make sure this finished the man. Aridin seemed to flail for a moment before yelling something unintelligible. Harry didn't even have time to ponder what it was before an icy wave blasted from Aridin, extinguishing the flames and knocking everything, even semi-close to him, such as Harry and Geralt, back. Harry landed heavily on his back and right on what felt like a sizable rock embedded in the floor. He groaned in pain as he immediately reached back and cast pain-numbing charms on himself. He looked up and saw Aridin on his feet. Though he was in clear pain, smoking, and limping, he slowly approached with a deep scowl on his face with his eyes on Harry. Anger flashed within Harry as he saw the man still alive. You still won't die? Fine, I'll do to you what I did to your dog earlier. Harry yelled as he slowly stood and got ready to apparate. With Aridin now slowed down and no one around him, he could likely do it with ease. Aridin raised his huge blade and looked ready to say something in response. He never got the chance though, because as soon as he made the motion, a teal flash appeared behind him and a woman appeared flying on his back with a sword raised poised to strike. Harry's eyes widened as he watched the blade come screeching down onto the man's back and slicing into his burnt flesh. It looked like it was happening in almost slow motion as his eyes took in every detail of Ciri's striking form as she landed on the ground right in front and slightly to the left of Aridin. As she landed, Aridin dropped to his knees and opened his mouth to most likely unleash another roar of pain. However, it seemed Ciri wasn't done as she did a perfectly performed pirouette in place, keeping the momentum of the initial swing she made and adding to it. When she made the full 180-degree turn to face Aridin, she brought the blade down with amazing aim, cutting right through the Elven King's neck, decapitating him before he could even let out his scream. Harry could only stare in amazement as he watched the wound splattered across the floor. After a moment, the elf's head fell and joined his wound on the dirt. He froze as Ciri looked at her handiwork for a moment before spitting on the corpse and looking at him. As she did so, she clearly could see Harry's awestruck expression and smirked. "Hey," was all she said as placed her blade casually over her shoulder. He simply stared at her for a moment before eyeing the corpse next to her and then looking back at her. It took him several more moments to figure out how to make words come out of his mouth. "Did you just watch us get our asses kicked for like 10 minutes when you could have done that the whole time?" Harry asked calmly. Ciri just scoffed. "Blame Mr. Grumpy Pants next to you. He's the one who gave me this whole speech about staying back and away from the fighting," Ciri said. Harry looked at Geralt baffled. Geralt, for his part, just looked at Aridin's corpse with an expressionless face. "Why did you tell her that?" Harry demanded incredulously. "I thought it was the best option at the time," Geralt admitted. Harry just shook his head, feeling more than a small amount of exasperation. "Well, it wasn't. Yeah, I can see that," Geralt said as he nudged Aridin's now corpse with his foot. "Guess those lessons with Avallac'h on precision are paying off. The timing and positioning of that jump were perfect," Harry said as he looked at Ciri, who simply continued to smile devilishly at him in response. "If you two are done flirting, the battle is not yet over," Lambert said from nearby. Harry immediately turned serious at that and made eye contact with Ciri. He could feel it now, the build-up as the walls between this world started collapsing. Although those here didn't know it, the conjunction had already begun. "He's right. Geralt, you take your remaining men and go deal with the last of the hunt outside. I will go check on the sorcerers. Ciri, go rejoin Avallac'h within the keep. There are still navigators here, and if one of them can get their hands on you, their goal can still succeed," Harry said with a pointed look. She made to argue for a second before holding back and slowly nodding in understanding as she saw his face. "Fine," she said with a grumpy tone. With that, Harry operated away, though not where he had told Geralt he was heading. He landed in the now empty keep where the elven sage was waiting. "It has begun," was the first thing out of Avalaka's mouth. "I am aware. We must go quickly," Harry said back. "Where is Ciri?" "I am here," Ciri said as she appeared at the entrance of the hall and ran over to them. Avalak nodded. "Are you ready? There is no going back once we have departed," Avalak told her. Ciri took a deep breath, then nodded. Avalak returned it with a nod of his own before turning and casting a spell, opening a portal. He went through it and Ciri followed. Harry paused and looked at a nearby table. He walked over to it and pulled out a sealed letter addressed to Geralt and Yennefer. With that, he turned and walked through the portal. As he exited onto the other side of the portal, he was surprised as he was hit by the pure amount of chaotic magic that surrounded him. Harry looked around in confusion as he saw they were not at Tor Gavalkacie. Further inspection showed that while they hadn't arrived there, they were close as he saw it was further down a path Avalak had taken them to. "Why did you bring us here instead of directly to the tower? I can take us no further through magical means. I doubt even with your power you could either. There is too much interference to get an accurate landing point. I am surprised I could even get us this close," Avalak explained. Harry frowned but nodded. Before he could respond, a loud boom suddenly sounded and echoed around them. A pillar of twirling white light seemed to surround Tor Gavalkacie and ascend high up into the air. "We need to hurry. That is the white frost entering this world," Avalak called out as he started running towards the tower. Harry didn't need to be told twice as both he and Ciri broke out into a sprint after the man. As they made their way to the tower, Harry watched as something resembling portals, though not quite, started opening all around them and releasing all manner of creatures. Some of them were familiar and others were not. "We need to get there now. The walls of this world are collapsing," Avalak called behind him towards him and Ciri. Harry didn't bother verbally responding. Instead, he simply picked up his running pace, which was a little difficult due to the incline of the hill that led up to the tower. Harry was so glad he kept in shape, much easier due to the mutations he had subjected himself to. After several more minutes of almost all-out running, they finally made it to the foot of the tower. "Avalak, it's time. We will be counting on you to make sure that nothing approaches," Harry said to the elven sage. "I will protect this place with my life if need be," Avalak said with a visible conviction. Harry took the sage in for a moment before holding out his hand to him. "I was wrong about you, sage. I may not have liked your secretive methods, but I can appreciate you truly did something you thought was best to save this world." "Thank you," Harry said. Avalak looked at him and then down to his hand. He reached out and took it, shaking it with purpose. "It was my pleasure. Now go. We don't have much time," Avalak said. Ciri approached the sage and gave him a quick hug. "Thank you, Avalak, for everything," Ciri said, looking at the sage. Avalak looked almost pained but calmed himself and nodded. With that, he spoke words Harry had never heard in elder speech before a barrier was created and expanded around the entire tower. The only thing that seemed to be able to get in and out of it was the pillar of light that was coming out of the tower. Harry had no time to admire the sage's handiwork as he pushed into the last intact room within the tower where the light from the pillar seems to be concentrating and roaring with power. "We have to do it now," Ciri called out as she approached the epicenter of power. Harry grabbed her arm. "Ciri, wait, in case this is the last time we can speak, damn it. I am still not good at this. Look, I want you to know I love you. I've never loved anyone like I have loved you, and my life was better for knowing you," Harry said as he felt a ball settle within his throat and his eyes felt like they were getting wet as he finally managed to bring himself to say the words. It had just hit him for the first time this day that this may be the end. He didn't want there to be anything left unsaid if that were the case. Harry didn't even know how to describe the life he had lived up to this point. It was certainly strange. Had you asked him when he was 11 if he thought he'd spend his life chasing after one girl, he would have thought you were crazy. Well, maybe not crazy. He had been starved for affection both physically and mentally till that age after all. Yet, Harry could find no regrets in the years he had tirelessly worked to get to this moment. Seeing Ciri now, everything he had done and what he was about to do, all seemed worth it to him. Ciri looked at him as he said those words and seemed to process them. She paused for a moment before lunging. Harry was caught by surprise and reached out to catch her body which she had just flung at him. She wrapped her arms around his neck, and before he could ask her what she was doing, she reached up and pressed her lips against his. For once, Harry could understand what it meant to have the world seemingly melt away in these moments. For one brief moment, the years between them no longer mattered. The danger of the world didn't matter. The annoying politics that they had jumped through to get here didn't matter. All that mattered to him right now was her. Holding her in his arms and clutching onto her as hard as he could, without hurting her, keeping her close enough to feel the warmth coming off her body, and feeling the slightly rough but infinitely pleasant feeling of her chapped lips pressing against his. All that mattered was the moment that they shared between them. Harry wasn't sure how long they had stayed like that. It could have been for eternity for all it mattered yet. Despite that, when they finally pulled away, he couldn't help but feel as if it was too soon. Ciri looked into his eyes and smiled. Was that worth waiting a century and a half for? She asked in her usual teasing quality that warmed his insides. For some reason, he had a feeling she wasn't talking about the kiss. That and then some, Harry said back with a goofy smile on his face. Then you better make sure we both come out of this alive so we can do it again, Ciri said before pulling away. Harry smiled at that, but he didn't answer. Ciri turned and reached out with her hands at the epicenter of the light. Immediately her signature teal magic started coming and swirling around her. As he had done earlier, he reached out and laid his hand on her shoulder for the second time today. This time was completely different. Harry wasn't sure how she knew what to do, but he could feel her magic, dropping as she seemed to pump it into the tower with no regard. That was the least concerning part about what was happening though. He could feel the true effect of this on her life force. His soul itself was almost fading away from her. It's a ritual, Harry thought to himself with a sad realization. After going over everything he knew about this previously, he suspected this might be the case. The ritual was going to combine the power of her magic and the importance of the sacrifice of an aspect to permanently seal the cracks of this world and lock the white frost away in the world it was forever. Harry grit his teeth at that. He would not let it take her. No matter what, he would make sure she would come out of this alive as he had promised to her. Harry reached out into his connection with death and grabbed hold of his soul for the first time. Harry had once promised he would never tamper with his soul after seeing what it did to those who did. It would seem he would only be able to keep one promise today. He quickly moved it to where Ciri's soul was being sucked into the ritual that this tower was now a conduit to. With a quick, invisible motion, he supplanted his life force, his essence, his soul in place of hers. The magic of the ritual seemed to pause for a moment before continuing as normal. Clearly, it did not matter what aspect was sacrificed to it. As long as Ciri kept pumping her magic, so closely entwined with the power of time and space, the ritual would continue as normal. What are you doing? Ciri yelled behind her. She could clearly tell he had changed something but likely could not determine what. Just keep going. I am handling it. Harry yelled back over the roar of wind and magic around them. Ciri didn't say anything and Harry could feel more and more of his powerful essence being sucked away from him. His head was starting to feel lighter and lighter and he could feel his motor functions starting to fade. Harry kept his eyes closed as he concentrated on pushing everything he had into the ritual with a single-minded determination. He had to make sure to keep pushing or it would latch back onto Ciri. It was strange what he was feeling now. After everything, his mind seemed to almost unwillingly go back to all those years ago back on his own world. He remembered his abusive relatives whom he had once wished for the approval of so much. He remembered going to Hogwarts for the first time and making his first friends. He remembered Quirrell, the first man he killed. His mind flashed. Then for the first time he had met Sirius, the godfather and one piece of family he had never gotten the chance to truly connect to as much as he wanted to. He then remembered Voldemort and how he rose from the grave. How he began once more his campaign of death. He remembered meeting Ciri on the floor of the woods outside his home. Remembered bringing her to his house to nurse her back to health. He remembered watching her leave and believing he would never see her again. His memories shifted to something darker as he remembered the war that he had fought in against the Dark Lord. So many had died before he had finally taken the man down. He remembered meeting Daphne and feeling the trust and bond of friendship grow between them. He remembered his relationship with the sweet Gabriella, who had given him so much, and yet he found he could not give her a fraction of what she had given him. Even now he hoped she found happiness. He remembered doing years of research into anything he could get his hands on to relieve the boredom and emptiness he had felt inside. He remembered the decision to make a jump into a new world in which he was in now. Suddenly, it seemed like the rest was history. It was another strange realization that he suddenly saw and remembered all these things because he was dying. These would be the last things that would go through his head as he passed on to the next adventure. How unfortunate. It had seemed that just when he had seemingly found what he wanted in life, he was destined to lose it. Yet he still could not regret it. Given his position, he had never bothered to contemplate his death. It was not something that he thought would be attainable with his status. He never thought he'd find such a powerful, natural, ritual enforced by magic itself, which would be capable of taking his life. Still, it wasn't such a bad way to go out. His last thoughts were interrupted as he suddenly felt an explosion directly in front of him. He felt the magic that Ciri had been pumping into the ritual become cut off as both she and he got launched backward and away from the epicenter where they had been standing. Harry felt his body collide with a wall and then land on his side with a loud thud. Despite this, he barely even registered the pain his body was probably in. Too much of him was gone at this point, and he was sure it was only due to his status that he even lingered this long. His gaze stared blankly up as he saw the pillar of light retreat from the tower's form and ascend back into the sky where it seemed to coalesce with itself. The energy and magic stayed in a ball together before exploding violently outward, almost like a dying star before dissipating into the air. Harry could no longer even move. He simply stared upwards, pale and broken. How funny. As he sunk into the abyss, he could have sworn he heard someone calling his name. It sounded so pleasant yet sad. Date. Unknown location. Unknown. When you took on the responsibility I gave you, I never thought I'd see you here. What is happening? Where am I? I can't see anything. Where are you? How to explain it? Well, you're not really anywhere. After all, I couldn't very well let you past me. I know you. I felt your presence before, but it's different. Like I am trying to remember a dream. Well, we've never officially met, but I have always been there with you. From the moment you united me. United you? You speak strangely. My head, it feels like my mind is underwater. My mind, I imagine it is a little hard to think clearly for you right now. In fact, the fact that you can even form this much of consciousness is impressive. I don't understand. You say words, but they make no sense. I am curious. What do you remember? Remember, I can't remember anything. Who am I? What am I? That little? Well, it is a miracle we are speaking at all. I suppose I will take what I can get. I shall not delay any longer. You won't understand this now, but you might later. To be blunt, you did something you weren't supposed to. I don't understand. Yes, I puzzled that together already. Your soul, the essence of your everything, has departed your body. Something that should not have ever come to pass. Cannot pass on because of this, yet it cannot go back. In essence, you are stuck in between. You don't have to say that you don't understand. I know that already. Good. Well, now comes the difficult part. The choice. It would surprise many, but rarely do I get the chance to choose something. Most of the time I am simply doing what I was created to do. Yet it was my last choice, choosing you, that has brought me to this choice, quite vexing if I am honest. I couldn't imagine having to do this for every little thing I encounter. I don't know how you mortals do it. It matters little. I suppose if I asked you while you were cognizant, you'd want to go back to that little swallow you've grown so fond of. Swallow Ciri? Who is Ciri? No, wait, where is she? Is she here? Is she safe? My, how truly powerful you are to gather enough of yourself from the abyss to remember even that much. Even my influence here is severely limited. White hair, green eyes, pale skin. How romantic. Your very essence scattered to the wind, yet you can still pull enough of yourself together to remember the woman you love. That's that legendary willpower you were known for. You were truly such a good pick. Such a rarity among mortals. Where am I? Who are you? Release me from this. I already told you where you are, so I shall not repeat it. As for who I am the first thing life confronts and the last thing it falls to. I am the last breath that snatches one away and the first cell that develops in cancer. I am what no one seeks yet what everyone finds. I am death. I am dead? Not quite, though. I told you that already. Please place your growing mental facilities to good use and keep up with what I say. Sorry. Now where were we? Yes, my choice. In truth, the real issue is your interference in a prophecy. Destiny doesn't ask for much, but she does ask when she outlines something, that it follows that outline. Time is pleased, of course, that her chosen is alive. But it was a challenge she was supposed to confront herself. You don't remember that much yet. Well, it's fine. The point is that if you give me an assurance to not so directly interfere like this again, for this one time I will bring you back. I did something wrong? Yes. So I am being punished? No. This is something else, but it will be your punishment if I choose to leave you here. Who was I before I was here? You were Harry Potter. One of the most powerful sorcerers to ever live. A legend who seemingly changed the path of everything you touched, and the only being to ever attain the title of Master of Death. But was I good? Did I help people? You did indeed. Whenever you could, but especially to those who you were close to. Were you good? I suppose that would depend on who you asked. Many. Then I promise I will not do whatever I did that was wrong again. Amusing indeed. The deal is done. Prepare yourself. This may be the last time we speak. I hope you enjoyed it. I think I did. Care Morhen. September 18th th. 1272. Harry jolted up in pure panic as he leaped forward and started looking around in confusion. He was in a room. It was rather plain, with only a bed, a chest, and a fireplace in one of the corners. Despite the plainness of it, seeing it set him at ease, if only a little. It looked very familiar, and after a moment he realized that it was his. After coming to said realization, he flinched and gripped his head in pain. It felt like a knife had been plunged into his head and then got twisted in before getting yanked out. He grit his teeth, trying to tolerate the pain. After a few moments, it started to subside, and he took a breath before looking around once more. He frowned as he realized his room looked different than he remembered it. For one, there was a table sitting up against a wall covered in various flasks. Some were still full and some were empty. Now that he noticed them, he could taste the faint taste of something on his lips. Were they potions for him? Why did he need potions? He tried to think about what he last remembered, but his head was all fuzzy, and he wasn't sure if it was natural, or if it was an effect of the possible potions he may have ingested. Let's see, what was the last thing he could remember? They had finally finished the preparations necessary for the wild hunt and set the trap for them. He felt a shiver run down his back as flashes of battle started to come back to him. Had they launched the attack already? His memories seemed to confirm that they had. He concentrated harder to hopefully clear up the picture. He remembered Calanthere. He had taken the elven sorcerer away onto a nearby mountain peak where they engaged in a brief battle that resulted in the elf killing himself. If he remembered correctly, it demolished the peak of one of the nearby mountains. He moved past that and kept going. Eridan had been next. They had lured the man into the lower courtyard where he and Geralt and engaged him in direct combat. The king of the hunt had proven stronger than they had thought, and Harry had been limited on the magic he could employ within such close quarters of so many allies. Soon enough he died, though. Geralt had told him to use some. Then he, Ciri, and Avallac'h had snuck away to go and prevent the White Frost from crossing into this world and sealing it where it was forever. They had gone to Tor Gavalchcier, where he had finally confronted his feelings and admitted them to Ciri. She had returned them, and for a moment they had embraced while blocking out everything else in the world. Harry smiled for a moment as he remembered such a pleasant thing. He hadn't cast a Patronus in decades, having found more effective measures for dark creatures, but he was sure if he did it right now, it would be brighter and more powerful than ever. His smile was immediately wiped away, though, as he remembered what happened next. The tower had been a conduit for a ritual that seemed to require the sacrifice of a life. Only a being representing an aspect could do so, and instead of allowing Siri to do it, he had given his soul instead to feed the ritual. He then felt the ritual end in an explosion and then darkness. It was strange. After that, he was sure something else had also happened. He was almost sure of it. It almost felt like waking up and remembering you had a dream, but not being able to remember what the dream was about. He wouldn't worry about it for now. It looked like he had just come back from pretty much being dead after all, and there were other things he needed to find out, like where Siri was and how she was doing. Coming to that conclusion, he started looking around for some clothes, but couldn't seem to find any he had left out. He frowned before conjuring some for him to wear. He frowned at the dull pain he felt coursing through him at the magical action. It wasn't completely surprising, though. Magic worked similarly to a muscle. If you never used it, your ability to use it suffered to some extent. Conjuring especially required practice to use with ease. He shrugged it off and noticed further the clothes he had made were slightly too big as well. He looked down and noticed for the first time he had lost some bulk. That said, something considering he had always been one for a smaller, leaner type of muscle. What's worse was that he lost muscle, though at a substantially reduced rate due to his mutagens. That meant he had probably been taking in barely any nutrients. He would have to take some nutrition potions soon. He sighed, before shrinking the outfit until it fits comfortably. He then made his way over to the door and started outside of his room. He looked down the large circular staircase that leads down to the main hall and flinched. This was not going to be pleasant. Harry dropped down the first step and immediately felt some pain go up his leg as he dropped his weight onto it. He hissed before casting some pain-relieving charms on both legs before continuing down. The feeling was still uncomfortable, but at least it was no longer painful. It took him almost 5 minutes just to get down the stairs, even without the pain going up his legs. He walked over to the door that led out of his tower and entered the main hall rather quietly. He took it in for a moment and found it surprisingly empty. He wasn't sure how long had passed since he had gone under, but it couldn't have been too long since there were still signs of the army that had resided here at one point. Seeing no signs of the army and much of the furniture put back into its original position, he concluded that they must have already returned home. He was pleased with this as he didn't want them to hang around too long. He walked over to the dining area where he saw his first sign of life. And the person he found surprised him. "Philippa, you're still here?" Harry called out with some incredulous as he looked at the sorceress conversing with Margarita, who was also sitting nearby. He was much less surprised to see that sorceress. The blind sorceress turned and stood. "Your Majesty, you're finally awake," Philippa said as if surprised to see him. Harry rose an eyebrow. "So it would seem. I just woke up and thought I would come down and get filled in on what I missed." "Hello to you as well, Margarita. I didn't mean to be rude by not acknowledging your presence," Harry said politely to the other woman, who waved him off with a smile. "It is quite all right. I understand. I am glad to see you up and about. To be frank, we weren't sure if you would ever wake up," Margarita admitted solemnly. Harry rose an eyebrow. "She means that for all intents and purposes you have been dead for the past 2.5 weeks, Philippa answered. Harry looked at the woman before blinking slowly, as if processing what she had said. "What? Precisely. That didn't answer the question." "That's because there is not an answer. When Siri brought your body back with her with that elf, she was bawling and told us you had died. To be fair to the girl, you looked dead too. Your eyes were open and glassy and you had no pulse," Margarita said to him softly. Harry's face scrunched up in confusion. "Then how am I alive?" It was Philippa who pointed it out that while you seemed to be physically dead, your magic didn't seem to leave your body, which shouldn't have been possible. "Yes, I postulated that it was possible that you were not dead but rather in some sort of stasis. Unfortunately, nothing we did seemed to be able to wake you. Your body continued to keep its magic, though, and your body was not decomposing, though it did seem to weaken," Philippa interjected. Harry looked at her with shock. "You nursed me to health? I wouldn't call it that. You weren't exactly getting healthier, but you made the attempt. You tried to keep me alive? Am I missing something? Did you have some sort of life-changing moment while I was asleep that I missed?" I honestly have no idea how you keep developing these opinions of me. Philippa shot back. Harry just stared at the woman before turning to Margarita, silently asking for an answer. She simply shrugged in return. I have no time to think about this. It's honestly hurting my head. Where is everyone? Harry asked finally. Well, let's see. The Nilfgaardian and Avalonian armies returned home already, or what's left of them did. Fringilla, Kira, Triss, and Shayla also departed after they finished here. Fringilla and Shayla aren't surprising, but I thought Kira and Triss would stick around given what Kira asked of me and Triss wanting to spend more time with Ciri. Kira said she would collect some other time. It would seem her and Lambert had grown closer than previously thought. They have decided to travel together for a time. Margarita mentioned. Philippa frowned in disapproval but said nothing. And Triss? She actually only left yesterday. She enjoyed spending time with Ciri some while you were about, but seemed to wish to go to Cover and Povis to check on the mages she helped send there. Apparently, they are about to make a pilgrimage to Avalon and she wanted to go with them, Margarita said, though the last part seemed to be missing something and she looked awkward as she said it. Harry looked at her for a moment before he realized that the pilgrimage wasn't the true reason the redhead had left. She probably was having trouble being around Yennefer and Geralt for such a time. I see. Well, good for both of them. So, continue. The elven sage has left, though he mentioned he would return soon to check on you as well as Cirilla. Margarita spoke. Harry tensed at the name. Ciri was the person he truly wished to know about. Yennefer, Geralt, and Ciri are all still here. Geralt and Ciri are out on a hunt and Yennefer is currently sleeping in her quarters. Eskel has departed and Vesemir is off doing something. Philippa said, finally cutting to the chase. And how is Ciri since the ordeal? Healthy? Unharmed? Harry demanded as soon as she finished. In all things except mental. She took your possible death hard. Margarita said with a wince that could not be good. I see. Well, maybe I should go out and see her. Set her mind at ease. Harry said eagerly. Absolutely not. You just got out of your deathbed. You're lucky we haven't forced you back to it at this point. Margarita said sternly at him. He looked at her with some indignation at being ordered. I'm a king, he said. You're also a healer and Yennefer made me quite aware of healer etiquette that you are trained in. Since I am your healer, you will listen to what I have to say. Margarita said while glaring at him. Harry wilted at that and started moping a bit. Fine. I'll stay in the damn castle. If only it was that easy to make all rulers listen to reason, the continent would look a lot different. Philippa said. Harry glared at her for the comment but allowed it. It wasn't like she was technically wrong after all. Whatever. Is there anything to eat around here then? I am rather famished. Harry felt a pat on the back and he looked up to see a smiling Yennefer looking down on him. Well, well, well. Look how finally decided to wake up from their beauty sleep. Yes, well, back was starting to cramp from lying down so long. Harry said while returning the smile. I trust Philippa and Margarita have filled you in on what has happened since you decided to take a nap. They did. And it seems my doctor refuses to let me go any farther than the main hall. He groused. Oh? Eager to go somewhere? Yennefer asked mischievously. Harry frowned at the look. No, I just don't like to be stuck down in one place. Harry denied. It must be hard. Still, I am sure you will soon find some way to pass the time. Yennefer said with a smirk. Harry just looked at her confused for a moment before remembering something. Oh, I had something to ask you. But I completely forgot, Harry said. And what's that? What do you use your unicorn for? Ciri wants one too, and both she and Geralt refuse to tell me why. Geralt just got mad and Ciri just giggles. Harry finally asked. Yennefer just looked at him for a moment before throwing her head back and started uncontrollably laughing. Harry was almost startled at the action. He just watched her for a moment in confusion before she managed to calm down. I believe that Ciri would be upset if I spoiled the surprise. Yennefer said. Harry pouted at that. Is it at least something good? I believe you will find it to be, yes, she teased. Harry just shook his head. It looks like he would have to find out on his own. How are you feeling after the whole battle, then? Harry asked. Well, I was initially panicked when you and Ciri suddenly disappeared. I was even more panicked when Geralt and I found your letter. Ciri forbid me from saying anything to you, I am aware and I have already spoken to her about that. Although I am upset she did not speak to us about her plans. She was right in the regard that we would have most likely tried to prevent her from going through with them. Still, I was a little confused about your exact role within them until you came back looking rather dead. I couldn't figure out any other way to prevent Ciri from possible death at the time without my own, and I was willing to make that call, Harry said firmly. Obviously, I appreciate your efforts even if they have caused Ciri a great amount of heartache over the last few days. I've heard. But when I saw the ritual latching onto her soul, I knew it would require a sacrifice that only I or she could give. I may have been a little hasty with my actions, and in hindsight, it may not have required the death of the person, but I didn't know that at the time. Why would you think that? I can't quite remember. I just get the feeling that death could have been possibly avoided and I shouldn't do what I did again. I don't know, my memory is a little fuzzy right now, Harry admitted as he tried to think back on why he thought that. It had something to do with after the ritual and he had been knocked down. He was sure that something had happened. He just couldn't remember what. Just a myriad of feelings. That's strange but possibly normal given your condition. Well, I am just glad you're back among us. As am I. So, what's been happening on the political side of the continent? Harry asked. Imhir has been quiet for now, which has seemingly pleased some of the more conflicted parties within the Empire. There is speculation that he may be considering stopping his advance. Yennefer answered. Harry frowned in thought. The man must have received his men back by now. He must know we have finished with the wild hunt. Harry commented. She wouldn't admit it, but I believe Ciri sent him a message with his army that may have stayed his hand for a time. Yennefer told him quietly. Harry took that piece of knowledge in and nodded. By now, Imhir would know he was out of commission and possibly dead. That would mean it would be the best chance he had to take Kedwin. Of course, even without Harry involved, it would still be an uphill battle. Harry's overall armies were only average in terms of combat, but his special teams along with his magic users and dragons made his empire a strong target that would not be easily taken by any conventional means. Still, Imhir could find a way eventually. I'll have to thank her then when I see her. Anything else? Radovid has a tighter hold on Novigrad and is trying to get it back under his control. It seems with the mages gone, he has turned his sights on non-humans. Philippa interrupted. Harry scowled at that. The man would need to be dealt with as soon as was possible. He's still on that big flammable boat? Last I heard, yes. Good, we'll deal with him soon, Harry said, giving Philippa a look not that she could see it. Despite this, she smiled at his words and nodded happily. Your second-in-command Lady Mary has been rather good at taking command while you have been gone, and she sends an eagle every few days or so to check on your condition, Yennefer revealed. Harry smiled at that. Are the eagles magical? Philippa asked. They are. Trained to use basic tracking magic as well as speeding up the travel for any location they go to. Harry revealed. That must have been difficult to achieve. Actually, it's not too hard, I didn't even develop the method. Where I come from it was done with owls and they were the common way of communicating. Harry revealed. Useful. The knowledge isn't a secret and available to any whose loyalty lies with those who are not actively against my empire. Harry told her, giving her a side look, basically informing her she could get the method on her own if she wanted. It seems you're rather big on sharing, Philippa noted. To an extent, yes. A magical education is free to anyone with the ability, and within it are common subjects, such as spells, alchemy, herbology, etc. However, anything one creates, they can also choose to withhold as long as it does not represent a public danger. They can freely give or even sell the knowledge to the Empire if they wish. Harry said, giving the woman an overview. And how many contribute back to your store of knowledge? So far? Many of those who have made discoveries contribute to public knowledge. Doing so and making what would normally be rare, common knowledge allows the Empire's abilities as a whole to go up while also increasing its future potential. Besides, you of all people should know that simply knowing magic doesn't mean you are capable of performing it. Harry explained to her with a shrug. Philippa seemed to ponder that for a moment. And what if someone wants to learn forbidden knowledge? It depends. For one, my empire has different rules on what is considered forbidden. 2, things that we consider forbidden can still be learned with approval. Well, at least some of them can. We have two categories within our forbidden section. The first is the general one in which I just described the rules. You can come to seek out permission from me to enter and learn from. In the future, though, a person will be judged by an elite council who have to pass a test that I will create. The second category is magic not even considered dark, but outright evil and could have negative consequences on a large scale, where the risk of using the magic simply cannot justify the reward. There is not much that lies within this category, but there are some things. Harry finished looking at the blind woman who seemed to be contemplating his words carefully. You have given me many questions, but it would seem our time is up. What do you mean? You must be quite distracted indeed not to notice, Philippa said before making a gesture with her head that seemed to point to something behind him. He scrunched his brow in confusion before turning in his seat. A splash of white was all he saw before something collided with extreme force into his chin, forcing his head back so far that it slammed into the table behind him, causing him to fall on the bench and then the ground. For a moment, all Harry could do was see stars and think about the loud crack he had heard coming from his jaw when something had smashed into him. While in a great deal of pain, he felt more confused than anything. What in the hell had just hit him? He looked up from the floor and waited for a moment for his head to stop spinning and his vision to clear up. When it finally did, he saw a scowling ashen-haired woman with startling green eyes staring down at him in fury. He recognized the love of his life immediately, but it took him another moment to try and puzzle out her reaction. When he finally did, he simply sighed in resignation before touching his tender jaw. "Hink oh you bwocket," Harry tried to say for a moment as he felt the disconnect where his jaw should be connected with his face. He braced himself and then smashed it back into place, showing it to be dislocated. He grit his teeth for a moment as he waited for the pain to go away. With that, he rolled over onto his stomach and tried to get up. Unfortunately, as soon as he got on his hands and knees, he felt a kick in his side that knocked him back down. "Siri, as much as I understand your actions, he is still recovering," he heard the voice of Margarita point out. Harry held up his hand in the air to stop her. No. I get it, I deserve this," Harry admitted as he looked up at the still scowling form of Siri, who had both hands on her hips as if she were challenging him to give her another reason. He made his way slowly to his feet this time without breaking eye contact to make sure she didn't try to kick him again. Once he got to his feet, "Whoa, wait a moment, I don't think I deserve that," Harry said, ready to protect his crotch from the possibility of assault. Siri scowled harder and crossed her arms. "You're a damn fool," she spat. "I can admit to that," Harry admitted with ease. He admitted he may not have done the smart thing even when he had the best intentions for her. Perhaps it had been wrong to interfere with her choice and what she did with her life. It wasn't that he hadn't trusted her to make decisions for herself, though. His only thought had been to preserve the life of the one person he had admitted to loving. "You could have died. You did die," she yelled as she started pacing. She looked as if she wanted to reach for the sword on her back. He noticed the other occupants calmly leaving the room as if to give them some privacy. He wished they would stay, even Philippa. At least with witnesses, he would hope she wouldn't hurt him too much. You're right. I am sorry that what I did caused you pain. It was never my intention to hurt you. All I wanted to do was make sure that you lived," Harry admitted. "I lived at the expense of your own life," she said as if such an exchange was foolhardy. Harry sighed sadly. "I have already told you how I feel about you, Siri. You know I would do anything for you at this point. Everything I have done up till this point for years has been for you. Had I died at that moment, it would have been with the knowledge that I had accomplished what I set out to do all those years ago, helping someone who I consider precious to me. Had I died, the world would move on as normal. Had you passed, though, the world wouldn't be the same, and it would be worse for your passing. You touch the lives of all you meet. You have family and friends that would be heartbroken without you. You are so young and still full of so much potential. I have lived a life, not always a good one, but it was one I was proud of, and I would have died happy knowing I gave you the chance to live your own," Harry told her with as much emotion as he could muster. He could see the change in her stance as she listened to his words. Anger no longer seemed to roll off her. Instead, it seemed to be replaced with sadness and perhaps worry. She was no longer pacing but standing right in front of him with her head cast towards the ground as if afraid to look at him. I saw you. I was the first one to see you. You looked so weak. Her voice cracked on the last word as if she could barely get through what she was saying. Your clothes had been partially torn and you laid at an odd angle, yet you didn't look in pain. There wasn't even any wound. I called your name. I called it so many times and you just lay there staring with those empty glass eyes as if you couldn't even see me. I was right there in front of you, you were in my arms and yet you couldn't see me. Siri yelled as she started sobbing quickly, wiping the tears away from her eyes. He slowly reached out to her, grabbed onto her and gently pulled her into his embrace. He held her tightly as he felt her sob into his chest. He wasn't sure what to say, what he could say, so he simply laid his head on hers and let her cry. Care Morhen 1 week later. So what do you want to call this? Harry looked down at Siri, whose head was lying on his chest. Today was the official last day of his recovery period thanks to margarita and nutrition potions. For the last week, Siri had been the one who had somewhat nursed him back to health with both potions and her company. They had also been growing closer physically with each other. It had certainly been the best nursing experience Harry had to date. What do you mean? Well, we've kissed. And I mean like a real one. You've also declared your undying love for me. Did I say it was undying? You literally died at one point for me, Siri pointed out with a frown. She still wasn't exactly pleased about that, but they had spoken and moved past that in the last week. Fair. So, my undying love continue. And now, well, we've been interacting further and seemingly growing more intimate. Is cuddling more intimate? In a bed like this where I sometimes wear very little clothing, it is. Again, fair. So we're obviously something. My question is what? Well, in my world we call this dating. In this one, I guess you would call it courting. The period where two people allow their relationship to grow until they are sure they wish to get married. Harry told her in an almost clinical manner which caused Siri to playfully slap at him. He chuckled as he dodged his head out of the way. So courting then? If you wish to put a name to it, that is as good as any. Do you plan to make it official? Siri asked. Harry gave her a quizzical look. What do you mean? I mean you are the ruler of an empire. Didn't you need to get married to secure an alliance with someone or something? I don't, but even if I did, you do remember that you would fit that criteria by being the daughter of him here, right? I suppose you're right. Though that means I will have to officially go back and be recognized as his daughter. Siri said with a tone he couldn't place. If you don't want to, then you don't have to. As I said, who I court is my business alone. Harry told her. She smiled up at him, but then frowned again. No, I want to go meet with my father. I should at least see what he has to say. He did show he cared when he sent men to come and protect me after all. I would argue that protecting their child is pretty close to the minimum a father should be doing. Harry groused. And you're going to have to figure out a way to get along with him when we go speak with him. Siri told him, giving him a look that showed there would be no arguing on this point. He looked at her but said nothing for a moment. Fine. Good boy. Anything else? Nope, I suppose not. So what do you have planned next? Well, I have to deal with Radovid. He's growing more out of control and killing more people again. You want to help? Harry asked. Is that what normal boyfriends ask their girlfriends to do with them? Help them to destabilize countries? I mean, maybe, if they're the rulers of a country and their girlfriend has abilities that could lend some aid. Harry guessed. Siri just giggled for a moment before going silent in thought. I suppose I could give some aid, you know, I had betrothal with Radovid once. Well, now he's definitely got to die, Harry said more seriously. Jealous? Of Radovid? No, I just have to purge every connection he had with you. Harry said back. Whatever. What did you have in mind to deal with him? Well, I don't want it being revealed that I had a hand in his death, so I was hoping to get some other people to do it for me. I was also thinking of possibly involving Philippa. Harry said as he ran his hand in Siri's soft hair idly. She didn't seem to mind it. I'm sure she would like that. But I thought you didn't trust her. I don't. But I owe her. She's the reason that you guys saved me after all, and she didn't even try to take advantage of the situation. That's the exact kind of thing I asked her to do when she joined us, and when she had the perfect opportunity not to. She still did. She's bought herself something for that. Harry explained. Siri nodded. If that's what you think is best, I don't see anything wrong with it, Siri said. So, this is my last day confined to this bed for a set amount of time. You want to do anything special? Harry asked as he looked down at her. She looked at him in thought for a moment. Cuddle and make out? You're a genius. Vizima. A day later enter. Harry walked in and Imhir's gaze immediately fell on him and he frowned. So, you lived. Great to see you too. For the record, I am just here for moral support. Harry said with a roll of his eyes as he stepped to the side and showed Siri standing behind him looking nervous. Imhir's face immediately slackened and he couldn't keep the surprise off his face. He immediately stood up from his desk and moved closer. Siri, he said as if he couldn't believe he was finally seeing her. Hello, father. Siri said. It had sounded like she hadn't known what exactly to call him for a moment. Imhir got closer and looked at her. Is it truly you? It is. Harry simply moved over to the side of the room and summoned a chair for him to sit on. He wasn't here to contribute to anything besides giving Siri the mental courage to finally face her birth father again. You've grown. You look beautiful. Imhir said with a small smile which was a pretty big deal for him. Harry still frowned, though considering this was coming from the man who at one point wanted to marry her. Siri didn't seem to mind though, as she simply smiled weakly at the comment. You look old. She joked, taking in his salt and pepper hair. Imhir chuckled softly at that. I am so glad you have decided to come back to me. I worried that I would never get to see you again. Imhir admitted. Siri simply shrugged. You might not have, it was a close thing. Luckily I had some people who cared about me enough to watch my back. Siri said back with a smile while glancing at him. Harry rose an eyebrow. Was this not the person who dislocated his jaw for doing just that a week ago? Imhir, on the other hand, seemed to frown as he followed her gaze. Yes, I was quite surprised when I learned you had a relationship with the king of a foreign power. Especially this one. Imhir commented, showing he wanted some sort of explanation. Harry had suspected he might at some point and told Siri it was up to her how much she would reveal to her father and he would stand by her choice. Siri, for her part, simply smiled at the unease her father showed. Yeah, it's kind of complicated. I met him in a different world when he was a lot younger. Siri admitted. Harry didn't say anything. He didn't mind Imhir knowing. Being from another world was less of a big deal here. Imhir scrunched his face in thought. I see. He saved my life when we first met and then nursed me back to health. He then helped to hide me from the wild hunt for a time. After a while, though, I decided to leave and he gave me supplies. Then there's a whole thing with him coming to our world. But time has passed all different and now he's really fucking old and… Siri. Cirilla. Harry and Imhir looked at each other after both scolding her at the same time. Harry frowned at Imhir and he frowned right back. Siri just started laughing at the two of them. Just move on, Harry said to her with a glare. Anyway, he's here now and met up with me and then helped with the wild hunt. He's been here a lot longer than that though. Yeah, he arrived a century and a half early and decided to use the time to do a bunch of stuff, Siri admitted. This is what you consider to be passing the time? Imhir asked with an accusing tone. Harry just glared back. At least I don't go to other countries and subjugate people for fun, and then try to convince them it was for their own good. Harry shot right back. Technically, only attacked once he was attacked. He only moved into Kedwin to prevent Imhir or Radovid from taking it, and even Lady Cassandra admitted later it was the right choice. Imhir made to say something back, but Siri interrupted. Enough. I didn't bring Harry to argue with him. This is supposed to be about us reconnecting, not your little feud. If you're going to snap at each other the whole time, I shall leave, Siri said, glaring between them both. Harry frowned. Fine. Very well. Good. Now, why don't you tell me what's been going on in your life since I last saw you? Siri suggested. Harry sat quietly for the most part as he watched Siri and Imhir talk to each other and tell each other about the parts of their lives the other wasn't there for. Honestly, except for the part of disliking Imhir, it was sweet to see a father and his daughter reconnect. Imhir seemed to genuinely enjoy his daughter's company even with being a lot stricter and tightly wound than Siri was. That being said, he could see some resemblance. Siri had always had an untamed wild look to her in Harry's opinion. Seeing her next to her father, they did have some resemblances. Siri had some hints of the same aristocratic features in both her jaw and cheekbones like Imhir. They were less pronounced, but they were certainly there. Personality-wise, they were rather different, with Siri clearly taking more after her mom's side, and then being influenced by being raised by Geralt and also Yennefer, though he had a feeling her stubbornness came all from Imhir. The time passed rather slowly, though Siri seemed to enjoy it. He doubted she would ever have the relationship she had with Geralt with Imhir. Still, he was sure she could make something new. He was disturbed from his thoughts when a knock sounded at the door. His eyes moved over to it, and Imhir and Siri both cut their conversation off. Imhir stood and almost immediately shifted into his emperor persona. It was almost seamless. He called for the person to enter, and it was the man who had led Geralt and him to this office the first time he had come. He frowned when he saw Siri and him in the room. "Apologies, Your Imperial Majesty. I did not know you had guests with you. Do you wish me to come back another time?" The man asked with utter politeness. "It's fine. What did you need?" Imhir pressed. "You have a meeting with the bank. The representative will be here in 10 minutes. If you wish, I can tell him the meeting will be pushed back," the man suggested. Imhir frowned, and Harry knew why. Imhir was still struggling with finances and was being heavily pressured to end his campaign to subjugate the northern kingdoms. As powerful as he was, he couldn't afford to miss a meeting with a bank official. "No, it is fine. We will wrap this up," Imhir said, though one could tell he wasn't happy about this. The man nodded before bowing and exiting the room. Imhir looked back at Siri with some sadness. "I apologize to have to cut this short, Cirilla, but this meeting cannot be delayed," Imhir said to her. Siri smiled and nodded. "It's fine, I understand," she said as stood and looked at him. "Cirilla, I have thought a lot about it, and I know it would be wrong of me to ask, but I just want you to know that if you ever wish it, you could come here and take your place as my heir. I will always have a place open for you." Imhir said the words, though it looked difficult for him to say. Harry was surprised he did so in the first place. "Thank you, but that's actually something I wished to speak to you about before I left," Siri said, turning serious. Imhir looked surprised but nodded. "Go on," he replied. "Hadrian and I have decided to court each other, and I was hoping you could use this to broker an alliance with him," Siri said. Harry watches Imhir. It had been a long time since he had seen someone go through so many emotions in such a short amount of time. He sat on what he wanted to say for a while before speaking. "Are you sure that this is what you want, Siri? I mean, the age difference alone. Physically speaking, I am actually older than Hadrian." He stopped when he was in his early 20s. Siri argued. Harry frowned in confusion. Hadn't she shot that argument down when had first made it to her and then called him an old man? "I don't know if that truly matters. Father, this is what I want, and while I am happy to reconnect, I am not asking for permission. I am telling you we will be courting each other, and I was simply willing to have you take advantage of the situation to bring peace between you and Hadrian," Siri told him seriously. Imhir went silent for a moment before he turned and eyed Hadrian. "Was this your idea?" he asked seriously. Harry scoffed. "Not at all. I even told Siri we didn't have to announce our courtship to make sure she didn't face outside pressure for courting me." Harry back with annoyance as he looked at Siri, who just smiled right back at him. "And you are okay with this? Creating an alliance with Nilfgaard after what you said the last time we met?" Imhir asked disbelievingly. "I can count the things that can make me go back on my word on one hand and have fingers to spare. Siri, luckily for you, is one of them," Harry answered. "I see. Well, I suppose I would be open to the idea. But what about Redania? I plan to take it very soon. Radovid is a mad dog who has gone too far," Harry replied. Imhir frowned and Harry rolled his eyes. "Let's not pretend you are ready to take Redania, Imhir. I am well aware of why you are having the meeting after this. While I won't take advantage of the knowledge, we both now I am in a much better position to take Redania than you are. Besides, we both know the real prizes within it are Oxenfurt and Novigrad, both of which are not the jewels they once were. They will need a lot of investment to bring them back up to speed, and I am in a much better position financially to do that than you are," Harry said to the man. Imhir frowned at his words but didn't deny them. Harry simply looked back, unafraid of the proud emperor. They stayed quiet as they eyed each other only to be interrupted by a knock on the door of his office once more. "Enter," Imhir said without breaking Harry's gaze. Harry did the same, not even bothering to look at the man who entered. "Ah, your Imperial Majesty. I hope I am not interrupting. Your servant told me I could enter." A balding and slightly overweight man in opulent clothing said as he entered. "Not at all. King Hadrian and I were simply speaking on a possible alliance as well as a possible betrothal contract with my only daughter," Imhir said. Harry rose an eyebrow at his words, but couldn't hold back the smirk at the words of the proud man. The bank representative lets out a yelp in surprise at the Emperor's words. "This is King Hadrian? Apologies, Your Majesty. I did not recognize you," the representative said, bowing to Hadrian. He looked and nodded at the man politely. "It is fine. Your Emperor was correct. We were just finalizing some possible points on the alliance as well as a possible trade deal." "Are we agreed on a 22% discount for the first 10 years on Nilfgaardian imports then?" Harry asked, throwing the man a bone. That was a major thing for him here, considering it was a whole new market as well as starting a huge discount. It would most likely immediately get his bank representatives off his back. "Indeed. I think we did," Imhir said with a small smile at Harry's words. For the first time, Harry didn't see something negative in Imhir's eyes as he looked at him. The man even gave him a small, almost imperceivably nod of both thanks and respect. "And in return, I promise to love and provide your daughter with her every want and need while she is with me. I will never hurt or betray her. You have my word on this," Harry said back as he held out his hand to shake. Imhir looked at him seriously before taking the hand. "I will hold you to that, King Hadrian," Imhir said as he shook the extended hand. Harry then felt a smile break out on his face. "Excellent. Well, we should get going. I will have the official documents sent over soon for you and your advisors to look over within the next few days. In the meantime, I have a mad king to go and deal with. It was good to see you both. I hope you will visit again soon, Cyrilla, and I wish you luck in your endeavor, King Hadrian." Imhir replied as Harry made his way to the door and Ciri joined him. "Goodbye, father. I will reach out to speak with you soon." "Promise," Ciri told the man with a smile. Harry took her hand softly and they walked out of the man's office together. As soon as they went behind the door, Ciri breathed a sigh of relief. "Well, that went a lot better than I thought," Ciri told him. "Agreed. I didn't think your father would be so amicable to the idea. He seemed to take what I said to him seriously." Harry replied, "I'm glad. Well, shall we go? My lady's wish is my command." Novigrad, 5 days later. "Are you clear on what we're doing?" "Well, given that you have explained it twice and I am not a complete imbecile, yes. I think I have it." Philippa shot at him. Harry frowned. "Don't take it personally, Philippa. It's not that he thinks you're dumb. He is just overly cautious in things like this. It's like the defense of Caer Morhen all over again," Ciri pointed out. Philippa seemed to frown before nodding at that. "You're right, dear. Speaking of caution, did you give any thought to what we offered you?" Philippa asked. Harry groaned in annoyance at the turn of the conversation. Recently Philippa, with the approval of the rest of the lodge, had offered Ciri a chance to join the lodge. Harry didn't like the idea of Ciri associated with some of the other members but refrained from giving his opinion on what she should do in that regard. That didn't mean he liked hearing the reminder about it. Joining the lodge would be a good opportunity for her, King Hadrian. It opens up resources that may have been shut to her originally, Philippa argued. Harry just rolled his eyes. "I am staying out of voicing my opinion on this matter, Philippa. Don't ask more of me than that. Your opinion becomes known when you make such displays," Philippa accused with a frown. "Then don't discuss it in front of me. Simple," Harry shot back. Philippa frowned but said nothing more to him. Instead, she turned to Ciri, who simply frowned. I am not saying no, but I don't think now is the right time to join. I mean, my actual magical education still has much left to be desired. Perhaps in a few years after some more training, I think I would feel more comfortable deciding," Ciri told Philippa after a moment. Philippa said nothing at that, but she did look at Ciri with a tilted head as if debating on whether or not the decision was smart or stupid in her head. "I see you know this opportunity may not come again at the time you want it. correct? Philippa asked. Harry snorted at that. Ciri was the most powerful native of this entire planet. The lodge needed her a lot more than she needed them. Ciri ignored him though, and it seemed Philippa did as well. I am sure. I thank you for the opportunity, but I will have to decline at this time, Ciri said. Harry smiled at that. He liked watching Ciri stand up for herself. Now that the matter has been settled, I think it's safe to assume Radovid will know you to be within the city, Philippa. Harry commented. Are you sure you were right to ignore Roche and Dijkstra's help? I may not like the man, but his influence in this city is almost unparalleled, except by the other crime bosses that rule alongside him. That's not the issue, though. Sigismund is a lot like you in that he doesn't do things for the most part unless they directly benefit him. So, he wanting Radovid out of the way is only because it presents an opportunity for him to jump on, not because he cares about the horridness of the man. We will deal with him ourselves, Harry explained. How? I was under the impression you did not wish to be known as part of this. Philippa questioned. Simple, I just so happened to have a couple of hundred magical refugees that were willing to work with me to set an ambush within this very city. They are being led by some of our more promising members of my Magic Corp division. No one will question Radovid being killed by some angry mages. Perhaps not, but it would make the distrust of mages within Redania widen, which will make it harder for you to control it in the long run. I had considered that, but Radovid's supporters will most likely cause a large amount of chaos no matter what. Which is why I decided to have Redania become a police state for a while. Harry replied seriously. I am not familiar. It means Redania will be under complete control and have a police force both in the open and in secret to watch and regulate civilian interactions and activities. Any step out of line will be dealt with more harshly than it might normally. Are you sure that is necessary? Ciri asked distastefully. Harry nodded. I don't like the idea, but you need to remember these people have been gleefully burning their fellow man and woman at the stake for no other crime than being different. Do you wish to trust them to suddenly respect those people without strict supervision? Well, when you put it like that, Ciri trailed off. She still didn't look comfortable with it, and to be honest, he wasn't thrilled about it either. Hopefully it wouldn't be too long though. It just needed to last long enough that people understood which behaviors would not be tolerated. It doesn't sound so bad. Many rulers use immediate executions to get the people in line. It's still a more merciful option, though it will certainly cost more resources. Philippa said after adding her own 2 cents. Resources are not something the Avalonian Empire lacks. Even with our various wars and conflicts, we have been turning a profit. Our ability to find new mines and rare gemstones is second to none after all. I assume it's something to do with magic? Indeed. It's quite profitable if not a little tricky to learn how to do, but many find it rewarding to do such a job. Many mages try to go into such a business, Harry said. Philippa said nothing to that. So, Radovid will soon know I am here. Then what? Patience. We are going to visit an old friend of yours, Philippa. I don't have many of those. Good point. Perhaps it would be better to say an old student instead. I do have a few of those. You don't mean to tell me you've brought dear little Felicia back here, do you? Indeed. She is one of those who volunteered to come and end Radovid's reign of terror. She is also one of the de facto leaders of the refugees after my own appointed leaders. Her medical expertise has made her very well respected from what I hear. A bright young girl. Was always too soft in my opinion though. Wasn't quite ready to see some of the true horrors of the world. Philippa said softly as she looked up in emotion to almost signify that she was lost in thought. Yes, well, I'm betting she's matured in that regard quite a great deal since you last saw her. I'd imagine you're right considering what almost happened to her. What is she doing for you exactly? Nothing too strenuous. She's just making a little bomb for me. A bomb? What do you plan to do with a bomb? I plan to have it blow up Radovid's ship, forcing him off it. What does that accomplish? If he lives, which he probably will, he will make for an easily defensible position such as the huge church on Temple Isle. Only one real entrance his enemies could use and then surrounded on all other sides by cliffs. You're right. It would make sense for him to go there. But wouldn't that be harder for us to reach him at? If he made it onto the island, then sure, but he's not going to. The bridge across will be where he dies. We'll firebomb the bridge when his host gets on. Harry finished. That could work. It'll cause a lot of damage to the houses on the bridge though. I thought you would care about that. The fire is magical and won't spread. It will have its initial explosion, but then quickly dissipate. Perfect for close-quarters engagements with enemies while civilians may be somewhat close. Harry explained. Is there something your empire doesn't have? Philippa questioned incredulously. Not if I can help it. Anyway, the real bomb to start this off is being made by your former student. She should be done with it by now, though. As Harry finished speaking, they arrived at a locked gate door that led into the sewers of the city. Harry quickly unlocked the door and gestured for the two women with him to enter. You couldn't find some abandoned building to set up shop in? Philippa asked. Not with the number of people we suddenly brought in. Plus, this used to be a former hideout for Horson Jr. that I cleared up. It was easy to throw a few wards over it and repurpose it for our needs. Harry explained. Philippa sniffed in disgust but continued down into the sewer anyway. Harry smirked as he watched her discomfort. Siri rolled her eyes and nudged him while going by in a clear signal to behave. They didn't have to go far before they approached a door that seemed to shimmer when you looked at it from the corner of your eye. He pressed his hand against the door and watched it faintly glow blue for a second and then heard a click from the other side. With that, he pushed it open and saw a huge room with a myriad of people within it. Only those closest to the door noticed him entering and immediately started bowing. King Hadrian. So, glad to see you. We are already on our end. A mage came up to him and said. He had a serious look at him and appeared to be around his late 20s. His name was Kane and he was one of the ones that were from his magic corps sent to watch over this whole operation. He had heard good things about him from some of Mary's letters. He wished to one day be the commander of the Magic Corps division. Excellent. Where is dear Lady Corey? On the other side of the room. She says the bomb is done, but she is putting some finishing touches on it. Kane answered. Harry nodded. Good work, Kane. I am glad to see you were the right man for this. Harry said to him politely. It was always good to make sure to have his more promising members be in his good graces. Kept the empire running more smoothly. Thank you, sir. I am glad to have met your expectations. Shall I get ready to lead the bridge bombing team to their positions? Kane asked. He would be taking them to some of the houses on the bridge where the mages would be dropping bombs. Several families had already been paid handsomely to vacate their homes for a few days. Not yet. Wait until the cover of nightfall. And remember, wait until Radovid gets near the barricade on the other side because it will give you a clearer target on his men. Harry said seriously. Kane nodded. Of course, your majesty. I shall not fail you. I believe you, but still make sure to be careful. Harry said with a confident nod at the man before walking away to where he believed Felicia was. Siri and Philippa had already departed to her while he had been talking. He smoothly walked over but kept stopping to talk with several mages who made to greet him and express their thanks and declare their loyalty. Harry humored them, of course. It's not like there were too many, especially since not all felt the need to come up to him. He finally saw the woman he was looking for, and she seemed to be having a conversation with her former master. Considering her smile, it seemed to be going well. Pleased by your growth. Thank you, master. That means a lot. Felicia said with a smile. Well, Felicia, you are looking much better than the last time we spoke. Harry said to the woman with a smile. Felicia smiled back at him. I am, thanks to you, your grace. I will be forever grateful for your help. Felicia said with a small bow of gratitude. Harry waved it off. It was no problem. I simply took issue with burning innocent people at a stake. I only wished I could have stopped such a practice from happening earlier. Harry said as he felt his smile fade away as he thought of what Radovid had been doing in his country. Well, today he will get what's coming to him. The bomb has been finished, but I have limited the explosion to sink the ship with as few casualties as possible. I just needed to tinker with the ratio a little bit, Felicia said confidently. Harry smiled at that. He would prefer if Radovid didn't die on his boat. He needed there to be more certain that it was something he hadn't directly been involved with. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you for your help, Felicia. It was my genuine pleasure. With this, we have everything we need. Let's move. Harry and Ciri stood alone on top of the bridge, staring off into the distance at the sails of Radovid's ship. As expected, the sighting of Philippa had caused him to send his men throughout the city looking for her. They were now spread rather thinly. Are you sure this will work? I am, and with minimal casualties. I also made emergency portkeys for all the refugees should they need a quick escape. If we're lucky, there will be no casualties. Harry said back. So, you saved Felicia's life? Ciri asked. Harry frowned at the question but nodded. I did. It was when Geralt and I first entered Novigrad. The city was having a stake burning with Felicia as one of the people tied. I, of course, intervened and saved her. She was in bad shape because she had been tortured beforehand, so I took her straight to a hospital within the borders of Kedwin. That was the last time I saw her in person, though I have gotten a few updates about her. She has applied to join the Magic Corp division. Harry mentioned. Oh well, she seemed very thankful. I imagine she's very pretty too, Ciri commented. Harry looked at her confused before remembering that Ciri was, in fact, someone whose preferences extended to both genders. I don't have to worry about her stealing you away from me, do I? Harry teased her. Ciri just looked at him strangely for a moment before she seemed to understand his implication and chuckled softly. That wasn't what I meant. Oh, then I have no idea what you meant.
Smon, Harry.
She was clearly smitten with you. She was? I didn't even notice. That's it? Yes? Is there something else? Doesn't her interest concern you? Ciri asked him pointedly. Harry stopped for a moment in a slight panic. This was one of those trick questions that he had to think about the answer for. He hated these. Let's see. She seemed unhappy that Felicia had shown an interest in him. Further, it seemed like she wanted him to do something. Shall I tell her that I am off the market? Harry asked very slowly as he tested to see if that was the right answer. I don't care about that. I just wanted to know what you thought about a woman like her showing an interest in you. Ciri, are you jealous? Before she could answer, an explosion cuts their conversation short. He immediately looked back to Radovid's ship. There were smoke and the sails that peeked over the rooftops that they could see where Crooked showing the ship was sitting at an odd angle. He immediately heard screams and shouting coming from all over the city. It started. Radovid will be here soon. You need to get to Philippa, Harry said as he turned to her. Ciri had immediately shifted into a more serious pose and nodded at his words. I'll make sure to keep them on their toes, Ciri said before disappearing in her telltale blue flash. Harry started watching the streets carefully under a disillusionment charm to make sure he wouldn't be seen. It didn't take long as, just as he predicted, a host of Redanian soldiers came running towards the bridge and near the front, but still behind several men was Radovid. He looked furious, but he also looked panicked as he struggled to keep up with what was happening. They made their way to the bridge and Harry waited patiently as the entire host finally crossed onto it. With that, he operated down the street and immediately started conjuring scraps of wood piled up to make a barricade to deter any from going after them. He then operated once more to the other end of the bridge where he saw Radovid approaching the barricade at this end. He looked shocked for a moment but quickly recovered as he realized this must have been a trap. He immediately told his men to start cutting at the barrier. With that, the trap was sprung and the barricade made of various crates and barrels lit aflame from above. Radovid looked up as windows from various houses opened up and started raining down small wooden balls onto the men. A yell went out when the first bomb went off and the men started scrambling in panic as more followed. Pull yourselves together. Break into the houses and confront the enemy, Radovid ordered. A smart play since mages weren't nearly as good in close combat. Unfortunately, Harry had thought of this and had several protective enchantments placed on the front of the buildings. Men started trying to break down the doors or break open the windows only to meet a shocking amount of resistance. While they did this, bombs continued to rain down quickly from the upper floors of the buildings. It was going well, which is why it only made sense that something had to go wrong. Charge men. Take Radovid. Harry looked past the Redanian soldiers to see a host of blue uniforms charging at the Redanians. He narrowed his eyes as he saw Vernon Roche leading them. He closed his eyes and reached out with his mind as he had done at the Battle of Caer Morhen. Cain, it is Hadrian. Can you hear me? Your Grace, yes, I can hear you. Another host is getting ready to engage Radovid. I know. Listen, you absolutely cannot harm that group. It is led by an ally who is unknowing in disrupting our plans. Understood. As soon as the connection cut off, he heard a muffled yell before the bombs stopped being thrown from the houses. It wasn't a moment too soon, as Roche's men immediately clashed with the remaining Redanian soldiers. Roche would likely be able to deal with them considering he had a greater number of men. With his men clashing, Radovid seemed to be trying to get off the main street and was pounding on the doors of some of the houses that had remained closed till this point. Open the door in the name of the king, Radovid yelled at one of the last houses. Harry smirked as he saw which house it was he was banging on. It was time for Radovid to get a taste of his own medicine. The door Radovid pounded on swung open, yet, instead of entering the home, Radovid backed away from it slowly with a face full of both horror and fury. You! I should have known, he shouted. Philippa stepped slowly out of the house and walked closer to the man like a predator closing in its prey. Me indeed, I have been looking forward to this, Philippa said with a smile on her face. Another figure exited the house and stood behind her with a sword drawn. Ciri stood in her normal outfit, though it had a hood added to it to obscure her face. She stood protectively behind Philippa. Men, come and fight for your king, Radovid yelled at his rapidly decreasing host. 5 men did manage to break away and started surrounding both Ciri and Philippa. While he certainly didn't like Ciri being in a situation where her life was threatened, he knew she could handle these men with ease, so he held himself back. As soon as the men charged, Ciri disappeared. Several flashes seemed to go off consecutively in less than split-second intervals of each other as each man seemed to be cut down instantly before the next one was. Even expecting the move, Harry couldn't believe how fast Ciri could move now. Even with her limited magical ability, he doubted in a straight fight she could be taken down by normal means. Even a Witcher would be unlikely to be able to take her on. Even Harry, unlike Calanthere, did not yet know of a method to prevent Ciri from teleporting. Within a second, all 5 men who came to defend Radovid dropped to the floor dead. Some had been cut completely in half by Ciri. She was such an impressive swordswoman. Thank you, Ciri dearest, Philippa said in an unnaturally sweet voice as she then continued her approach on Radovid. Stay away from me, you witch, Radovid sneered as he finally pulled his blade. With a quick flash, it was batted out of his hand and Ciri was once more behind Philippa. I have been waiting for this a long time, Radovid. You blinded me, killed my fellow magic users, and then drove this country I had worked so hard on to the brink of its destruction. You will face my wrath, Philippa said with a fury he had not seen within the woman up until this point. You stay barghhhh. Radovid was cut off when a spell left Philippa's hand and slammed right into his face. More specifically, his eyes. The man screamed as he dropped to his knees and covered his face, which was most likely in an extreme amount of pain. Philippa walked up to the man before grabbing him by the throat and, in an extremely impressive display of strength, lifted Radovid till he was near what would be eye level if either he or Philippa could see. Tell your father I say hello, she commented before pulling out a dagger from a slit in her dress and struck it straight through the man's temple. With that, the Redanian king went limp and died instantly. Philippa dropped the body like it was a bag of trash. She then lazily wiped her bloody hand on her dress to clean it. That was all I wanted. Shall we go, Ciri? You can go back. I think I am going to stay and clean up a bit, Ciri said while looking at the remaining soldiers still fighting against the Blue Stripes. If you wish, I will see you back at Caer Morhen, Philippa said before summoning a portal and walking easily through it. With her gone, Ciri seemed to build up her power for a moment before she flashed once more and kept appearing and disappearing around the battle in a way that nobody, including Harry, could possibly keep up with. The Redanian soldiers were cut down like paper in seconds, and Harry briefly wondered how much more terrifying Ciri would be once she could fully control her power. It took less than a minute before the rest of the soldiers were taken care of. Harry remembered the drawback of her amazing power as he watched Ciri finally stop flashing around and started panting as she seemed to struggle to catch her breath. So quickly and easily using her power must have taken a lot out of her. It certainly wasn't something she could yet use on huge groups of combatants, which made him glad they took precautions at the Battle of Kaer Morhen. Harry saw Roche approach her and start speaking with her. Now that the battle was over though, they no longer shouted, so he could no longer hear what was being said. He didn't worry too much though, as he soon saw Roche smiling at whatever Ciri was saying. He watched as Roche's prodigy Vs also walked up and started speaking with Ciri as well. Again, he couldn't hear what was being said, but Vs was smiling at Ciri and they were soon laughing about some jokes Ciri told. He wasn't surprised they would get along. Both women were similar in many ways after all. Roche soon turned serious and said something to Ciri that also caused her to become serious. They continued this way for a moment before Ciri nodded about something and bid them farewell. She then disappeared once more in a flash. He looked around at the remains of the battle. By now, the mages he brought, including Cain, had portkeyed back to Kedwin to make sure they couldn't be caught for happened as Harry instructed. Once he made sure everything was settled, he operated away to the meeting point he and Ciri agreed on. It was back to the original rooftop they had stood before the battle had begun. When he arrived, he saw Ciri with her hands on her knees as she tried to catch her breath. Now that was amazing. You're getting good at using those powers of yours. Even watching you, I couldn't keep up with your speed. You simply were teleporting too fast. Harry complimented. Ciri smiled up at him before taking a few more breaths. Once taking in enough air, she straightened. That was exhausting, Ciri said. Harry smiled before reaching into his jacket and pulled out a vial. Here, have a pepper-up potion. Harry offered. Ciri took it gratefully before chugging it down. Her face was in a grimace as she processed the flavor. Still horrible. Well, that's the trade-off. That went rather well, even with Roche unexpectedly interfering. Harry said. Agreed. None of our mages got hurt though, and Roche said there were only a few casualties on his side. I introduced myself, though he seemed to know me once I revealed my name. Geralt had spoken of me in passing to the man. That probably got you into his good graces. What did you talk about at the end there? Oh, right, he wants to meet with him and Jixtra at the theater near the center of the city. They're meeting now to talk about the battle, Ciri said. Harry narrowed his eyes at that. That didn't sound good. All right, let's go. I believe I have seen the theater you are speaking of. I shall apparate us. Are you ready? Harry said, holding out his hand. Ciri nodded before grabbing onto it. Within a moment, they were gone from the rooftop. They landed outside a doorway that had a desk next to it. Harry took a quick step back to make sure he was at the right door. When he did, he knocked on the door. He could hear someone approaching it, so he waited patiently. He watched as the slot in the door opened and a pair of eyes looked at him. What you want? The Blue Commander has invited us to speak with him and your employer here, Harry said blandly at the man. The man looked at him and then Ciri before closing the slot. A moment later he heard a latch click and the door was opened. Right on through then, the man said as he held the door open for them. He seemed to be in the outfit that showcased him to either be a thug or a mercenary. Either way, Harry eyed him as they passed. The man seemed tense. That only supported his theory that something was not right here. So, I was right and you were behind this little plot, Roche said as soon as he saw Harry approach. Harry smiled and shrugged at the man. Indeed I was, though I hadn't been expecting company. I didn't even know you were still in the city. Thank you for the help, Roche. Please let me know if there is something, within reason of course, I can do to repay you. There's nothing unless you know of a way to free Temeria, Roche said, looking deeply at the man. That I cannot do. You are probably one of the first to know this, but Imhir and I have entered an alliance. His crawl north has stopped and I will get Redania with no issue from him. That being said, I have a feeling I could convince him to allow Temeria enough independence to govern itself in the name of Nilfgaard. It should allow life to go relatively back to normal. Would that be satisfactory? I suppose that is all I could ask for. Thank you, Your Grace. None of that. With this, you can consider yourself my friend. And you Vs. I saw your swordplay ability during the battle. I believe I saw you at one point taking on 3 swordsmen at once and coming out victorious. You do your mentor proud. If you and Roche ever wish for a change of scenery, Avalon would love to have you within their ranks, though I can guess both of your answers. Harry offered with a smile. Thank you, your grace. It is an honor to be recognized by one of such esteem, VS said with a bow to him. He could tell she had been strictly trained to respond in such a way. He laughed. No need to bow. As with Roche, you can consider yourself a friend, Harry told her. VS looked surprised at this, but nodded with gratitude at his words. You are too kind. Though you are right. For now, I need to help Temaria rebuild. But who knows what lies in the future? Roche responded. Harry smirked at that. I look forward to it. Now, I believe we are missing some people. Where are Dijkstra and Thaler? They should be arriving at any moment, Roche said. Speak of the devil and I shall appear, Thaler said proudly as he appeared from behind one of the curtains on the stage. He hopped down and approached the group. In his hand, he had a bottle of an expensive-looking mead, and in the other, he carried a basket with several cups. Shall we have a toast in celebration? He asked. Well, why not? Roche said with a smile. Thaler smiled and then poured some alcohol for each of them. Harry smiled as he was given a cup and silently cast a charm to make sure there was nothing in the mead that shouldn't be there. Came back clear. Once all the cups were full, Roche lifted his. A toast. To a better future for Redania. Hear, hear. Thaler downed his drink as did the rest of them. A better future for Redania indeed, said a voice from the stage. Harry turned as he saw Dijkstra finally appear, and he seemed to have several men with him. Dijkstra, you just missed our toast, Thaler said, not seeming to understand the tension that suddenly entered the theater area. Ciri, Roche, and VS all immediately gently laid their hands on their swords without making any sudden movements. Harry decided to be the speaker of the group. Sigismund, I was wondering when you would show up, Harry said as he walked closer to the stage and eyed the fat, bald man. The former spymaster looked down at him with a frown. Your Majesty, you weren't supposed to be here. I had a feeling, let me guess, now that Radovid is dead, you wanted to take Redania for yourself and rule it. This is what you would call cleaning up loose ends, am I right? Harry asked with a pleasant tone. A smart deduction. We were just about to launch our assault on Radovid within the week while you hadn't been seen for a while. Unfortunately, it seems you beat us to the punch and I no longer have the upper hand of being able to react before you can. So it would seem. So where do we go from here? If you swear to leave Redania, I can let you live, Sigismund said as more and more men seemed to come out to surround them. Does that seem to work off the presumption you can kill me? Harry asked the man lightly. You are powerful, I know that. But I have dealt with powerful mages before. I know how to fight them. I promise you that you won't find nearly the same success against me. I'll give you one chance, Sigismund. Tell your men to lay down their arms and we won't cut them or you down. That is my only offer, Harry said. Sigismund simply sighed and shook his head. You mages never make this easy, kill them. As soon as the words left his mouth, a flash appeared next to him and Sigismund only had a moment to widen his eyes in shock as a blade cut through his neck and killed him. The body sank to its knees slowly before falling over. Ciri stood over it with a look that could have been carved from stone. It has been a very long day for me. I wish to go home, run a nice hot bath and relax. So, I am going to give you, the ones who are currently getting in the way of me doing that, one more chance to drop your weapons and get the FUCK out of here before I give you the same treatment as your employer, Ciri said in a voice barely above a whisper. Despite this, everyone in the clearing heard her. For a moment, there was complete silence as no one seemed to know what to do it. Fuck it. If he's dead and she can appear from anywhere, then I am going home, one of the thugs on the stage said as he dropped his weapon and started walking away. With that, the rest of the thugs also dropped their weapons before walking away without another word. With that, Ciri turned her cold gaze onto Harry, who was still in a state of shock. He felt a shiver go up his spine as Ciri looked at him. He hadn't noticed till now, but she was covered in wound and not a speck of it was hers. It was horrifying. Home, bath now, she commanded. Harry gawked before jumping into action. Yes. Yes, dear, of course. Anything you want, Harry said as he approached her slowly, careful to not make any sudden movements. Ciri could truly be a terrifying force of nature when she wanted to be. She could probably even match, if not perhaps surpass him, when it came to intimidation. He laid his hand gently on her shoulder before looking at Roche, VS and Thaler, who were looking both shocked and confused. Right, well, we need to go, so I hope you all have a good night and get home safely. Adieu. With that, Harry and Ciri disappeared. I never thought I'd see the day where Hadrian Black, the king of the Avalonian Empire, would look so fearfully at a wench, Thaler commented slowly. I don't blame him. If she had given me that look right after she had just cut another man's head off in such a fashion, let's just say I am not surprised even the king seemed to fall in line. I think that woman is my hero, VS said with a smile. Avalon, October 3rd RD, 1272. Well, look who decided to finally show up back to work. Mary groused as she looked at Harry from behind his desk. Around her were mountains of paperwork that he remembered to be a lot smaller. Mary, you are looking well, Harry said with a smile as he summoned a chair to sit across from her. This seemed to be the wrong thing to say as she grit her teeth and glared at him. That all you have to say? Yes? Nothing of what you've been doing for the bloody past several months? She growled. Harry blinked as he thought back to what had transpired recently. Well, when I first left, I was traveling around the northern kingdoms looking for someone, a girl named Ciri. Yes. I remember you mentioning her. Did you find her? Mary asked. Though she still seemed upset with him, he could tell she was at least somewhat curious about the girl. He had a feeling she already knew the answer. I did indeed. It had been quite annoying to do so as well. A bloody elf sage decided to hide her on the Isle of Mist. Never heard of it. I'm not surprised about that. It's a small island about 17 miles off the coast of northern Skellige. Most people don't believe it actually exists because it's enchanted, so you can't purposefully find it. Harry explained. Mary looked confused at that. It's a long story. Basically though, such an enchantment doesn't work well on me when I am in my draconic form. I have flown over it before out of curiosity. Wasn't much interesting about it besides it being overrun with monsters and not being able to be found though. Never expected when I first found it that knowing about it would help me in the future. Incredible luck you seem to have. You're telling me. So anyway, I found her and then planned a trap against the wild hunt. However, it got kinda murky once it was realized we would also have to fight off the end of the world. That was fun, Harry said as he thought back to his little coma. So I've heard. Some of the survivors who came back said you looked dead when that girl appeared with your body. It was only due to some sorceress that they didn't outright declare you dead. Yes, Philippa certainly came in handy then. I still have to reward her for that whole stint. Oh, I'm going to give her back her vision and an opportunity one think will please her. Cryptic as always. Anyway, I heard you stopped in Kedwin before coming here. Indeed, I did. I had several troops enter Redania and start a hostile takeover. I take it that means the rumors of Radovid's death are not exaggerated? Not at all. Speaking of, you didn't hear me connected with that in any way, did you? Harry asked. Not in a serious capacity. You know how these things go. People will, of course, claim it since you gain the most, but as far as I know, no one saw you there. I heard it was something orchestrated by your little sorceress friend. Well, technically speaking, Philippa is the one who killed him, Harry admitted. Mary rose an eyebrow, showing she wasn't believing that he was telling her everything. He waved away her question. It matters not. The point is, in a week, Redania should be within our control completely. I received a letter from Queen Ada this morning giving her official surrender. She said she has no issue stepping aside peacefully and only asks to be treated with mercy. Mary said, fishing out the letter from one of the stacks and handing it to him. Harry frowned in thought as he skimmed over the letter. He had no issue with the woman and felt bad for her, if anything. He knew for a fact she had been struggling in recent years to deal with her husband. She was most likely glad for his death to some extent. He nodded as he finished it. Send something back saying we accept and will have her step aside from her position. In return, she will live the rest of her life in comfort, receiving a sizable manor, servants, and a monthly stipend anywhere she wishes within my borders. Harry told her. That wouldn't be so hard. He could make the manor himself if need be. Sure. Well, are you ready for your overview from when you were gone? Yes. Please start with the most pressing matters, Harry told her. Mary nodded. Well, there has been a rebellion that opposes your rule within Kedwin. It seems to be led by a former military commander of Henselt's, though I am not sure which yet. They wish to restore Kedwin under Henselt's wife's control fully. Cassandra has decried their actions, and from what I have heard from some of our spies, she seems to be genuine. In private she grouses on the fact that the fools are actually putting her rule at risk rather than helping her. Claim. Mary told him. Harry nodded. He, of course, knew why Cassandra would be nervous about this. He had made it clear to her that should he hear even a whisper of betrayal, while she ruled in his name, she would quickly find her life taken from her. He wouldn't hurt for this though. He knew it was simply something likely out of her control. He would double-check himself that she wasn't involved, but he was confident she wasn't. Shouldn't be an issue. Even if we cannot find the rebels soon, I can always go personally and solve the issue. Harry replied, That's what I figured. Next is Esterad. He has been flexing since your disappearance, though not too much. Still, it would be good for you to go visit to keep him in line. Shayla has likely told him about your previous condition, and we wouldn't want him to get any ideas. Mary suggested. Agreed. That's the last issue. Nilfgaard has backed off our borders, and I hear you brokered some deal with him here. I assume that is true? It is. Well, either way, they have retreated away from our borders and haven't contested us on Redania either, so I would consider that a win. It was part of the deal. In exchange, I also brokered a new trade deal, which will go into effect within 30 days from now. Harry explained. Mary frowned but nodded. Well, I suppose it's not like we can't afford it. Which brings me to our finances. The royal treasury has increased by 5% since you left. Mary told him. Harry smiled. That's extremely good since it's only been a few months and we still have a standing military. That and the recent construction of educational facilities. I assume you found some new sources of income then? We opened 3 new mines within the mountains. Excavation and mining have already begun. Mary explained. Harry nodded at that. Excellent. Speaking of the mountains, I assume that none are getting too near Isadora's home, correct? I do not wish to cause issues with her. Harry inquired. Mary shook her head. The bloodsucker has been pretty quiet since you left. She has only stopped in twice and one time was simply a request for some wound. I made sure to give her a few skins full of it courtesy of some of the guests we have in our cells. I will have to make sure to go and see her. I doubt such wound will satisfy her for too long, though I am glad she didn't cause a fuss when she came. I will have to make sure to repay her for minding her manners while I was gone. Well, anything else? Yes, actually. Do you remember that sorceress you said was in charge of Assaul, Francesca Findabar? Harry frowned at the question.
Ido.
He answered cautiously. Well, recently she sent a letter that is apparently for your eyes only, Mary said as she pulled out what he assumed was the letter before handing it to him. He looked over it and noted it had a pleasant smell to it. Some kind of flower, perhaps? He opened it and skimmed over the letter. He frowned as he looked at it. This woman presumes too much, he muttered as he finished it. What did she want? She requests to enter negotiations to set aside land that would be given back to elves to do with what they wish. Doesn't sound terrible, especially since I've heard you mention that idea before yourself. It's not the request contents that are presumptuous. Recently, when we faced the hunt, we reached out to all the members of the Lodge of Sorceresses. Almost all came to our aid save for 2. The first was Ida Emian and the second Francesca Findabar. I see. Exactly. The only ones who decided not to give aid were the only 2 elven members of the group, and one has sent a spy into our kingdom in the past. Now she wishes to ask me for a favor after basically insulting me. Insulting? I gave her student and spy back to her safely when I could have killed him. Among people like us, this would constitute already me giving her a favor. When I called for aid, she chose not to aid and return the favor. Now she is asking for another favor yet still has offered nothing from her side. She can't possibly think she's going into this negotiation from a positive position. When phrased like that, I can see what you mean. Yet you still seem to wish to do the negotiations. Despite this, of course, I will not punish those who could potentially benefit from this because their leader annoys me. It just means I may not give as I might have originally. Harry explained. Well, I suppose that is it. Are you ready to take back your position? I can't wait to be able to train and get back to lead. Actually, I have not come back yet. I will still be gone for another week at least. Harry told her. If looks could kill, Mary would be labeled a Kingslayer at that moment. I promise I will give you quite the vacation to pay you back for this once I return. Harry tried. She continued to glare. Harry sighed. I promise it will not take too long. I just have to tie up all the loose ends of when I was gone and I will be right back. Harry assured. Mary groaned at that. Fine, but you better hurry. I'm sick of being behind this goddamn desk. Promise. Before you leave, the national portal system has been mostly set up. We had the rooms created over stone doorways and our mages put on the runes you gave in the exact manner you said. They're in all our cities and a few of the major towns. Mary told him. Harry's eyes lit up at that. Really? That's fantastic news. I didn't think you would be able to get it up so fast. Harry said. He could conjure material and shape it with his magic in the exact way he wanted. Other mages could not and most likely had to get stonemasons to manually make all the doorways. The runes were easy, they just needed to channel the magic within. There was a team that should be placed on standby in case something went wrong with the runes though. I had it as a high priority within all our kingdoms. They're activating it tomorrow at synchronized times. Mary told him. Oh, I am so happy to hear that. Before it's open to the public, though, we will need to create a division to regulate who goes through it. Can't just let anyone use it after all. I've already thought about that. We've had an influx in guard positions within Avalon and Kedwin. Cover and Povis are coming along slowly since Esterad has been dragging his feet on allowing our mining companies into his land, even if he would heavily profit from it. Man simply does not want to be even more beholden to us. Move them in any way. Tell him I will not tolerate sacrificing efficiency and improving the lives of his civilians just because he doesn't want to be overly reliant on his minders. Remind him his position remains in his hands only as long as he shows he is worthy of it. That may cause some issues later down the road. If I have to go back to Cover and Povis and deal with them harsher, then I have no problem doing so. I give Esterad a lot of freedom, but I have no problem reminding him of his place if he wants to spit on my goodwill. Very well, I'll make sure it's done. Good. Well, if that is all, I suppose I should leave. Still have many things to do after all. Oh, one more thing. What's this I hear about a betrothal between you and Imhir's newly discovered eldest daughter? Goodbye, Mary. Cunt. Caer Morhen. Harry once more appeared at Caer Morhen and breathed in the cold, crisp air. It was a little too chilly for him, but luckily he had some warming charms to keep him level. He walked into the main hall and the first person he saw was once again Philippa. He frowned at that. You're still here? Even Margarita has gone at this point. Lovely to see you as well, Your Grace. Philippa snarked at him, which caused him to snort. He made his way over to her at a casual pace. What are you really still doing here, Philippa? He asked as he sat on the tabletop near her. She looked at him and frowned. Did you not say after this business was done with, you had somewhere you wished to assign me to? I have been waiting for you to do so, she said with a tad of impatience. Harry frowned. Of course, I simply assumed you probably had some unfinished business to attend to now that you're no longer on the run, Harry said back. Well, most of my labs have been destroyed and my books and research were confiscated and most likely burned by Radovid, so no. I have nothing I need to wrap up. She responded bitterly. Harry nodded at that. Well, did you have a particular inclination on what field path you'd like to go down? There's politics, which you are familiar with, magical education, which is what Margarita is doing, magical exclusive jobs, which I believe Fringilla has recently started to make some money. All sorts of things. I would prefer to go back into politics, though I do need money to rebuild my magical supplies as well as books. No problem. As with the other sorceresses who helped, you will be receiving 50,000 orens as base pay for aiding the Avalonian Empire with a vital task. Speaking of rewarding, I believe it's high time I keep my promise and return your eyes to you. I will need some of your wound and that should be all. Harry told her. Philippa seemed to brighten at his words, looking rather eager. That is finally some good news. How much wound would you need? About a pint of it. I can draw that out easily with some needles. You may observe me while I work if you wish to make sure that I don't do anything untoward with your wound. Harry told her. Philippa nodded at that. When can we start? This afternoon. Now that has been taken care of, have you seen Siri? She's hunting to restock our food stores. And before you ask, Gerald and Yennefer are enjoying each other's company. Jesus, that's all they seem to do anymore. Harry muttered. You don't have to tell me. I'm the one who stays here all day and has to hear it. Maybe I should put some silencing wards around their suite. For the safety of the rest of the residents of Caer Morhen. Please do. Harry, back already? Harry turned and saw Siri walking in with a deer slung over her shoulder. Harry tilted his head at the scene. Isn't that heavy? Well, yes. She answered as she brought it over and dropped it on a table where Vesemir would likely skin it and extract the edible parts. Okay, looks like a good hunt. Good day besides that? Harry asked as he walked over and gave her a small peck on her cheek in greeting. She seemed pleased. Yes. Avallac'h came by this morning to check on my progress with my control. He said my improvement recently has been impressive. Not surprising. Magic is tied to your mental state, people like us especially. Being stressed all the time from being hunted down by an enemy like the Wild Hunt probably did you no favors in trying to gain control. Soon I think you will be ready to start your actual magic training. Harry smiled. That's the plan. Hello to you to Philippa. How has your day been? Long. Your adoptive parents are loud. That being said, if your betrothed is telling the truth, it is about to get a lot better. Philippa said with a pleased expression. Siri looked back to him curiously. I will be restoring Philippa's vision today, Harry explained. Siri smiled at that. I am happy to hear that, Philippa. You deserve it. Siri said happily. Harry rose an eyebrow. Siri had seemed a lot nicer to Philippa since he had woken up, and he wasn't sure if he liked. He could guess why, being the one who showed him to still be alive and then advocated for certain methods to make sure he stayed in as good of shape as possible. Siri likely felt grateful to the woman. That didn't change the fact that Philippa was still manipulative and prickly, even if she reined it in when he was around. Thank you, darling. I am quite excited to be able to see again. Are you going to give her normal eyes, or are you going to improve them? Siri asked. Improve them? Improve them? Both he and Philippa looked at Siri in confusion at that. She looked back in seeming surprised at both questioning her. I just meant, didn't you say you could improve physical features? Can you not improve eyesight? I've never tried it on an organ not attached to the body though. Actually, now that I think about it, that would help get rid of some of the possible side effects even more than I already have. This would be a great way to treat amputees. Harry trailed off as he continued to think about some of the new possibilities. What kind of improvements would this have on my vision? Philippa asked. Harry thought and shrugged. Well, it kind of depends. When I was experimenting with mutagens, I discovered certain limits within human physiology. However, there's another issue. Without the rest of the mutagens influencing your body, your eyes will only be able to handle 1, maybe 2 improvements. Your mind won't be able to handle too much. So would I be able to pick? Sure. I have certain eye abilities that relate to animals, such as birds, dragons, cats. I can also give you a form of mage sight if you want. Can you list them? I think I have a list in my room already. I can just let you look it over right now. Hold on a moment. With that, Harry quickly apparat to his room before rifling through his trunk and producing the list. Then, just as quickly, he apparat back down. He moved over to Philippa and handed her said piece of paper. As you can see, there are some descriptors next to each name. If you want to do the procedure tonight though, you are going to have to pick something soon. The eyes will need to be soaked within the potion beforehand for a few hours before they can be implanted. Harry, Siri said, looking at him like he was an idiot. He looked back at her confused. What? She just shook her head and gestured at the paper and then to Philippa. Harry just looked at both and stared back at her, still confused. I can't read. Philippa finally said dryly. Harry blushed at that. Right. Sorry, it's just you can still do most things so well that I forget about the things you can't do. Harry said before taking the list back and reading the various options for her. Siri took a seat while he did so and simply listened curiously as he spoke. So, what are you thinking? Mage sight is out. I think I can already sense the magic around me well enough. I am thinking the telescopic vision would be my best bet, honestly. Good choice. It can help with precision in alchemy especially. I'll get right on soaking the eyes in the potion. It should take about 3 hours. Harry told her. You already have the eyes made? I have several organs made and kept in stasis in case they are needed for a sudden medical procedure. I simply soak them in a mixture of your wound and a potion which will physically alter them to be as if they had always been part of your body. After that, I just need to conduct surgery and adjust them to you physically and you should be all set. Do they have a previous owner?
No.
As long as the body part has no magical properties, I can create a new one. In my homeworld, this was done rather often. The only time it can't be done is if the organ or limb was damaged by dark magic and it could not be purged from the wound. Then the wound could be permanent. Harry explained. Yet, you don't use magical stones for this procedure?
No.
Where I come from, the most common way was to simply give a patient a potion to regrow the body part. Unfortunately, eyes are too complex for a simple potion. That being said, I know an alchemy procedure to create them. I have experience with alchemy but am in no way a master, especially since I can conjure things most of the time. But body parts are complex, so alchemy is a better option. Potions and alchemy are different where you are from? Yes, indeed. Potions are just as they sound, but alchemy is the process of magical transmutation. It is much more complex than simple conjuration, but a lot safer if a little vexing at times. It's another subject I have books on that you may read at some point if you wish. Harry said. Alchemy was something he had books on, but they were rather limited. It was, unfortunately, a subject that required a lot of self-experimenting in. Books just gave you the building blocks to use to go off on your own. Because of this, it wasn't for everyone. It seems there are many things I may wish to look into once I have regained my sight. Good to hear. Well, shall we meet in your room in say 5 hours? Harry asked. That works for me. Is there anything I should do to prepare? No, just don't ingest anything magical that may change your constitutional balance. I need you as normal as possible when I implant these. Very well. I will be looking forward to it, Philippa said as she then walked away with another word. Harry watched her go before turning to Siri. You seem rather friendly with her. I have nothing against Philippa. I know she has a checkered past, but I also know she is doing her best to adapt and change. Siri said with some conviction. I will admit that it's true, but I am concerned she is doing it to stay relevant and not because she sees the errors in her ways. Harry admitted to her. I can understand the caution, but I think you're wrong. I believe she is much more cautious and thoughtful of her actions than she used to be. She would never admit such a weakness, but I believe the last year or so has truly been hard on her. Besides, she also saved your life. A kind of... Harry, all right. I'm not trying to start anything. Moving on from dear Philippa, have you heard any plans from either of your parents? Or do they plan to continue to stay in their room all day every day, rutting like bunnies? They are enjoying their newfound freedom and rekindling their relationship. That sounds like something Yennefer would say. Perhaps, but I would agree with it. There's nothing wrong with a little skinship. Siri said with a smirk. I think Triss would disagree, Harry said. The red-headed sorceresses had not stuck around too long after the battle. She enjoyed Ciri's company, but seeing Geralt and Yennefer together definitely took a toll on her. Ciri sympathized but was still happy. She described to him how awkward it would have been to come back and find Triss and Geralt together. Triss was like her older sister after all. I don't want to think about that, Ciri responded grimly. Fair enough. Now, since we have several hours to ourselves, is there anything you would like to do? Massage. Ciri responded immediately and with excitement. Fuck. This is like the 5th time this week, and it's only Wednesday. Do you really like massages that much, or is your back seriously in that much pain? Is it my fault you have magic fingers? Literally? It feels so good. Ciri said back with a big smile. Harry rolled his eyes with a sigh.
Smon, no puting.
I'll tell you what, you give me a massage and I'll do something for you, Ciri said as she moved very close to him. She has a sultry look on her face as she said it as she put her arms around his neck. Harry rose an eyebrow, though he couldn't help the heavy beating in his chest as he looked at her. He took a moment to calm his excitement before responding. Are you sure you're ready for that? It's only been a couple of weeks since we've been official after all. They hadn't exactly been taking this slow, but he hadn't let them go too fast either. The furthest they got was some light petting and these massages Siri liked so much. Harry had been craving more, but he didn't want to go too far, especially since Siri was more used to intimacy with other women. He had a feeling being with a man would be different. Perhaps, but we've been close for a long time, and let's not pretend I haven't been dropping hints for more than a month now. I'm not saying all the way, but you've been a good little boy. I wouldn't mind giving you some relief. Siri put her lips right near his ear and whispered that last part to him. He wasn't sure how he felt about being called a little boy, but he also knew that her words were sparking quite the fire in his lower regions. Well then, Harry said as he suddenly reached down and swept the girl up in a bridal carry. Allow me to give you a massage, my dearest. Somebody's a lot more eager. I'm about to give you the best massage of your life. Several hours later. Wow, that was amazing, Harry answered as he steadied his breathing. Siri popped her head from under the covers and slid up to lay next to him. She had a big smile on her face as she looked at him with a pleased expression. I'm glad you liked it. I was afraid you wouldn't like it given it was my first time doing it. The motion felt a little awkward in the beginning, but you adjusted quickly. And your tongue. The tongue motions were probably the only thing that seemed to transfer over from my previous experience. It was wow. Didn't know you could move a tongue like that. You're gonna make me blush. You lasted quite a while. I thought you had been holding back for years. I have. It usually would take nearly twice that amount of time, Harry admitted with some embarrassment. She scrunched her face in disbelief. We were at it for nearly an hour. Yeah, my sensitivity down there is a little lessened from a spell in my youth that I took during the war. The spell effects we managed to reverse, and it still feels very good down there, but it simply takes a while longer for the sensation to build up, Harry said softly to her as he wrapped his arm around her and brought her in close to him. She pressed herself deeper into his embrace with obvious happiness at the gesture. Well, I am sure we can experiment with what works best, Siri said. Harry smiled and traced a finger over her soft skin. Siri was a conundrum in that she worked out heavily, so she had some obvious muscle definition. Along with that, she had several scars littered across her body from years of conflict that she faced. Despite this, her skin was extremely soft almost all the time. He loved running his fingers over it and taking in the feeling. Her form was on the skinnier side, but she certainly had some fullness in her hips as well as in her chest. Immensely, Harry said back. It's getting late. Don't you have to go help Philippa soon? I still have nearly 45 minutes. Yes, but you also have to bathe. Unless you were planning to go smelling of massage oil and sweat. But I hate it when you are right. He mumbled into her soft, white hair. Go. You can come to join me when you are done. You'll be asleep when I am done. Harry whined. Will that stop you from cuddling up next to me? Point to you. Damn, you're so smart. I'm glad you realize it. Now go. And take a real bath, not just some cleaning charms and calling it a day. Siri scolded. Harry rolled his eyes playfully. Yes, dear. He responded as he unwrapped from around his significant other and got up from the bed. He stretched for a moment before going to take his bath. King Hadrian, you are looking well rested, Philippa said, giving him a look. Harry rose an eyebrow at the comment. It suggested she knew what he had been up to, but he wondered how. He had been careful and put up some silencing wards. How? Magic around you and her starts fluctuating in increasing pulses while doing certain activities that cause extreme feelings. I can feel such things when in close proximity. Must have to do with both of our giant reserves. I will put up more wards to prevent that in the future. Don't tell Geralt. What could the Witcher possibly do to you? He is my father-in-law in all but name. No father likes to think about their daughter doing such activities with anyone, especially someone they are friends with. Harry told her. Very well. I have no desire to talk about that part of your life anyway. Shall we start? Philippa asked. Harry smiled and nodded. Now, the eyes have undergone the mutation as expected. I also have two options for you. I have one potion that will knock you out during the procedure. I also have one that will simply numb you. I normally would simply knock you out, but if you felt you couldn't trust me enough to do so, I would give you the alternative. If you do choose to take said alternative, I will warn you that while you won't necessarily feel pain, having eyeballs put in your skull and connected to your brain will not be comfortable. Harry explained. Philippa nodded and seemed to look between the two potions in thought. I think I will be fine if you put me to sleep. Will you have any problem removing the stones from my sockets while I am asleep? None at all. Alright, well, this potion will most likely knock you out until the morning. Take it when ready and just lay down on the bed, Harry said, handing it to her. She looked at it for a moment before popping the top of the flash and downing the potion. She grimaced at the taste. That was disgusting, she commented. Harry smiled at that. Most of my potions are. One of the women I studied under once told me it was to encourage people to avoid getting into situations that would require them to take potions. The logic sounded sound enough to me, so I never bothered changing them, Harry explained as Philippa laid back on her bed. How foolish, she muttered as she almost immediately drifted off to sleep. Harry shook his head at the sorceress's last words before concentrating. He moved over to her before carefully removing the ribbon that covered her eyes. He saw they were blackened and had much scarring around the sockets. He frowned before whispering a spell that caused her eyelids to open so he would be able to operate on her eyes. He was immediately greeted by two glowing stones that Philippa had been using as makeshift eyes. They granted a limited sight that only allowed one to simply see the silhouette of things in black and white, but not any discernible features on the shape. As far as solutions go, it wasn't a terrible one for her situation. He carefully shrunk them and levitated the stones out of her skull, leaving her with two empty holes where eyes would normally be. Harry quietly brought the jar with two eyeballs floating in a potion that had the mix of a mutagen concoction and Philippa's wound within it. With great care, he levitated the two eyeballs next to him so they floated near his head. He left them there as he then conjured light at the tip of one of his fingers. He pointed it in the direction of the left eye socket where he summoned the optical nerve to lift off the surface of the back of the socket. He then brought the first eye over and connected it to the socket. With that, he put the eye gently back into the socket before casting basic healing magic on the eye. This was the easiest part. A basic healing spell was all that was needed because her body's magic would recognize the eye as one of hers naturally and nurture the connection that much easier. He still kept the spell going to make sure the nerve connected properly though. With the first eye done, he repeated the procedure with the next eye. It was just as easy as the first time and easily fit within the socket as if it was always meant to be there. With that, the procedure was pretty much done. Now he would just need to stay for an hour and make sure the eyes set correctly as it were. After that, he would be able to leave. He watched over the prickly sorceresses for an hour, casting a diagnostic charm on her every 5 minutes without fail. While he did so, he thought about what Ciri had told him about Philippa. Perhaps he had been too hard on her in recent weeks. He was certainly nicer than he had been, but he still made sure to keep her at an arm's distance. In truth, it was partly because he kept thinking that she made sure to keep him alive because she thought it might establish trust between them. Of course, she had no guarantee he would wake up, but if he didn't, there would be no fallout for her. But if he did, he might be indebted to her. She would be partially right. He did feel indebted in a way, less for his life and more for the reassurances she had given Ciri while he had been under that he may still be alive. He had initially been thinking of putting her in charge of the restoration of Novigrad, but now he was thinking of a more encompassing role for her. Perhaps doing so may even gain some more of her loyalty so he could stop worrying about her causing trouble. With the hour up and no issue popping up, Harry took his leave and almost immediately ran into Yennefer. She looked at him with a raised eyebrow as he exited. He was surprised she was wearing actual clothes this late instead of some sort of nightgown as she usually did. Well, she is fine. The procedure was a success, and when she wakes up tomorrow, her eyes should work as good as new. Harry told her. That is good. I actually came to talk to you about something else to do with Philippa, Yennefer said as she looked at him. Harry rose an eyebrow in curiosity at that. Okay, I know that Philippa can be well, Philippa, and I also know you have never gotten along extremely well with her, but I think you would benefit if you reached out and placed some trust in her and gave her something worthy of her talents. Yennefer told him seriously. Despite the seriousness of the situation, she seemed nervous. Is that so? Harry said slowly as he looked Yennefer in the eye carefully. Yennefer lowered her head for a moment, almost in deference after he said that. I don't mean to overstep, of course. I have no issue with you speaking your mind, Yennefer, even if I may disagree. But perhaps you could explain your logic behind this. It's not a secret that you and Philippa don't exactly get along, and now you're telling me this. It's well suspicious. Harry told her bluntly. Yennefer nodded. I can understand, but I say this as simple advisement more than anything else. Whatever else she is, Philippa is a powerful sorceress who is also the unnamed leader of the lodge. Her words carry weight, and putting her to work would be your best option to keep on her, as well as the lodge's good side if you continue to wish to do that. A busy Philippa is one who can't spend all her time plotting against you if nothing else. You know what they say about idle hands. I see. Is there anything else? No, but I will also point out that experience-wise, she is one of the best advisors out there. You could do a lot worse than her. That's almost funny given how she got her eyes damaged in the first place, Harry said. Yennefer grimaced at that. True, but let's not pretend Radovid was anything close to a competent ruler. His father relied almost exclusively on her to make decisions for him, and when he passed, Radovid was not someone you would want running a country. Philippa may have tried to depose him in a way, but only because she truly believed him to be incompetent. And to be fair, at the time he was, Yennefer argued, playing the devil's advocate. That's fair, I suppose, though there were many better ways she could have handled the situation. You might argue she did what she did because she believed him incompetent, but you also cannot deny she simply took advantage of that to gain control herself. Not because she cared about him being a poor ruler, but because she wanted to take power for herself. Harry argued right back. I also cannot deny that. Look, I am just saying to consider using Philippa to her full talents. She could be of great use to you if you allow her to. Yennefer said. I will keep your words in mind, Harry said after a moment. That is all I can ask. With that, I shall take my leave. Good night, Hadrian. Good night, Yennefer. Kaer Morhen. Follow the light, please, Philippa. Harry reminded for the second time to the woman. She looked at him in annoyance for a moment before doing as he instructed. She followed the small light Harry had on the tip of his left index finger. He moved it, slowed, and watched her eyes track it before moving it back the other way. He then cut the magic. Your tracking skills seem to be within normal parameters. Your pupil dilation is a little slower than normal, but that's expected for another few days. Have you tried using your new vision ability? I have. Is it supposed to give me a headache if I use it too long? For now it will, yes. It's a whole new function of your body and your mind will need to adjust. I would use it each day until it becomes comfortable to do so. This will help you adjust to using it for longer periods. Within a couple of weeks, you should be able to use it as if you had the ability your whole life. I suppose I will simply have to deal with it until then. Well, with that, I can officially declare your eyes healed and you can move about again as normal, Harry said with his patented healer smile. Philippa rolled her eyes, a function she had taken to using a lot over the last week since her sight had been returned. Harry had kept her bedridden the week while she readjusted to her new eyes. She had not been pleased about his bossiness apparently. Thank the gods, she muttered, though not quite quiet enough for him not to hear. Oh, man up, you big baby. It hasn't been that bad. He chuckled. I can see why your past patients would so eagerly make sure to avoid injury if it meant not having to deal with this kind of treatment. Philippa snarked back. Most of my patients are too busy being amazed by me accomplishing medical miracles to be too upset about my overbearing bedside manner. Harry subtly dug at her. It seemed to work as she closed her mouth at his response. She stayed silent for a moment before responding. Thank you, you were right. I can't even notice the difference between these and my old eyes except for perhaps a subtle sharpness that I don't remember. Philippa finished. That is likely due to the mutagen introduced. Pleasant side effect, Harry explained. This seemed to satisfy her curiosity as she stood up. Well, I am cleared, so I suppose it's finally time we talked about what comes next. Oh, yes. You said after the procedure that you had someplace in mind for me. Now that I am better, I wish to know where you had in mind. Philippa said. She didn't exactly seem excited about where he was thinking about placing her. You don't seem to be as happy as I thought you'd be. Shall I jump for joy for you? Like a trained rabbit? You're prickly. Is there something wrong, Philippa? I would just like to know where I am being assigned is all your grace. She said back. The added title seemed less out of respect and more to add a tone of sarcasm to her statement. Harry smiled for a moment before casually leaning up against a nearby wall. He adopted a thinking position as he eyed the sorceresses, enjoying what his delaying seemed to do to her. Yes, well, I thought for a long time about where the best place to put you would be. It wasn't easy either. Originally, I was thinking about having you be a part of a committee in charge of the restoration of Novigrad to its previous status as one of the great cities of the north. That being said, several people pointed out to me that such a position may be a waste of your talents. Harry spoke easily as he looked at the woman who could now look back at him. Her face scrunched in displeasure, clearly thinking she would not like whatever anyone had to say about her. And just who was it who so graciously spoke on my behalf? Yennefer? She was one of the said people. Yes, Harry replied with a smirk. Her displeasure seemed to increase hearing that. They really did not like each other. And where was it dearest Yen wished to put me? As I said, it was not just her who counseled me on this. I reached out to several people who all told me similar things in different ways. Harry said as he temporarily thought back to the several other lodge members he had stopped in to visit since his little talk with Yennefer. He wished to see what they would say of Philippa. Even the ones who seemed to not like the women seemed to agree with the same sentiments as the members who were more partial to her. Well, are you planning to keep me in suspense? I suppose not. No matter how fun it is to do so, as I was saying, it would be a waste of your talents to put you in such a position. Your experience lends itself to ruling nations, not a simple city, no matter how big. With that in mind, and with the several people who I used as character witnesses for you, I have decided to place you as the new ruler of Redania on a trial period of 1 year. Should you do well in said position, you will keep it indefinitely until your death. You willingly give it up, or you unequivocally prove yourself unworthy of it. Harry announced. That was one of the nice things about Philippa having her eyes once more. She was so much more expressive. He got to personally watch her go from apprehension to confusion, to pure shock. He knew she would deny it later, but even her mouth was open in a smile to show how truly the news shocked her. Harry couldn't help the smile that appeared on his face. What? Did you have trouble hearing me? Don't tell me I'm going to have to implant new ears onto the side of your head too. Harry couldn't help but tease. Who knew when he would get the chance to tease the legendary Philippa Eilhart again? Is this some sort of joke? Did it sound like a joke? You can't. I am not part of the royal bloodline. Lady Ada has stepped down and Radovid had no children. Even if he did, though, I would be unlikely to allow them to rule after dealing with their father. The truth of the matter is Redania is a mess right now and needs a strong hand who knows what they are doing to lead. They need someone who can lead them away from their primitive witch-burning ways and into the more modern age, which ideals sway towards tolerance of all free-thinking beings. I need someone I can trust to do so. Perhaps I don't trust you as much as some others, but I certainly trust you more than any other to be able to do this. Harry turned serious as he made his speech. He walked over and started circling the shocked women who could do nothing but listen to him. I am not sure what to say, Philippa confessed, looking tongue-tied for the first time since he had known her. I will warn you now, Philippa. I will be watching your actions closely. As I said, I still don't trust you at the same level as some of my other leaders, but I am willing to give you this chance to prove yourself. Harry told her sternly. Philippa processed his words for several minutes. Harry simply watched her face change rapidly from one expression to another. She apparently decided as it finally came to one of determination. She slowly got to one knee in front of him. I accept, your grace, she said with a tone that was both soft but firm. Harry nodded. Then, with the power that lies with me, I, King Hadrian of the Avalonian Empire, do declare that one Philippa Eilhart shall immediately be granted the title of ruler over the territory known as Redania. She will rule it in my name for as long as she holds it. Let all know and recognize her as such from this day onward. Harry said out loud. There was a small flash of light for a moment between them that was not missed by either occupant. Thank you, your grace. May I ask what that light was? I suspect it was magic recognizing you as my vassal from this day forward. An event that was more common from where I come from, but do not worry about it. It shouldn't change anything or make you more beholden to me than normal. Harry told her with a frown. He would double-check. But Philippa wasn't from a magical noble family like back in his world. That being said, she was powerful, so perhaps she could circumvent that requirement. Philippa nodded slowly at that before getting to her feet slowly. She took a deep breath and for once looked a lot more relaxed than he had ever seen her. "Are you okay?" Harry asked lightly. He almost stepped back in fright when she laughed with a foreign lightness to her voice. He looked at her in concern before she waved him off. "Okay. This is everything I have wanted for as long as I have been a sorceress. Ever since I arrived at Redania and practically had to do everything for incompetents who wouldn't know one side of a bill from another. This is something I truly thought was impossible, something that would be out of my reach no matter. I figured when I tried to take control as regent when Radovid took over, that would be the closest I would ever get. I just can't believe this is happening." "Yes. Well, I am glad you are happy with this appointment," Harry said cautiously. She rose an eyebrow as she looked at him. "Something wrong?" "No, it's just I haven't heard you laugh like that before. It scared me," Harry said slowly. She rolled her eyes once more and her stereotypical small frown appeared once more. "You have a real talent of ruining my good mood. You are not the first to tell me such and you likely won't be the last. Disappointing young Ciri so soon, are you? Shove it, owl head. And that should do it," Harry said as stepped back as he looked at the gateway he had built within a small room off the main hall of Caer Morhen. With all the additions Harry had made to the ancient castle, Vesemir hadn't minded him commandeering a room for making such a thing. You're sure this is going to work?" "Of course. You know my entire empire has just activated the gateway network. This, however, is a private one just for Caer Morhen. Only those keyed to it can leave and arrive from it. That's what I used each of your wound for," Harry told Geralt. Geralt looked at the stone archway with skepticism while Yennefer moved in close so she could look at the various runes that went across the whole thing. "This is truly remarkable. Incredibly complicated, though I suppose if you have the blueprint for others to use, it shouldn't be hard to make en masse." "Correct. Though it was very hard to make sure others wouldn't simply just be able to connect to the network with their gateway. That could be bad," Harry told her. "How did you prevent that?" There is a secret piece to the runic array that you need to know to activate a gateway. Think of the gateway as a giant keyhole. If you don't have the key to open it, it's useless. I gave several people the key without their knowledge. I trusted them, but once the network went up, I took the knowledge back," Harry explained. "That sounds impossible. How can you simply take the knowledge back?" "With a modified Fidelius charm. A charm that hides a secret within the depths of one's soul. The secret can only be given to those by the secret's keeper, and even knowing it, they can never share it. Magic itself prevents such. In the past, it was used to hide locations as an extremely powerful ward," Harry explained to Yennefer. Her eyes seemed to light up at that. "You have to teach me this charm," she immediately said back. Geralt groaned behind her. Likely at all the trouble his significant other could get into if she had such an ability. "I can, though I should warn you. The more people who know about the thing you are trying to hide, the more power will be needed to hide said a thing. For example, if you tried to hide, say, Novigrad, you'd drop over dead as soon as the spell left your lips. A very powerful but dangerous ability. I would have your word you will not abuse any magical knowledge I may give you at some point. You have it. Now, when can you teach it to me? I am sure he can teach it to you later. For now, can we see if this gateway works or not?" Ciri said as she entered the room with an amused smile. Harry smiled upon seeing her and quickly made his way over to her. As he reached her, he wrapped his arms around her and gave her a small kiss in greeting. "Look who finally decided to join us." "Yes, well, unlike some people, I still have training to do." "Avalak still drilling you hard?" "Not too hard, I assure you." The elven sage himself then entered the room. "Still here? What's the occasion?" "You usually leave as soon as your training with Ciri is over with. I had no rush and I wished to see this gateway Ciri spoke to me about. I was wondering about the differences of this to a portal." "Several. The first is this isn't linked to one specific destination. It can go to any location that is part of the network. So, any place that has this gateway can be accessed from here. The second main difference is that it is self-sustaining, so one wouldn't need to have a mage with them to access it. Normal people can use it." And you accomplish this with a long series of runes? Yes. Where I come from, runes are a lot more advanced with what they can do. Here they seem to be limited to simpler actions. Well, I can't wait to see it in action, right? Well, let me no longer keep you in suspense, Harry said as he unwrapped himself from Ciri and walked over to the gateway. He pressed his hands for a moment as he started channeling magic into the runic array. Within a moment, a blue light sprung to life within the stone archway, and a blue swirling wall appeared under it. Harry smiled. And it's activated. You are looking at the official gateway of Caer Morhen, Harry said as he stepped back and admired the gateway. Both Yennefer and Avallac'h moved forward to examine it. It feels very similar to a portal, and yet Yennefer started. It's also different, almost as if it has been more refined yet simpler at the same time. Remarkable, Avallac'h said as he moved his hand forward to touch the blue swirl. Nothing happens if you touch it without saying a location before entering. Your hand will simply go through to the other side, Harry called out. It wouldn't work for Avallac'h as he had not been keyed to the gateway anyway. The sage moved his hand back slowly as he continued to observe the portal. Truly impressive. I don't suppose you'd be open to teaching others how to do this? Not at the moment, no. I wish for it to be something only known by my empire, Harry said easily, not trying to insult the elf. Does it feel like your method of travel? Geralt asked with a cautious look on his face. He looked like he didn't want to be anywhere near the gateway. Harry rolled his eyes and he moved over to the man and pat him reassuringly on his back. You will be happy to know that there is no uncomfortable feeling with this method of travel. Due to being supported by such an intricate method, its stability is unmatched. Even you couldn't complain about this one, my friend, Harry told him with a frown. Geralt frowned. We'll see. Geralt replied with some disbelief in Harry's words. Well, you'll have to try it eventually if you ever plan to come to visit me in Ciri, Harry told him. This just caused Geralt to frown even more. Both Ciri and he had decided that they would be leaving in a few days back to Avalon. Harry really couldn't afford to be away for much longer, and Ciri had said she would be going with him. To make sure she could see her adopted family, Harry had built this gateway for easy access. He wasn't sure how much it would help though, as Yennefer had told him that she and Geralt had been possibly thinking of traveling together, seeing new things, and simply enjoying each other's company. Still, this was the best he could do for them. Several days later, Avalon. Harry finished placing the last of the chests containing Ciri's things in his private suite before uncasting the magic that made it weightless. He looked around the room and nodded in satisfaction. Ciri didn't have much in the way of clothing, most of it coming from clothes Yennefer had recently gone out and bought her. Most of it was either a combination of casual shirts or jackets. She even had a new leather outfit that was as good as light armor, but also accentuated quite a few of Ciri's other features. He had to remember to thank Yennefer at some for getting it. Well, that's everything, Ciri said, bringing her last chest into the room. Harry smiled at her and couldn't keep the happiness from his face. They were moving in together under Ciri's suggestion. He had initially been a bit wary about moving in together so soon, but she pointed out that such things were common here, and with the betrothal it would look better. That was the logic she used, but the smirk and glint in her eyes suggested she had other reasons for wanting to move in together. Shall we celebrate this momentous occasion? You seem to be pretty horny lately, you feeling all right? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. Ciri shrugged. I don't know, I just feel so light recently. Like I don't have a care in the world. I just feel like having fun is all. Do you not like it? Oh, I definitely like it. Don't doubt that for a minute. I just want to make sure you're not pushing yourself for some reason. I don't want you to think we have to keep pushing forward to keep me interested or something, Harry explained. Ciri smiled. I don't feel pressured. I just enjoy our time together. It's fun. Okay then. Well, why don't we? Before he could finish his suggestion, there was a knock on his door. He turned and frowned. He couldn't sense anyone at his door. That was very concerning. He gave Ciri a disturbed look which caused her to immediately tense. Go to one of the chests and open it. She pulled out her sword and quietly unsheathed it. As she did so, Harry moved down the stairs and towards the door to his manor. He prepared a spell in one hand as he reached out to open the door with the other. Siri braced herself nearby in case of danger. He then swung it open. "Hello, Harry dear." Harry looked out for a moment and took a second to realize who was looking back at him with a deceptively friendly smile. "Isadora," Harry greeted, calming down. Siri seemed to take this as a good sign as she lowered her blade and adopted a curious look. "It seems you're back and you didn't find it necessary to come to say hello," Isadora said with a tone of annoyance. Harry couldn't tell if it was a real annoyance though or not. "I just arrived back today." Harry shot back. "You were here not long ago as well. Only for several hours to take stock of my empire situation. I then left again almost immediately," Harry told her. Isadora tooted in annoyance. Her eyes flickered to the side for a moment before turning back to him. "Is this the girl who seemed to capture your heart?" Isadora asked with amusement. Harry rolled his eyes. He looked to Siri and gestured her to come over. She did, though she didn't exactly look pleased. When she stood next to him, he introduced her. "Isadora, this is Cyrilla, the woman I told you about before leaving," Harry said. Isadora held out her hand, which Siri took politely. "A pleasure," Isadora said, looking Siri right in the eye with an almost predator glint in hers. "The pleasure is mine." "So are you a friend of Harry's?" "You could say that. She tried to kill me originally because I accidentally destroyed her home, so I had to make amends. After that, we maintained a sort of working relationship. She helps me occasionally and I do her favors in return." "Oh, she's also a high vampire. I appreciate how highly you seem to think of me," Isadora replied. Harry rolled his eyes while Siri just seemed confused. "You're friends? With a high vampire? Sort of. I give her some wound to drink on occasion too. Makes sure she doesn't go off on people," Harry told her. "Directly?" Harry just looked at Siri confused for a moment. "What does directly mean? What do you mean? Do you give her the wound directly from you?" "Oh no. I just give her a bag full of it. Not sure I want to be sucked directly by an unseen elder. It would probably drive me insane," Harry reassured her. Siri seemed to calm down at that. Isadora just smiled. "May I come in?" "Sure," Harry said as he moved to the side to allow her to pass. Isadora walked in and looked around. "It seems like I haven't been here in so long," Isadora commented as she looked around. Siri didn't seem to like that comment. "Oh, have you been here many times?" Siri pressed. Harry decided to stay silent for a while as he got the feeling that if he said anything, he would be getting in trouble. "Not too many times, I suppose. Usually just when I needed a little pick-me-up," Isadora said with a smile. Now, logically, Harry knew she was talking about his wound, but the way she said it with a hint of something made him suddenly think they were approaching a very dangerous area. "Oh, is that so?" Siri asked back with a glare now being sported on her face. Her right hand was twitching and Harry couldn't be sure, but he had a feeling she wanted to reach for her sword. Perhaps it was now time to step in. "Isadora, please do not aggravate my betrothed with suggestive language," Harry told her blandly. Isadora simply smiled in amusement. Siri looked at him for a moment, then back at the vampire. "So betrothed, huh? I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, given how obsessed with her you were." Harry frowned at the words. "I wasn't obsessed. In one of our first meetings, I recall you falling asleep and dreaming of her while resting on my lap. That was a different, very specific situation. Was it? If I remember correctly, you dreamed about her several times after that once I came over. I remember because I kept thinking to myself, this man literally has me in the same room and all he can do is dream about some girl he hasn't seen in years." It was both funny and vexing, Isadora admitted with a myriad of emotions playing on her face as she casually spread out on his couch. That's not Siri. This woman is obviously crazy. You should not listen to anything she says," Harry said very seriously to his significant other. Siri had stopped glaring at this point and had started laughing at him. "Well, I guess she's all right," Siri said, looking appreciatively at the vampire. Now it was Harry's turn to frown. This is not how he wanted this to go. "So, Isadora, you're probably pretty busy. Did you just stop in for a visit, or did you need some wound or something?" Harry said, feeling a lot less welcoming. "Nope, just came to visit you and see the girl that all the fuss was about. I must say I can see why you chose her. That power emanating from her almost intoxicating." If I were you, I'd keep her away from some of the lesser members of my kind. Yes, so, just don't let any vampires near her? I would recommend that, yes. Well, great. That does explain a lot. It seems like every time I deal with a vampire, they seem to go a little feral. I've never noticed anything like that, Harry commented with a frown. Well, you don't smell nearly as good as she does. Your wound certainly tastes better than it smells, but it's nowhere near hers. Isadora tells him, but I'm more powerful than she is. Maybe, but your magical power isn't the only thing that affects the wound taste. Some people just taste better than others naturally. Ciri most likely is one of them, and her magic just amplifies that. Your wound was probably just average and your magic just improves it enough to be good, Isadora explained to him. Harry frowned, feeling slightly insulted. Well, you're only getting my wound, Harry told her sternly. Oh, Harry dear, there's no need to be jealous. Yours is the only one for me, Isadora said as she stood and patted him on the cheek in a gesture that was probably meant to be comforting. Unfortunately, Harry came back to reality and realized he was being comforted by a vampire because his wound wasn't tasty enough. Right, well, this has been an enlightening conversation about the woman I keep around me. Isadora, feel free to stay as long as you want. Ciri, I am going to go to bed, Harry told them both before leaving up to his room. As he left, he heard Ciri strike up a conversation with the vampire on what sounded like how she killed her victims. Harry frowned and tried not to think too hard about that as he ascended his stairs. The next day, Harry blinked his eyes open and was immediately greeted with another pair of green eyes staring right back at him. How long have you been watching me sleep? Like 3 minutes. I just got to bed, Ciri told him with a shrug. Harry looked at her for a moment. Then his eyes flickered over to the clear daylight streaming through one of his windows. What time is it? I don't know. Probably around 8 in the morning. Do you mind if I ask where you've been? Sure. I and Isadora decided to do some bonding and hit the town together, as you call it, Ciri said with a tired smile. Harry looked at her and a horrifying question popped into his head. If I leave this house, will there still be a city to greet me? Ciri just rolled her eyes at that. We didn't break anything much. We didn't break much. We just hit a few taverns together and talked for most of the night. It was very enlightening. She gave me a more in-depth understanding of what's been happening around here since I have been gone and how you made your little empire. I see. Did I not provide a good enough explanation? No, it was fine. I just enjoyed getting it from a different perspective. Also, we broke into your private alcohol cellar and Isadora drank an entire cask of what I believe was fire whiskey. She was able to get drunk off of it. I have a cask that was given to me years ago, but it was from an old friend of mine who was a half-giant named Hagrid. The name doesn't sound familiar to me. I'm not sure if I ever brought him up to you. Either way, he brewed a cask because his proportions made sure he couldn't get drunk easily. As was common with him, he didn't think too much of it when he gave it to me. It's a little much for any but someone with a giant's constitution, so I suppose it makes sense that enough of it would cause even dear Isadora to become inebriated. Well, she enjoyed it. She had never been able to get drunk before. She seemed to like the buzz, though if she gets a hangover later, she probably won't be nearly as happy about it. Sounds like you two had a fun night. Well, it's still rather early. I think I will be able to get a few more hours of sleep in me. Wanna cuddle? Sure. But I wanna be the big spoon this time. What, why? Everyone knows that being the little spoon is better. Then no problems, right? Your loss. Sure, Harry said as he turned around and felt Ciri wrap her arm around him. The fool, everyone wants to be the little spoon. It offers a level of comfort and security that is unmatched. Harry drifted off for several more hours, though he never went back into a deep slumber. He stayed partially conscious and simply enjoyed the peace associated with laying with his lover. Ciri, on the other hand, was softly snoring after her long night adventure. He wasn't sure how he felt about her getting along so well with Isadora, but he wouldn't interfere. It was good for Ciri to connect with more people. She already spoke about possibly reaching out to go talk with VS again soon. He grunted as he saw the sun was nowhere in sight anymore as it was too high in the sky. That meant it was most likely close to midday. It was likely time for him to get up as he had a meeting with a certain elven queen today. He sighed as he unwrapped himself from his white-haired companion and sat up slowly. He gently rubbed the sleep out of his eyes. He looked around for a moment and summoned some of his more formal wear before taking it into the bathroom and washing up. Once he was done, he easily puts on his clothing before looking at himself in a mirror. He looked very good in his own opinion, and it was honestly a little nice to be back in his kingly attire. He looked quite intimidating. "You look quite good in that." Harry looked at a different angle and saw Siri standing in the doorway eyeing him. "Thank you. My meeting is in half an hour. I don't suppose you will want to join us?" "No thanks. I have never met Francesca and I don't see any reason to change that," Siri said back. Harry smiled and made his way over to her. He looked at her wearing her nightclothes, which was simply a pair of panties and an undershirt. She found them more comfortable than the nightgowns of this time, and he was certainly not going to complain. "You are seriously having me contemplate blowing this meeting and simply staying here?" Harry said with a smile as he looked her over. Siri smirked back at him but shook her head. "Cool your engines, lover boy. I am still rather tired, so the most you would get would be some more cuddling." "I don't see anything wrong with that. I am sure you don't go. Don't blow off your responsibilities just to stay with me. There's no better reason to blow off such things that I can imagine. Enough flirting. Get out of here. I will still be here when you get back." "I sincerely hope so," Harry said back as he watched her turn and walk back to their bed, his eyes firmly planted on her posterior. As he finally watched her slide back into the bed, he finally sighed and decided to head to his tower. With a simple twitch, he apparat from his comfortable manor into his capital's tower. When he finally reorganized himself, he noticed himself in his office, which was now empty since Mary had left on her promised vacation yesterday. She had wasted no time from seeing him arrive to leaving almost immediately with barely an audible goodbye. He sighed before sitting behind his desk and started looking at the various paperwork she had left behind for him. Some of it was simply for him to review so he could catch up on what he had missed. Other things were new bits of legislation Mary had thought it would be best for him to look at himself. Harry started looking through several of the papers and was pleased to see most were simple budget reports and most showed the increase in profit that Mary had spoken to him about already. He would have to double-check all the numbers since he knew for a fact that many businesses like to sneak little bits on the side that would turn into larger numbers down the line. He was interrupted from his musings when he heard a knock on the door. He looked up lazily for a moment as he took the time to reach out with his senses and see if he could figure out who was outside. It would seem it was one of his guards, and judging from the large amount of magical power that one of the people who were with him had, his guests had arrived. "Enter," Harry called out. Said guard entered and bowed to him. "Your Grace, the guest you anticipated for, have arrived," the guard said to him. He nodded at the man. "Send them in then," he spoke sternly, making sure to switch over into his kingly voice. The guard exited the room and, not a moment later, 3 people entered in his stead. 2 were guards wearing light ornate armor that was not of a common craft. They were also both elves, which were rarer to see in these times outside the Sochitel. However, it was the woman they were flanking that truly caught his attention. At first glance, Harry could already tell the rumors about Francesca were true. She was most certainly one of the most beautiful women he had ever laid his eyes on. Her hair was up in twin buns, though he could tell it was shiny and most likely as soft as silk. Her face had smaller, more cute features that looked equally as soft, like it was something that had been sculpted rather than birthed. Her eyes were a blue that was even brighter than the sky itself. To finish her look, she wore a purple dress that seemed to be both flowing and tight to accentuate her flawless figure. She looked every bit of what one would expect from an elven queen. "Lady Enid and Gleanna, it is a pleasure to see you." Harry spoke in elder speech politely to her. She smiled at his words and moved to him so she could give her hand. He took it and kissed it politely before letting it go. He idly noticed that although she had no allure, her mere presence almost felt intoxicating in a similar way as Vila was described back on his homeworld. He made sure to keep his mental barriers tight to make sure he acted correctly. "A true honor to meet you, King Hadrian. I have heard many good things," she responded still in elder speech. He smiled politely at her words and nodded. He then turned his eyes to her guards who were looking at him sternly. Your guards may wait outside during our discussion, he told her politely, though it sounded like a suggestion. It was very clear that it was not one. Both her guards didn't look happy to hear his words, but Francesca made a small motion and they quickly listened to her as they headed towards the door. Why don't you sit down? I am sure you have had a long journey and are tired, Harry told her, gesturing to the chair that sat opposite his desk. She thanked him before smoothly sitting in the designated chair. He idly noticed that all her movements up to this point had been unnaturally smooth, almost like watching a vampire, though not quite. Your elder speech is quite good. Who taught you, if I may ask? She inquired politely. Oh, I couldn't give you one person. I have had many teachers, and simply using it helped more than anything to refine it to this level. Harry responded easily as he pulled out 2 glasses and summoned a bottle of wine. He poured both and handed her one, which she took. He took a small sip before setting it down, just enough to show her it wasn't poisoned. That seemed to work, as she took her sip as soon as he did so. It's very impressive. Possibly the best I have ever heard from a human. Thank you. So, as you know, I am not one to waste time. Shall we get right down to business? That is fine with me. Good. You spoke in your letter about possibly setting aside some land for some of your elves to settle in within my kingdoms. To be perfectly honest, I see no reason at all for why I should do this or what I could possibly get out of it. Harry told her, losing some of the friendliness in his voice and turning it slightly colder. Francesca stiffened at his words but didn't look out of place from them. It was my understanding that His Grace strove for diversity and unity within his kingdom for all who decide to call it their home. Is this not the case? It is. I simply don't see how giving elves private land for no reason contributes to the diversity within my kingdom nor its unity. If anything, it will cause the opposite, as other races wonder why yours will be treated differently. Other races have not lived in these lands for millennia only to be pushed out by foreigners. I doubt that matters to them, and it certainly doesn't matter to me. Population-wise, pure elves only make up around 9% of all the races within my kingdom. Furthermore, out of that 9%, nearly 50% are part of the Sochitail that kills innocents and will likely continue to do so even if I do make a deal with you. You would punish all my people for the actions of a few? Obviously not, considering I have not ethnically cleansed the ones who simply wish to live in peace. And I will admit that both pure elves and half-elves face many issues due to prejudice even within my borders. Still, I am not sure building a reservation for them will do much to change that. It would give them a safe place to grow and live away from the prejudices of others who would seek to hurt them. Or it might embolden their enemies who see such legislation as unfair. I simply want that which is best for my people. One can look no further than Dol Blethana to see that a safe place benefits both those within my kingdom and those outside of it. It has come to my attention you have made a treaty with Emperor Imhir and have taken his daughter as your future bride. Your father-in-law saw reason and allowed such a measure. I am not my father-in-law. Harry shot back with steel in his voice. Imhir and he had certainly settled some of their differences for Ciri, but that did not mean he suddenly liked the man and he liked being compared to him even less. I meant no offense. I simply wished to point out that there was logic in such an endeavor. Francesca said soothingly. Her voice sounded as sweet as honey, and yet Harry couldn't help feeling somewhat annoyed. It almost felt as if she thought she was pacifying a child throwing a temper tantrum. Almost demeaning in a sense. Logic, is that why you are doing this? Because of logic? Tell me something, since you like logic so much. Why is it you decided to send a spy into my midst all those years ago? Harry asked as he leaned back into his chair and looked at her. To her credit, Francesca didn't even twitch as he brought up Assaul. I don't know what you speak of. I would never send someone to spy on you, Your Grace. Is that so? Let's move away for a moment from the obvious lie you just told. Spying is a very common practice amongst kingdoms, especially nearby and neighboring kingdoms. For one kingdom to claim they have made no attempt to spy on one of their neighbors is almost idiotic. Like trying to convince someone the sun is green. So, not only have you lied to me, but you're also implying I am a fool as well, is that it? Harry asked coldly. In truth, he cared nothing about the spying. After all, he spied on Francesca as well while she ruled in Dol Blethana and found information on her. No, this was simply about putting her on the back foot so she would be in a more desperate position. Plus, he wanted to make her sweat as punishment for not aiding in any way during the Battle of Kaer Morhen. At this point, Francesca looked rather uncomfortable as clearly the conversation had turned against her quite quickly. I meant no implication. I simply meant that there may have been a misunderstanding. While I did receive information from young Asal, I sent him to give aid so you would one day perhaps be more open to the idea of working and helping elves. Is that why he came under disguise? We needed to first ascertain if you had a predisposition to our kind before we decided to reveal ourselves is all. We never meant to deceive, to be frank. I don't believe you, Harry said as he stood and looked away from her as if in thought. He could feel that the woman was now feeling a bit more nervous from his words. And he would be too in her position. It looked like not only would she not convince him, but that he might actively take an aggressive action against her and her people. Your Grace, I am a monarch of my own people. Surely it couldn't be expected that I would come down personally to aid in such a risky venture. Expected, no. Though dealing directly with an issue is not the only way to offer aid for a monarch. Further, I have already gifted you a favor by not killing your little spy. I don't see a reason why I should gift you another. In time and with strict enforcement, the prejudices of the past will be forgotten with or without your help. It'll just take longer and have a little more fuss accompanied to it, Harry stated as he eyed the woman. At this, Francesca went quiet and seemed to be thinking over a mile a minute on a way she could likely persuade him. Harry simply stayed silent as he watched her think. I see your perspective and understand you will not wish to do this out of the simple goodness in your heart. I shall not. Very well, what is it you wish of me to convince you? Now that is an interesting question. Well, let's see what I can think of. Yes. I know. I will make you a deal. For the first, I wish you to contribute to the Avalonian Empire's magical knowledge. I will give you an alphabetical list of our tomes and you must add at least 10 to the list. We have means to copy the book so you will get the original copies back. 2. The land I give will only be allowed to be settled upon by elves exclusively for, let's say 200 years. That being said, visitors are allowed free entry into the land for both trade and to interact peaceably with the people. The third and final stipulation, this location would fall under the kingdom of Dol Blathana. That means it would fall under your rule. However, just like with here, issues with your kingdom in my territory may default to me if you aren't handling them productively. If you meet these requirements, I will grant another piece of land, this one beyond the Dragon Mountains and near this very capital. Harry told her. The Elven Queen frowned as she thought on his words. I would be able to pick which tomes we send, as long as they are not on the list. And let me be clear, 10 tomes are a requirement. Do not come to me later claiming you don't have 10 tomes we don't already have, because I will not care nor will I believe you. And I will personally check the authenticity. If you have sent fake knowledge, you can expect more than simple reprobation. Dol Blathana itself will be punished, not just you. I do not suffer cheats, Harry said. In truth, Harry had almost all common and uncommon tomes of magic in his library. Anything Francesca could give would likely be rare simply for the fact that she wouldn't be able to come up with anything else. I understand. You said this area you give will have to have open borders. What should happen if some of your citizens enter the land and break this peace? They will be punished to the fullest extent possible. They will be tried by a court consisting of half its members coming from this new land you would settle and a half from mine. Finally, you say it will fall under Dol Blathana control, but how could I rule over a country so far away? I will create a gateway between the two places for instantaneous travel, similar to the ones you and your guards used to arrive here so quickly, Harry said casually. Her eyes lit up when he told her this, and he assumed she wanted a chance to study such a gateway to possibly recreate them. I see I will need some time to think about it. Of course. Take all the time you need. How did the meeting go? Exactly as planned. She'll certainly agree to my terms within the next couple of weeks. Did she live up to your expectations? Was she an elvish brat who was used to getting her way with pretty words? Somewhat. She had a little more backbone than expected. Her intelligence was never in question, though. I suppose your father's words describing her were accurate. That means we'll have to stay here until you finish with that. What shall we do to pass the time? I have a few ideas if you're up for them. 1276. Tuiscent. Harry stared at the castle in the distance. It and the landscape painted an almost unbelievable amount of beauty. The beautiful hills, the picturesque sky, the vineyards that could be seen in the distance. It would have been hard to believe this kingdom had just sustained an attack from an entire legion of vampires several weeks ago. It's beautiful. Alright, well, first off, cool your tits. Avalon is way better than this piece of garbage. Also, Avalon doesn't get attacked by vampires because of bullshit political games between a high vampire and a bratty princess.
I'm sorry.
What did you think people thought your relationship with Isadora was exactly? Yeah, that's right. Same shit. I regret teaching you my slang. I regret you teaching me it as well. I can't seem to stop. It just slips out. Ciri groaned. Humph, where is this manor that Geralt has acquired? I am getting tired of riding. Harry complained. It's a couple of leagues north of the castle. And if you had listened to me and kept up more with your riding training, you wouldn't be tired. Well, when you can teleport everywhere and turn into a dragon, riding horses seems to be pretty low on the list of the things I should do. Harry shot back with some annoyance. He had wanted to simply do a few teleports to get here within a day or two. Ciri had vetoed that plan and told him once they got to his empire's borders, they would be riding the rest of the way. He had tried to argue, but then she started taking off her clothes. The point being is he lost the argument. Hush, you big baby. This has been lovely. Seeing all the sights was a nice change from the fast-paced events we usually have to deal with, Ciri said as she pulled up next to him and slapped him on his arm. Oh yeah, it's really fun beating the shit out of every bandit that runs across us and having random travelers perving on you every time we see them. It's been such a fun time. Hey, you like killing bandits? You said cutting up murders and rapists was a fun pastime. Yeah, sure, maybe the first 12 times, but after that it just becomes repetitive and boring. And I let you kill one of those pervs even though I wanted to. There was no letting me do anything. I simply was faster in throwing out a spell than you were with pulling your blade. Harry shot back. Ciri smirked for a moment. It's cute that you think that. Ciri smiled. Harry rolled his eyes as they kept trotting along. He wasn't going to admit it to her, but he did agree with his lover. Beauclair was a truly beautiful place and was known for its almost fairy tale appearance. It did cause him to be a little more cautious than normal, though. He didn't like places that appeared perfect. He didn't trust them. Well, if we want to arrive before dinner, we should hurry. How about a race? I'm interested. What are the terms? Loser has to do anything the winner wants, Harry answered with a smirk. Ciri eyed him for a moment before smiling at his suggestion. Oh, you are going to regret that. There's something I've been thinking of trying with you now for a while, Ciri admitted. Harry frowned at that. What is it? I am usually pretty open to your input, am I not? Harry asked. He had no problem adjusting his technique to her wants and needs. Oh, you're going to be pretty open. When I am done with you, Ciri said with a lecherous look on her face. Harry felt his wound run cold at that. You don't mean, I would hope you win this race if I were you, Ciri yelled as she kicked her horse and took off. Harry immediately kicked his horse and chased after her in a panic. They raced in an intense battle for several hours. Harry had even tried to use spells subtly to try and slow her horse down and speed his up. Ciri had unfortunately noticed, though, and had launched a series of her own spells at him to counter. In the last few years, Ciri had grown in her magical education due in part to him, as well as the magical institution located at Avalon. He had trained her in how to control her output, and she could now accomplish quite a bit, though she still had a long way to go before she could compare to him in that field. That being said, she had seemingly perfected her abilities to travel to different dimensions as well as teleporting. She could do so consecutively so many times that she could decimate a small army in less than a few seconds. He could do so as well, but the way she did so was both brutal and terrifying to behold. She had done so recently with a small bandit army that had taken up residence in Kedwin. Harry was pulled out of his thoughts on Ciri's growth as he once more paid attention to the race that may as well been for his very life. He spurred his horse once more to make sure it was going at maximum speed. He was getting scared, though, as Ciri was still some distance ahead of him, and it didn't look like he was closing the distance. Several hours passed before a vineyard appeared in the area where Geralt should have been. Unfortunately, he hadn't seen Ciri in quite a long time as she continued to pull further and further ahead of him. She had been right that, when it came to riding, his stamina was abysmal. He would constantly have to slow down and use numbing spells because of the pain of constantly bouncing up and down on the animal caused. As he hurriedly pulled up to the manor, he felt a dark pit appear as he entered and rode to the stable outside the main home where Ciri's horse was already next to Roach. He jumped off his horse and started sprinting towards the house's main entrance. He stopped when he arrived and noticed 3 people standing by the door. Geralt was closest and he wore his typical blank expression as he watched Harry approach. Yennefer had a smile on her own which had softened somewhat in the last few years from the smirk she used to have. Unfortunately, Ciri had seemed to pick her adopted mother's penchant for smirking, and was giving him a big one, while she had a predatory look in her eyes. "Hadrian, good to see you. Thanks for coming," Geralt said as they shook hands in greeting. Harry nodded with a smile at the man. "Geralt, good to see you as well. I hear you've been having a fun time without me," Harry said with a smile. Geralt shook his head in exasperation. "If that's what you want to call it. If I never have to deal with nobles again, I'll be happy. By the way, Regis wanted me to thank you for the strings you pulled. I hear he's setting up in Redania near Oxenfurt." Geralt replied. After what had transpired here and hearing about the death of a high vampire due to another, he had reached out to Isadora to ask if she would allow Regis into her territory and allow him some protection. She had agreed with some prodding with the promise that the man would never do what he did again. He had then contacted Philippa when Regis had expressed an interest in settling in Redania. She had done so with ease and hadn't even bothered asking for anything in return. "I am glad to hear it. He sounded like a good man and I thought it unfair that his fate would be to be hunted for the rest of his life. Other than that, though, has everything settled here? I told Henrietta of your arrival and she gave permission. She wished for you and Ciri to come up for dinner at some point." Geralt admitted reluctantly. "I'll think about that. We are here on vacation though. I'm not sure if I want to deal with the local nobility, especially after the mess they almost caused," Harry muttered as he turned from the Witcher and to Yennefer. He smiled and threw his arms happily around the woman before pulling her in for a hug. "Yennefer, you look amazing as usual. I'm glad the weather here hasn't affected your complexion negatively," Harry said with a smile as he pulled back from the woman. Yennefer's smile widened at that as she chuckled softly. "No, not yet, though it still may if Geralt and I decide to stay long-term," she said back. "Oh? And are you leaning towards that option?" he asked curiously. They did also have a rather nice permanent home in Avalon that he had gifted to them. Not that he minded. He could always make them a gateway for easy access between the two. "We are leaning towards it, yes. Geralt has been busy before you arrived with cleaning up the various monster-related messes in the area. Apparently, in the last few years, Beauclair had become somewhat of a hotspot even without the vampires. I did already put up some wards though, so we are most likely safe," Yennefer told him. Harry smiled. Yennefer had delved back into studying in recent years to expand her magical knowledge, especially in some of the fields he had introduced. She was thriving though he had expected nothing less. "I noticed. You have gotten quite good at it, if I do say so myself. In my world, you would have to pay top dollar for the kind of protection you could erect," Harry said as he looked around the property at the wards that were invisible to the naked eye. He wasn't simply blowing smoke about that either. The wards were impressive in both strength and quality. Had it been her passion, he imagined she could even pass his ability rather easily. "I appreciate your words, though perhaps we should break off and allow you and Ciri to clean up. You both seem quite sweaty from your ride," Yennefer said with a small wrinkle of her nose as she looked between them. Harry's smile dropped as he remembered their little race. "Indeed we are. Would you mind leading us to your cleaning facilities? I am sure we can take it from there," Ciri said with a warm, innocent smile at her adopted mother. Yennefer looked at her in suspicion as soon as she saw it. "No playing around in there. We all have to use it and I would rather not have to worry about if I'm rolling around in your fluids," Yennefer immediately told her. Ciri seemed to pout at that. Rich coming from you considering how many times I've walked in on. That's enough of that. You guys get cleaned up and we'll meet you when dinner is ready. Gerald interrupted, not wanting the conversation to stray even further into the direction it was heading. Yennefer smirked at the Witcher and Ciri just gave him an amused raised eyebrow. Harry just rubbed his brow in exasperation at the two before sighing. Let's not keep your parents waiting, Ciri. I'll go get the water hot. Can you get the towels and a change of clothes for both of us? Sure. Did you put your uncleaned ones at the top or bottom of your trunk? Bottom. All right. I'll join you in a moment then. Harry sighed in pleasure as he sunk slightly into the bathwater. From what Gerald had told him, he had just finished having this bathroom built a little way away from the house since it was one of the few features that had not come with it. It was quite exquisitely done too, and he had a feeling it was done to appease Gerald's significant other when it was planned. The bath itself was made from stone and even had a plumbing drainage system installed. It was especially expensive outside of cities and major areas, but Gerald had splurged. Not that it was a surprise. The man was quite wealthy at this point, mainly due to allowing Harry to manage and invest his fortune, causing it to grow significantly. How is it? Harry focused once more and turned and watched as Ciri smoothly stepped into the bath after taking off her towel and hanging it up nearby. Nice and warm. I think Yennefer has placed heating runes on the stones for the water. She must have gotten the idea from her visit last year. Maybe, but it's not an uncommon use for such runes and might have simply been in the books I had brought over. What's our room looking like? It's nice. Yennefer apparently had it expanded to make it bigger with us in mind. Ciri spoke with a smile. Harry nodded at that. I can only imagine what she'll do in a couple more years. She really is a prodigy. Can you not sound like you admire my mother so much? Your mother is a genius. There's not really another way to put it. I suppose Gerald is in his own way too. Anything to do with being a witcher, and he is a master at it. He may not have had a choice in his profession, but he certainly has a passion for it. Humph. What about me? Ciri said with a small pout. Harry smiled in amusement at the look. Well, you are your parents' child, and I suppose the apple didn't fall very far from the tree. You're quite good at transfiguration. I have to admit it, I always thought you'd always excel more when it came to charms. Why? I'm not sure. It just would seem to fit you, I suppose. So, about the race, were you going to, No, not really. Why would you have not let me? I suppose if you truly wanted, I could at least try it. It would only be fair, I guess. Then I suppose it's a good thing I wasn't interested in doing that to you. Never really saw the point of it, to be honest. Not like I'd be able to feel anything from it. I think it has something to do with dominance, but I am not sure. Besides, you could always magic up a real one. You can? It's magic, of course you can. I mean, human transfiguration requires care, but it's certainly possible. That being said, that's still not me saying I want it. Yeah. Baby, Beauclair seems rather nice. Doesn't it? Did you want to go and meet with Henrietta? Not particularly. I don't know much about her save from reputation. What about you? I'm in the same boat. I don't think I have ever met her in person. There never really was a need to before. Too busy concentrating on me, huh? Ciri looked over at him and gave him a teasing smile. Harry rolled his eyes but didn't say anything further. In his head years ago, telling Ciri that he had been pretty much involved in shaping her life would be the hardest part about revealing himself to her. In reality, she had accepted it rather easily. He still wasn't exactly sure why she was so fine with it, but she had told him a multitude of times to not worry about it. I know what you've told me before, but why did you so easily forgive me for not doing more in your life? I mean, looking back, it wouldn't have surprised me if you grew to hate me so. Why? You're still hung up on that, huh? Please. At this point, Harry made sure to look at her as intensely as he could. This wasn't something he could just let go after all. He would need to know if he wished to continue moving forward. Ciri rolled her eyes before seemingly growing serious. Well, I guess. When I thought about it, it just didn't matter that much. What do you mean? Well, my life has been difficult, I suppose you could say. And if there were certain things I could change, I think I would go back and try, but there's also a lot of things that I am grateful for. If my mother never died and my father didn't disappear, I would never have gotten to meet Gerald and Yen. If I was raised a princess, I probably would have never learned the skills to keep myself alive for as long as I did. I would have never gotten to meet all the interesting people in my life. I'd never have met Mistle. I'd never had met Galahad, or I never would have met you. I mean, when you look at it, you didn't really interfere with my life much. You even tried to save my parents from that storm and my grandmother as well. Those were likely the only things I would have wanted to be changed, and you tried to on both occasions. I see. Besides, if you had gotten close to me while I was growing up to become more involved with life, our current relationship would be a lot weirder, don't you think? That's what your concern is? I mean, a little bit. You know, I had a hurt on you after we met as well. You did? Are you a moron? I literally kissed you. Yes, well, when I looked back on that moment as an adult, I saw it more as you giving me something to remember you by. I suppose, in a way, it was, but I wouldn't have done it to someone I didn't like. Wow, that kind of rocks my world a little bit. What was the reason you liked me back then, if I may ask? I was younger than you and quite scrawny, if I remember correctly. Yes, you've certainly filled out since then. I suppose it had to do with your personality. I admired you, I guess. When we first met and I got to know you and what your situation was, I admired the fact that you were strong enough to simply tell your destiny to go to hell. It was something I wanted for myself. Then, of course, you helped me, a complete stranger, for no reason at all. I thought at first you wanted something from me, but you never asked or demanded anything. You helped me simply because you thought it was the right thing to do. Weren't you the one who encouraged me to face my destiny? I did, but only because I believed if you didn't it would come back to bite you later. I still admired your ability to choose though. You weren't that great physically, but you were nice and warm and kind. You helped me decide to face my destiny after all. Plus, when I saw you next you were a prime-looking piece of meat. And you ruined it. I mean, you had really filled out nicely. I remember the first thing I saw when I opened my eyes from that little magical sleep was your face, and Mama liked that quite a bit. Siri. And then I talked with you and you were so smooth and confident. It was like you hit a second puberty and turned into my personal idea of perfection. Okay. I think that's enough, Harry said with a sigh. Siri smirked at him in amusement. Speaking of your physique, I won the race. I wonder what I'm going to ask you to do, Siri said as she stood and sashayed over to him. Harry looked down from her face and took in the rest of her body. He felt his eyes linger on her wet curves as she smoothly came down and sat down on his lap before wrapping her arms around his neck to bring him close. Harry suddenly found himself having a very hard time keeping himself under control. Siri, your mother specifically asked not to mess around in here, did she not? She did, but I trust in your ability to clean up after us. She leaned in and whispered in his ear, which caused the front of her body to press against his, causing him to draw on as much occlumency skill as he could to keep himself calm enough to not have certain parts of his body react to her ministrations. She seemed to notice him doing it, which caused her smile to grow, and she reached back with one of her hands and started drawing mindlessly on his chest. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes before rallying and reopening his eyes. Look at her. Her eyes seemed to be a mix of lust and amusement, and he knew if he didn't stop her soon, that look would overwhelm him no matter how much he tried. Siri, we have all night to mess around. Just wait until after the night with your parents is done with, he told her firmly. Siri's face changed and she pouted once more. You're no fun. It's not like we haven't had to wait for them to finish up their own activities in the past. From what Gerald says, that's because Yennefer refuses to finish with a job half done. Of course, who do you think I learned it from? That's an image I don't want in my head. Come on, you little minx. It's time to dry off and have dinner. That certainly took a while. I certainly hope you left our bath in the same condition you entered it in, Yennefer said with a raised eyebrow as both Harry and Siri sat across from her and Gerald at the dining table. Gerald simply sighed before grabbing his cup and taking a gulp of his wine. It is indeed. No thanks to your daughter, Harry groused playfully. Gerald gave a small glare to his adopted child. Siri simply gave him a daring raised eyebrow. So anyway, yes, the bath was fine. Dinner looks great. You must have quite the cook, Harry said, trying to steer the conversation away from its current topic. Gerald appreciated the attempt because he quickly accepted it. An older, former, noblewoman. She was turned into white years ago by a curse. I turned her back and offered her a job here as a cook. Haven't regretted it since. She promised me a warm home-cooked meal anytime I wanted, and she has never failed to live up to such a promise. Gerald replied. Yennefer nodded along at that. Yes, I spoke with her recently to see if she remembered any details of the curse placed on her. Gerald frowned and spoke with a slight warning in his tone. Yennefer waved her hand flippantly. I was cordial and did not push past what was appropriate. She was unbothered by the question. Yennefer said back, why were you curious about the curse in the first place? Did you have someone who upset you recently? Perhaps the queen here? No, nothing like that, it was simply a professional curiosity. Though I wouldn't mind using on dearest Henrietta. Not getting along with the local nobility? Not getting along with may be too strong since I rarely talk to her. I simply am not a huge fan of her attitude. Yennefer explained. It was Ciri's turn to cough to try and hide her laugh at the irony of those words coming from her mother of all people. Is that so entitled? Something like that. The constant acting like she is above others and so noble is bothersome, especially with what Gerald has told me about her. Yennefer said, she's not that bad. Gerald spoke sounding almost bored as he said it. Objectively speaking, perhaps not. She certainly keeps her kingdom running smoothly for the most part, except when it comes to monsters and her own family, of course. The vampire thing was more bad luck than anything. Comparing her to some of the other nobles I have had to deal with, she certainly ranks at the higher end. Gerald replied, I think you just like that she didn't try and cheat you or tried to have you imprisoned or killed. Right, like I said, better than most nobles I have to deal with. If you wish, do feel free to throw our names around to get her off your back. Harry said kindly to them. Yennefer just scoffed. There's no need to go that far. As I said, I haven't encountered her except when I made my presence known to her when I first arrived. For Gerald, it has been even longer. Gerald nodded in agreement. With that, they started to dig into the food and continue to talk about meaningless things and simply basking in the warm environment. It was certainly nice to catch up with the sorceress and witcher. They hadn't had a chance to have a sit-down like this for a while. So, how's dear old Imhir doing these days? Yennefer asked. Ciri grimaced and Harry rolled his eyes. He's doing well, I suppose. Harry said. He's been pushing for Harry and me to take over the Empire. Ciri said bluntly. Yennefer's eyes rose at that. That's surprising. Yennefer said slowly. Yes, well, he's been spending a lot of time with his wife, so Harry said cautiously while glancing at Ciri. The false Cirilla that Imhir had married seemed a nice enough girl, and Imhir had grown fond of her in recent years. This caused a bit of awkwardness considering Ciri was now back in the picture. The girl was only a few years older than her after all, and looked a bit like her, though less so now after both women had grown and their differences became more pronounced. Her hair was the biggest giveaway, though, being a golden blonde compared to Ciri's ashen white, which she had gained her in her later teens. Still, the girl was nice, but it was still weird to Ciri to have her father married to what was basically her replacement. She's pregnant, Ciri stated bluntly again. Yennefer started choking on a sip of wine she had been taking, and Gerald completely put down his fork and stared. Harry simply sighed. Yes, she is. Harry agreed. The entire table was silent for a moment. That's good? Yennefer seemed to ask Ciri. I guess it's not bad. Ciri replied as she downed her entire cup of wine. Becca, as we call her to avoid confusion, asked for Ciri's blessing to be with her father given the unique situation. And I gave it. You did. Anyway, Imhir has expressed a longing to step away from politics and help actively raise the child. I believe he wishes to try to get what he never had with Ciri. In truth, he has asked Ciri if she and I would be opposed with, well, a merger of the Avalonian and Nilfgaardian empires? Yennefer asked, shocked. Harry nodded. That's major. Indeed. We haven't answered yet. Such a union would make you the ruler of the most powerful kingdom on the planet. It would. Still, it's a big decision, and since I would basically be the one doing the running, it's a lot of extra work. Though I am not actually opposed to it. A sibling, Gerald said. Both Harry and Yennefer looked at him confused for a moment before following it to Ciri, watching her shift uncomfortably from the attention. Yes, she confirmed. How do you feel about that? Gerald, completely ignoring the political ramifications of what had just been revealed. I am not sure. Becca, well, she was wondering if I would like to be involved in any way, and I'm not sure. On one hand, She would be my little sister. On the other, well, it's just a lot to think about. I think you should, Harry told her, voicing his opinion. Siri looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Explain. Well, I know the situation is strange, but I think if you aren't involved at all, you would regret not getting to know your little sister. It's just who you are. The second reason is, I think you should help raise her to eventually replace us. Harry revealed. The entire table was now paying close attention to him. What do you mean? Well, running an empire certainly has its benefits, but we both know we don't want to do it forever. Correct? I mean, we're gonna live possibly forever. This whole admin thing has a couple of decades at most before it becomes mind-numbingly boring. We should prepare for what comes after when we finally leave. Harry explained. You truly think someone besides you can keep this empire together if we leave? With the proper training from both of us? I do. Even if she isn't an aspect like us, she can still learn magic. There are ways to gift magic to a child during pregnancy. At least for me there is. Harry told her. Siri seemed to think about that. Well, I suppose we have time to think about it, though the idea has merit and I would like to be part of her life. Siri admitted. Why don't we move on to another topic? I heard Triss was here a couple of weeks ago. How did that go? Harry asked with genuine curiosity. It would have been the first time the fire mage had seen either Geralt or Yennefer since the Battle of Caer Morhen. Oh, Triss dearest is doing quite well. Quite well indeed. Isn't that right, Geralt? Yennefer said with both excitement and amusement. Harry rose an eyebrow. It had been about a year since he had last seen the sorceress personally, though Ciri had seen her a little more recently. She brought a guest. Geralt revealed. At that, both Harry's eyebrows disappeared into his hairline. Did she? Anyone I would know? Ciri asked with excitement as she leaned forward. Yennefer smirked before looking at Geralt. Geralt sighed before answering. Eskel. Eskel. Ciri yelled in shock. When did that happen? Harry questioned in shock. Several months ago. I guess they met up on some mutual errand and hit it off enough to stick around each other for a while. Then that apparently grew into some sort of courtship. Yennefer explained. Harry blinked in astonishment. Wow, I wouldn't have seen that coming. Harry commented as he thought of the two. He didn't figure Eskel to be Triss's type. Neither would I. I'll have to get in touch with her after this trip and have her explain herself to me. What were they doing this far south? Ciri asked. They were heading down to travel through Nilfgaard, I believe. I don't think they had a particular destination in mind. Geralt explained. Well, I'm at least glad she's moved on. Ciri sighed with some relief in her voice. It looks like we have mostly finished our food. Should we take our wine out to the patio? Yennefer asked. Sounds good to me, Harry replied while Ciri and Geralt simply nodded. With that, they got up from the table and moved out of the room and out the front door. The sun had just set, causing the sky to be a slightly darker blue but still bright enough to enjoy the evening. Along with this, several of the servants were going around lighting torches all across the property. They moved to the side patio and sat on some benches overlooking the various hills and other vineyards in the distance. It's beautiful out here, Ciri said as she looked at the view. Harry smiled before reaching out and rubbing small circles on her lower back. She leaned in closer to him and put her head down to rest on his shoulder as they both continued to look outward. Indeed, it is. It's part of the reason Geralt and I was thinking about possibly staying out here permanently. At least for now. Yennefer revealed. Harry smiled. Both Yennefer and Geralt were relatively young for a sorceress and a witcher, so they had quite a bit of time before they expired to possibly move about. It sounds like a wonderful idea to me, Harry commented. Ciri nodded at that. It shouldn't be hard to add a private gateway to the property for easy travel, Ciri added. Indeed, it should not. Harry agreed. After that, they continued back into easy conversation without having much trouble avoiding any heavier topics like politics for the rest of the night. Harry looked for a moment as the daylight continued fading, even starting to see the stars appear in the sky. Well, I think Geralt and I should turn in for the night. We still have other things we wish to do. Yennefer said with a small smile. Geralt rolled his eyes, but a small smile appeared on his lips. Ciri looked over at her adopted mother and smiled. Don't tell me that you brought it here with you? Of course I did. I couldn't very well leave it behind, could I? Speaking of which, How are you enjoying that birthday gift I sent you, Harry? Yennefer said with a playful smirk. Harry's mind drifted to the stuffed black unicorn that stood proudly in his bedroom back in Avalon. He felt his cheeks warm up at the thought of it. I was very thoughtful, thank you, Harry said politely. I trust Ciri has educated you on the proper use of unicorn? You're damn right I have, Ciri said with pride as she smiled at the sorceress. Harry just looked down in exasperation while Gerald sighed. Yes, of course. Apologies, but we have business to attend to. Have a good night, you two, Yennefer said as she grabbed Gerald's hand and led him back to the front door of the house. As she passed him, she tilted her head and gave him a conspiratorial wink. He gave her a small nod and smile in return but said nothing. Both he and Ciri watched them leave before looking back out at the view. It really is beautiful out here. Perhaps we should get a home out here as well, Harry said as he took a small sip of wine as he sat on a bench and had Ciri join him, cuddling into his side. Another house? How many do you plan to buy? Ciri asked. Harry looked down into her green eyes and smiled. As many as it takes to keep you around, he replied cheerily. She rolled her eyes. You don't have to buy me anything to keep me around, you idiot. Ciri shot back in amusement. Oh? So, you're saying you're going to stay with me forever no matter what then? Harry asked in amusement. Ciri pressed a soft kiss under his jaw. I thought that'd be obvious by now, old man, she joked. Harry laughed out loud at that. Before settling for a moment of quiet passed between them before he responded. Would you like to put your money where your mouth is then? Harry asked lightly. Ciri looked up at him curiously. What do you mean? She asked. He smiled before standing up. I mean, let's make it official, Harry said as he looked down at her confused, scrunched-up face. He deeply enjoyed watching it change from that cute, scrunched up, confused look to the eyes wide open, lips parted in shock look as he got down on one knee. Harry, what? Harry just smiled at her flabbergasted look before reaching behind his back and pulling out a small hidden box he had been carrying all day. He brought it in front of him. Oh my God, Ciri, I have been in love with you from the moment I saw you laying on that forest floor when I was 15. You were covered in wounds, had a sword still gripped in your hand, and were surrounded on all sides by enemies. You were knocked out, yet even with all this, you were still the most breathtaking thing I had ever seen. As we grew to know each other after that, I found myself falling for you even further. I love the way you stubbornly go after anything you want. I love the way you have a soft and playful side that you show only to those close to you. I love the way your face scrunches up anytime you are annoyed or confused by something I said or did. I love the way it softens and brightens up anytime you're at peace or happy. I love the way you can kill 15 men in 1 second without breaking a sweat. I love the way you go out of your way to go visit orphanages when you have free time to play with the kids there, when you think no one will notice your disappearance. I love your body, mind, and soul. I love absolutely everything about you. Cirilla Fiona Elin Rhiannon, will you marry me? Harry finished his speech and opened the box, revealing a beautiful silver-colored ring made of mithril. While there were no gems on the ring, it had beautiful engravings etched into it that almost seemed Celtic design. It seemed to almost give it an otherworldly feel, which is exactly what Harry had hoped when had it made. Ciri stood from the bench and looked down at him with a hand covering her mouth in shock. Her eyes looked like they were watering and her cheeks seemed to be growing redder. She looked from his face down to the ring and back up to his face again. For a moment there was nothing but silence between the two. The silence was broken as Ciri lunged at him, causing him to quickly stand up to grab her. The next thing he knew, her arms were wrapped around his neck and his head was being pulled down until his lips connected with hers with an almost surprising amount of force. Harry returned it eagerly and held her tightly by her waist as she did the same with his neck. He had no idea how long they stayed in that embrace, but he knew when they pulled away to breathe that it wasn't long enough. They panted as they both tried to catch their breath while staring at each other. So, is that a yes? Harry asked with a grin. Ciri laughed almost hysterically for a moment before nodding. Yes, you big idiot. I'll marry you, she said. With that, they embraced lips once more. Though it wasn't as forceful as the previous kiss, it was certainly more heated and pushed the realm of decency as their lips started to part as they allowed their tongues to press forward eagerly towards each other in a longing to feel even more connected. Well, that was certainly something. A voice interrupted. Both Ciri and Harry both stopped and turned towards it, seeing both Yennefer and Geralt standing off to the side looking at them. Yennefer had a wide grin on her face while Geralt's was more reserved yet no less happy. "Do you mind? I was in the middle of something," Ciri said with a fake upset tone in her voice. Yennefer ignored it as she walked up. "Yes, I saw. Now let me see it. I've been waiting for over a month now," Yennefer said as reach out to Ciri's hand and pulled it up to display the now placed ring on her finger. Yennefer eyed it admiringly. "You knew?" Ciri asked, stunned. "Harry sent a letter asking for our blessing about a month or so ago," Geralt answered as he came over and gave Harry a congratulatory pat on the back before moving over to hug Ciri. "So, you knew he was going to do this tonight? He gave us some subtle hints, yes," Yennefer said as she hugged her daughter in congratulations after examining the ring. After she pulled away, she turned to Harry and pulled him into a hug as well. Harry smiled before returning it. As they pulled away, Yennefer gave him an approving nod. "You were right about the ring. It is one of a kind, just like the girl whose finger it rests on. Fitting, is it not?" Harry asked. Yennefer just smiled at that. Ciri moved over back to him and pressed into his side, prompting him to wrap an arm around her. She looked up at him and she had an unusual smile on his face, one that looked familiar but different as well. It was almost a mix of bliss and contentment. "What is it?" Harry asked as he pulled her in close and placed a soft kiss on his fiancée's forehead. The look grew as he did so before their eyes met. "Nothing. It's just I feel like I am finally right where I am supposed to be. Right next to my big bad dragon. The swallow and the dragon, I like it." The end. This story is the second I have finished and has been worked on for years at this point. In that time, it has become one of the most popular Witcher stories, crossover or otherwise, on this site. I greatly appreciate the support I received continuously while making it and hope you enjoyed it. I know it was frustrating sometimes with the long periods of time I would sometimes go without posting. For those who are curious, I have no plans to make a sequel to this, though I may post.